All right, everyone, thank you so much for tuning on in to another live stream here on my YouTube page. Cookie Crush Chat is undefeated. Make sure you all hit the like button as we get started here. We got a lot to get into. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Thank y'all so much again for tuning on in Cookie Crush Chat. I meant to get some more of these in here, but I was trying to adjust my microphone. Welcome, Cookie Crush Chat. We got a lot to get into, so I'm not going to have a long introduction. I found a video I've been looking for it for quite a number of years. I finally found a copy of it, and I want to get into it today. I haven't watched the whole video. What I did was I skimmed through and I got some screenshots, and that's what you see inside the thumbnail. But before we get into it, let me just give shout outs to a couple of people. QT's in the building. What's up, Dion? Hope everything's going well with you. 100% Real Man is in the building as well. Techie Demigod. That's an awesome name right there. I like that. Cedric's here as well. Sequoia, welcome. Divine Scoop is in the building as well. Am I? Thank you. All right. Yesterday's live stream was a doozy. I haven't watched it, but I got off of there. I said, man, that went all over the place. It was incredible. Cookie Crush Chat is undefeated. Dialoguing with Nasir. Thank you so much for being here. And Bobby's in the building, and Aki is in the building as well. Thank you so much for tuning on in. LL Cool Dre. I appreciate it. Dinky. Of course, the lady Barn Keek is in the building. What's happening? And Naeem. And I give shout outs to everybody. Thank you all so much. Tata, Still Rain, Quote Nation. Adriana's in the building as well. Everybody else, thank you so much. I can go on and on and on. I just want to take a second just to acknowledge everyone in the Cookie Crush Chat. I scheduled the show like 10 minutes earlier, but my son got home and he decided to jump in the shower. I was going to take a shower, and he had to be in there for at least 45 minutes. I knocked on the door. I said, son. He said, yeah. What are you doing? I'm taking a shower. Okay, it was at least 45 minutes. So I ended up having to go use another one of the showers. I could have went downstairs, but that's my other son's, if you will, shower, and I don't trust that bathroom. Y'all got kids, you know that they got a bathroom. I don't trust that bathroom. When we was kids, we had like one. Okay, we got all these bathrooms, but I didn't trust it, so I had to go inside the daughter's bathroom. I just listen. Can I just use it? Yeah, it's okay. All right. So then I get down here, he's cooking food. So I said, let me go ahead and set this. So I'm not technically late. I told people in advance. Okay. Yeah, this is my son. He's texting me now. Okay, so let's get into it. So we got a lot to get into. Right now, Umar he's on vacation right now. He's on vacation over in, where is he? Panama. And I've seen a couple of videos pop up. One of them, he was on the bus. We played a little bit of that yesterday. And the reality is that there is no school. And, you know, people still make excuses. Someone said, well, this is a project and it's going to take some time. Well, it's been 14 years already. It's been 14 years. I could pull up the receipt, but I don't need to rehash. We at some point, we have to stop making excuses for people, and for people like Umar, because it's not a good look. He has no intention of opening up a school. It's just a money grab. It's been going on for 14 years. And listen, when he's up there, I've only seen him do any manual labor maybe 3 times. And it's been, it'll be 5 years in about 3 weeks since he acquired these abandoned buildings. But prior to that, going all the way back to 2010, he posted that the school was going to open in September 11th, 2013. He's been collecting money for different types of school scams and after school programs and this type of thing, summer camps since 2009. All of these, it's just one after another, and nothing ever got done. And here we are now, 14 years into this, literally 14 years, and there's still no school. He has no intention of opening up a school. I've only seen him do any manual labor maybe 3 times. Other than that, he's up there. He has people up there doing stuff from time to time. Most of the time, it's unprofessional people. It's Pookie and Ray from around the way. He did have some white people up there recently, even though he claims it was, we're going to do this on black dollars and we got to support them. But then he demonizes black people and the black contractors and how they're stealing, and the electricians were stealing from the building. And this is just, I told people a long time ago that this is exactly what Umar is going to do. At the end of the day, he's going to blame black people for it because his views of black people is so lowly. He really does have a very negative view about black people. And so here we are now, 14 years and still no school. And he takes trips all the time. He's over there, he's over here, he's over there, especially in the wintertime. He likes to go down south because it's warmer. See, there will be no school. So we have to stop making excuses. My job is to give people the information that they need to receive in order to make an informed, rational, and intelligent decision. You got to set the emotions aside and the rhetoric, and he gets you all hype and all this. I get it. We've been conditioned as a people for that. We've been conditioned to accept that, and it gets you all riled up and stimulate your emotions to the point where you're just rah, but that's not critical thinking. In fact, if you're ultra emotional, it compromises intellectual process. You're gonna have a very difficult time making rational decisions. So I'm here to give the information with receipts, provide critique, provide analysis so that people can make the best decision and if you want to continue to send Umar Johnson money for this fake school that does not exist, that's your prerogative. It's your money. He tells you what to do with your money. I'm not going to do that. I do know this is that it's not going towards opening up a school. It's going towards enabling him to live his lifestyle. Okay. And that's a whole other topic for a whole other time that many of you Umar Johnson followers, you don't even, either you don't know about or you do know about, but you dismiss as if it's inconsequential. No, it's absolutely relevant, and it's something that you need to consider. And here's the thing is, if you want to send him money because of his rhetoric and him talking and his talking points and you support, that's fine. I mean, go for it. But in terms of this school scam, it's not in your best interest. You're better served, and the black people are better served for you to take that money, put it on your kids, put it on your uncle, put it on your aunt, put it on your grandmama, put it on your mama. You know what I'm saying? Or find a black organization that has a school that's already servicing black children and go donate to them. They can use it. You see? So that's what I'm here for. I'm here to give you the information that you need to make the best decision that you can. And you can be upset about it, but that's besides the point. See, your emotions really don't matter in these regards. They really don't. Now, we have a good time. It's fun. And that's part of it too. But ultimately, I want to get the information out to people, as many people as possible, about Umar Johnson. He's committing cybercrime. It's fraud, and it's been going on for 14 years. Okay. All right. We got plenty to get it. Yeah. He said it was, matter of fact, more recently, he had Maria up there at the trap bando, and they were walking through, and the plan, based on what they were saying, was to turn the main office into a music studio, not for black boys, because there's no children up there. No, it's what I call the kick it spot. So all the money that black people have sent to Umar Johnson, it's got to be close to $3 million by now. Here we are 14 years into this, and he's talking about turning the main office, almost 5 years since he acquired these abandoned buildings. He's talking about turning the main office into a music studio. Make that make sense. You can't. He has no intention of opening up a school. Now, will he do it? Probably not, because he never gets anything done. But the fact that he has people up there, and he's even entertaining these types of things, it just goes to show you what his intentions happen to be. Okay, now I got to text him. Okay. Let's get into it. Yeah, music studio, vegan sports bar, presidential African complex. I remember that. What nonsense? Yeah, it's all he comes up with all kinds of stuff. Nothing ever gets done. Roland stated that Umar was basically fake through and through. Yeah, but remember that Roland Martin, he had Umar on his show prior to the big fallout. He had him on there. Y'all remember that? Hit the one. Umar had been on there at least 2 other times. In fact, and don't quote me on this, because I've done extensive research into Umar. I know his history, but don't quote me on this because Roland Martin hasn't been someone that I've looked into deeply. And Umar's interactions with Roland Martin is not something I've looked into too deeply. I don't think it's all that relevant outside of the interview where it went way left. It's gotten like 7 million views, and made Umar very upset, and he's been taking shots at Roland Martin for a long time. Since it's been years since then, and then recently Roland Martin did a video. We didn't cover his video, but we talked about that. But if memory serves me correctly, excuse me, Umar actually he was a host on that show at one point for I think an episode or two. Something that Roland Martin couldn't make it or couldn't be there. And if memory serves me right, and I could be wrong, Umar actually filled in for Roland Martin. So they were cool. Did anybody remember this? I see some ones in here. Okay. All right. So what I'm saying is that even though they have beef now, understand that Roland Martin had him on the show and benefited from it. See, so that's what I'm saying. Even though, they have a falling out now and they call each other out, and Roland Martin, he did call out Umar's lies. I get it. Umar's a habitual liar. This is a statement of fact. Okay. It's not ad hominem. It's a statement of fact. He's a habitual liar. He cannot not lie. Okay. Especially when he starts getting into that mode, he just keeps going and going and going. So what I'm saying is you guys want me to believe that Roland Martin wasn't intelligent enough to know what Umar was about when he initially had him on his show? Come on. See, this is the thing. People know, but they have them on. They bring them on Breakfast Club. They know. You think they've donated to the FDMG? What's his name? Cesar Pena. DJ Envy. You think he's donated to FDMG? No. You think Charlemagne's donated? No. They know what Umar is about. One of the first questions they had from when they had him on initially was about him having relations with a stripper. They're there for the sensationalism and the drama. That's what they have him on there to get the view. So he says something outlandish. Same thing with the Joe Budden podcast. You think Joe Budden rock with Umar? Come on now, stop. But he knew, hey, listen, this is going to bring a lot of views. It's going to get people to get onto the Patreon and sign up, and they made a gang of money on that. I guarantee you that. But they don't support Umar. They just have him on for the rate. Well, the point that I'm making here, what's up, Austin, man? The point that I'm making is same thing with Roland Martin. So what I'm saying is that even though they have a falling out right now, I actually think that it's inconsequential in the bigger scheme of things, because ultimately they were rocking with each other, or at least Roland Martin was rocking with him to the point where he was able to get what he could out of Umar, and then they have a falling out. Okay, Roland Martin knew what the deal was. Many people know what the deal is with Umar, but they also know that he tends to say things that are so outlandish that they go viral and it brings in a lot of views. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you all again for tuning on. Let me get to some of these super chats, then we're going to get into it for today. Thank you, T.Y. Boogie. I appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat. There was another one that came in from Black Wolf. Black Wolf said, the thing is, every new interview or trash lecture Umar does, he gains noobs or knobs. It's really noobs, isn't newbies, that don't know. The hustle continues. I've talked about this. It's a revolving door. It's a revolving door. That's the it's been snowing out here, so they got this thing going through to clear out the snow. It's a revolving door. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. If you guys look at who's around Umar these days, especially when he's up there at them abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, no one's really around him. There was a time there were people up there chanting and they were all excited and all this kind of stuff. Where all those people go? I remember this one video in particular, Black Wolf, I'm sure you remember, they were chanting, donate, 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 don't. It was a group of people. I mean, not like 5 or 10 or 15. It was more than that. It was a gang of people up there. These people aren't around anymore. He done got all the money he could out of them. Some of them, he done crushed the cookies and got them draws, and then he moves on, and then he just filters in. There's a revolving door. He brings more people in. So when people have him to come to speak, especially over there, it's sad too. Let me tell y'all something. They got him over in Panama. Umar don't care nothing about none of y'all in Panama. He don't even care about his own children. Amen. He don't care about y'all. I don't think Umar cares about anybody but himself, to be honest with you. There's a term for that. I think he's a sociopath. Okay, don't quote me on that, but I think he's a sociopath. Okay, I think. Okay, allegedly. I don't think he has feelings for other people. I just don't think it registers that way. He in his mind, it's a psychological issue. I think that he seeks to exploit people at every turn for financial gain and for sexual exploitation. So when he goes over there, he's not going over there to help y'all up over there. Y'all see, I can tell y'all rah, y'all into your emotions, dancing on the bus and all, but y'all he ain't doing a doggone thing over there. I'm gonna tell y'all something. One of the reasons why Black people we're in the position that we are collectively is precisely because of that. All the emotionalism. We want to hear someone say some stuff, but that person ain't doing no stuff. They ain't doing nothing but running their mouth. And that's Umar's claim to fame. It's running his mouth. But at the end of the day, black people don't progress if all we do is run mouth. There's got to be something to back it up. How many of us are raising a family, or at least trying to? You know, how many of us as black men, well, how many of us are committed to black women? And then, let's be honest, it don't make me no difference. If you got a family, commit to your family, period. Black, whatever. It don't make me no difference. But how many of us are doing that? Umar's not doing any of that. How many of us are upward mobile? Meaning that if we go back, let's say 10 years ago, and we compare where we're at today, we see progress in life. That's what black people need. That's what other groups of people have done. Well, that's not what we see with Umar. He's regressed. Up here looking like Pookie. So the point is that there's so many people that are not around anymore because they've seen Umar regress. They've been exploited by Umar and they don't deal with him. But then there's other new crowds of people that come to that revolving door, and he'll go to the other side of the planet to exploit. Meanwhile, these trap vandals are still sitting up there in dilapidated state and horrible condition, and he don't care. He's still asking for donations for that. Okay. All right, we got about 400 people here already. We're going to be here because the video is like 2 hours long. So that's why I started early, and we're going to try to, we're going to get through this video today. There's a second video too. We're going to do the second video first, if that makes sense. It's a shorter video, and that'll segue us into this topic because Umar's talking about male-female relationships. He ain't got no business talking about male-female relationships. He got at least 2 baby mamas. He's been on child support for over 20 years. And someone made a comment too, and I don't want to put this person on blast. I don't want to do that, but they made a comment about how just because you're on child support, it doesn't mean that you're a bad father. I never said that. If you've been on child support for over 20 years and you're in child and they calling you in over and over again, and your docket is so long that the website truncates it, and you're not and you're an absentee daddy, there's something wrong with you there. The other thing is that if you are on child support, you need to be paying child support. It's that simple. And the person was saying, well, you know, there's circumstances. I get it. Just go get a second job or a third job. That's your responsibility. There's really no excuse for that. I've been down and out too, but I've been here and I've tried. So we can't make excuses like that. Well, you know, it's hard because I don't make enough money. Well, go get a second job. If you're online, you got time to go get a second job. See, if you're hanging out with your homies, you got time. If you're playing video games, you got time to go get a second job. See, if you're sleeping more than 7 hours a day, you got time to go get a second job. You see, and it's really that simple. See, that's what I mean. We can't make excuses for this. If black people, the idea of us putting ourselves in a better position, listen, in my opinion, it's going to start with the men. It has to start there in the first place. And we can't make excuses for each other, and we can't make excuses for ourselves. We got to do, and we can't just get up there and talk, come up with all kinds of excuses about every doggone thing. All Umar Johnson does is talk. That's all he does. And he spreads misinformation, and then he's always the victim. He paints black people in a very negative light, and then there's always victimization. We don't need that. We don't need that. See. Anyway, thanks, Black Wolf, for the super chat. Okay, I appreciate it. Okay, so let's get into the video for the day. I don't know when this video actually came out. So if anyone knows, let me know inside the chat room. It just came online recently, but it looks like it's an older video. Let me pull it up right now. Y'all know if you can hear the audio. We've got about 450 people here now. Actually, I didn't even promote this. Let me go promote this. But let's pull the video up right here. We got plenty to get to. Thank you all again for tuning on in. Cook Fresh Chat. Thanks to the moms for handling business as well. And thanks for the super chats from Ty Boogie X and Black Wolf 412. All right, here we go.
598999858. You said you need some yellow bunny therapy, some brown bunny therapy, some red bunny therapy, some white bunny therapy. I'm the man you need right here. All the credentials, all the degrees. I'm the man you need. Text me up. I need me a vegan chef for my 21-day fast. Philly Queens, you better not disappoint me. Where my vegan queen mother chefs at?
See, he always has to ask for things. This is another thing as black men. He's almost 50. It's amazing that people bring him out to speak. It's amazing that people follow him. How can you follow a man who's always online begging for something? Now, if you're down and out, I get it. Get the help you need, and people will support you, and they'll help you. But then you got to get on your 2 feet, and you got to run the race. Umar's still on his knees. He's still on his knees. You guys know how track, they run track and they get on that thing. I don't even know what that thing is called, but it's because I never ran track. I played basketball a little bit and football in the street. But you know, the track, they good on, how do they do it? I think they do it like this. They get on that thing, and there'll be a thing on that back foot that they push off. I think it's that way. Maybe it's this. No, it'd be for me. It'd be my right foot. And then they push off like this, and then they into it. It's called, I think it's called the starting block. Okay, Umar is always talking, so he's always on the starting block. Follow me on this real quick. He's always stuck on the starting block. He don't ever do nothing. He don't run the race. Now, black men, have any of y'all ever been stuck on the start? I've been there, you know, and there's people that help me to get that initial jump, but then I'm off. Y'all see? So if you need to help, get the help. I get it. But you can't just be stuck. That's Umar. And that's why he's still stuck. I was going to say stuck on stupid. I ain't going to say that. He's still stuck on the starting block asking and just asking and talking and talking and asking. If you're talking and asking for things, and he does it all the time, you can't win the race because you still stuck on starting block. You got to get up and do. That's the point that I'm getting at right here. All right. Let's get back to it. Here we go.
Vegetarian queen mother chefs. I know one of my queen mother chefs not going to leave me hanging. I know one of my queen mother chefs is not going to leave me hanging. 215-989-9858. Polygamy therapy.
Oh, goodness. I think this is from December because he's talking about the fast, December 2023.
What you need, no, polygyny is the solution. Give every alpha male 2 queens and every sister will be married in 12 months. Give every...
Listen, marriage for the purpose of possession is not the solution for black people. Marriage as an outgrowth of a loving, positive relationship with the woman, a committed relationship, is a solution for black people. And see, if you see, that's the thing. Umar, he doesn't. It's not about this sense of commitment and love for each other. He doesn't. That doesn't even register for Umar. He don't even know what he's talking about. See, and I've said this before, that with Umar, this is nothing more than conscious pimpism. All these cats, most of them at least that I've seen that have been promoting polygamy, it's just conscious pimpism. They think that they conscious, they think they're better than everybody else, and then really they just want to play out their sexual fantasies. That's really what it is. What they call that, the fetish type of stuff. And they want to have 2 black women in the bed, and they probably want them 2 to be doing things, and then they get up and a lot of it just comes. And see, the reason why this is such an issue is because you have 3 generations of black men now, boys and black men, who've been raised in a cultural aesthetic that is not only sexist, wherein black women are objectified and disrespected, but we've also been raised in pimp culture, going back to our father's generation from the 70s, late 60s, early 70s. And then you get hip hop coming onto the scene, and the blaxploitation films of the 60s, late 60s and 70s they're really the foundation of early hip hop. Go back and go listen. I'm Imp, the Dimp, the Ladies Pimp. What are you talking about? Looking like the Kool-Aid man. You need to cut it out. It's all pimp culture. And that's carried itself out to date. So you got 3 generations now have been raised on pimp culture in its various manifestations, whether it's in the music, it's in the music videos, it's inside the movies, it's in the television shows. It becomes ingrained in black culture. Oh, I'm a pimp, I'm a player, I'm Big Papa. See, that's Umar talk. And then on top of that, you have 3 generations now exposed to porn, and porn has become more and more egregious to where now it's way, way over the top. Just it ain't got nothing to do with anyway. But see, you have these types, and then you got black men raised without fathers to guide them in terms of how they should have respect for themselves and respect for women, and how they shouldn't be getting involved in these types of things, and how they shouldn't be trying to be a pimp and a player and running through these black women like Umar Johnson does, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have a culture that does not support the idea of polygamy. In fact, it supports the idea of being a pimp. You put these factors and others into the mix, and they're all relevant. And then what you have is nothing more than conscious pimpism. And it ain't got nothing to do with committing to a black woman. It has nothing to do with having respect for black women. It has nothing to do with loving a black woman. None of that. It has to do with the pimp programming and the pornographic depictions and wanting to fulfill these sexual fantasies. And that's Umar. So no, it's polygyny or polygamy is not a solution. A solution is for a black man to get himself together to where he can get to a point where he can offer something of consequence and not be up here begging all the time on the starter block, and not only begging for food all the time and begging for money, get on your cash app, but begging for cooch. I'm telling you, it ain't got nothing to do with nothing. It ain't got nothing to do with no loving relationship. And then it perpetuates itself. He's a deadbeat, absentee daddy, been on child support for over 20 years, ain't committed to a woman. Meanwhile, he got the bumpity bump on his lip. Here we go. And then he got the nerve to run around the world and crush these cookies. He's a international cookie crusher. He ain't got no discipline whatsoever. And he gonna tell y'all that no, that's just for him. You see, notice he still ain't married. Anyway, let's go.
Alpha male, 2 wives, and every black woman will be married. I'm telling y'all the truth. See, let me tell y'all what I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna do some self-disclosure right now.
Here he go.
I was dating this one sister, right? I'm just going to give you her first initial. Her first initial was the letter W. Her first initial was the letter W. And I was dating her the same time I was dating this other sister, and her first initial was the letter T. Now, they are happily married now. This was...
Okay, pause. Why are you dating 2 women at the same time? You see what I'm saying? Hit the one. Hit the one. Umar, you a boy. See, this is why the analysis is important, because a lot of people, you Umar Johnson follow, you just dismiss that like, oh, okay. And then you Umar, the women that follow Umar, I don't get it, because you know a lot of y'all done been gone through the ringer dealing with these black men and how they treat you and all this kind of stuff. A lot of them, they don't even take care of the kids that you had with them. That Dom ain't even paying child support yet. You send Umar money, you support Umar. You got to be out. No, I'm not gonna do that. But he just said that he's dating 2 women at the same time. Well, that's not a problem. See, that's pimp culture. That's I'm a pimp, I'm a player, I'm a Mac daddy. That's another one. You see, that stuff is so played out. Black men, find you a good woman. I just posted a picture the other day for me and my wife. I was 25. I think she was 20, 21. That was what, back in 2000, 2001, somewhere around there. We've been together ever since. Have we had struggles? Yeah, that's life. We got 5 kids. You best believe you're going to have some problems. But I wouldn't trade it for the world. I'm so thankful and so blessed. I'm a blessed man. Just find you one good woman. That's all you got to do. You ain't got to be dating all these different women and trying to figure. No, you ain't got to do all that. Just find and I don't get it. I don't get it. I really don't. I don't want to say it this way, but if I was a single man, I wouldn't have any problem. I just wouldn't. And it's not, I'm not saying this as arrogance. I'm saying that I can see the value of one. Plus, y'all be looking good. You smell good, all this kind of stuff. I appreciate that, because that's my wife. We've been dealing with each other. I'm almost, what am I, 48? We've been together forever. Goodness. Kind of gone. And she still look good. Boy, and I'll be trying to. I ain't trying to have no more kids, but I will try. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate all that, in the manner, but you ain't going to appreciate that if you're just running through them and you're not building anything. Black men, if you want to build something, we want to say it's institution building. The first institution is a family institution. How do you do that? You do that with the woman, right? Well, that's where the male from relationship starts, but you got to be on the right footing and to start that race. But here, Umar already telling y'all that he's dating 2 black women at the same time. Already. And see, people hear it and it's like, oh, whatever. No. That's significant. And it's something that people need to consider. It just goes to show you where his mentality was at then and where it's at today. He's still not married. Barry says he is a sociopath. He advocated for the elimination of 10% of black youth. Yeah, I said it earlier. I think he is a sociopath, because you're not going to say something like that and then double down and triple down on it unless you're sociopathic. Here, real quick, Barry. Let me read y'all sociopath. Antisocial personality disorder, sometimes called sociopathy, is a mental health condition in which a person consistently shows no regard for right and wrong and ignores the rights and feelings of others. They have no empathy for anybody else. They don't care about anybody else. They'll use and abuse people, and then they don't have any shame or guilt. So I'm gonna tell y'all, my guilt and shame is deep. I got to deal with that every single day. I got a lot of shame and guilt just because I've struggled so much in life. I know I'm doing a lot better now, and that's great. But you hold it. It's like they say a cross to bear, that kind of thing. And I hold it, and it's heavy. Umar, I don't think he feels shame. I don't think he feels guilt. I mean, how can you collect money for it's since 2009 for different types of school related scams? It's not just school scams, but they have school programs, some youth programs, and all this kind of stuff. How are you going to collect that money and have nothing to show for it in terms of educating Black boys, providing services for Black boys or girls for that matter, and then not feel any shame for it, and then keep doing it? That's a sociopath. See? He said he doesn't have any friends. He says he has his mama, but that's based on a dependent relationship. He's a mama's boy and he needs his mama so that he can keep stuck on the starter block. He don't have any real responsibilities, and all the money buried at all the, he said it's just all the money that people send him, it allows him to continue to be in a state of arrested development like a little boy who needs things all the time. And that's why he's always asking for things. No sense. And see, that's the other thing. If you want to talk about relationships, male-female relationships, Black men, we can't be that way. We can't just ask, and that's it. And take, and that's it. No, we got to give, and support to the best of our ability, and hopefully get better over time. That's how you establish a loving relationship with a woman. Then you have some kids, and then you go on about your business. And then you ain't got to be out here at the age of 50 still running in these streets like a lunatic trying to crush cookie. That's a horrible place to be. I can't listen. That's just too much. It's too much. I can't even conceptualize living like that. It's enough to have one woman and trying to get things on the right track, maintain things on the right track, raise a family. That's enough for me. These guys, men that be having all these different women and they texting and all text messages and phone call, email. I just can't deal with all that. It's too much. Plus you got kids to take care of. Anyway, thanks, Barry. Anyone that advocates, and Umar did, he advocated for the murder of 10% of Black boys, those thugs on the corner. That's what he said. That's a sociopath. Okay, at the very least, that's a sociopath. Now, a person can be a sociopath and not a psychopath, but every single psychopath is by nature a sociopath. We're not going to get into that right now. Thanks, Barry. Okay, let's get going here. We got 600 people in the building. We're going to be here for a while. I want to make sure that we get through these videos here today. Really, we got to position ourselves so that February, the first week of February, we're in a position to where we're not trying to get caught up on old videos. We can go ahead and move forward with the 5-year anniversary of Umar Johnson acquiring these abandoned buildings up there in Wilmington that he called schools. And it's gonna be a long stream. We're gonna cover that. There's 3 videos in particular that we'll cover dealing with that day when he made that announcement. I think it was on the 9th, I think. Was it the 6th or the 9th? Something like that. But I'll set it up in advance. I'll promote it, and we got to position ourselves to really jump on that on the 5-year anniversary. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go. Quick chat undefeated. If y'all hit the like button, I appreciate it. Here we go.
Almost 20 years ago, but I was dating both sisters at the same time. And they needed me to make a choice, right? And I couldn't choose between these 2 beautiful African queens. I couldn't do it. Right here in Philly, I was dating 2 sisters at the same time. One sister had the initial W. I still love her to death. She happily married. The other sister had the initial T. Love her to death. I think she's happily married. And they wanted me to choose one or the other. Dr. Umar couldn't do that. Right here in Philly.
I wish I had the whole video of this. It looks like this has been edited.
I was dating 2 sisters at the same time. One sister had the initial W. I still love her to death. She happily married. The other sister had the initial.
He doesn't know anything about love. He really doesn't. He has no clue. I don't even think love registers in him as an emotion. Seriously.
T, love her to death. I think she's happily married. And they wanted me to choose one or the other. Dr. Umar couldn't do that. They was both everything I needed. I couldn't choose one over the other. They could both cook. They was both fine. They was
See this?
Both conscious. They was both loyal. They both could hold me down. They had the best Cinnabons, honey buns, and soft cookies I ever had in my life.
See? When he says Cinnabons, honey buns, this is all sexual references, symbolic sexual references. The objectification of Black women, him talking about crushing cookies. Cookies is a euphemism for vagina. So when he talks, he says soft cookies and all this, because he's talking about soft. You see this? He's a sociopath, but he's a sexual deviant too, for him to even be talking like this. But notice how everything is framed within the scope of what he needs. He doesn't say anything. I haven't heard him say anything about, how he is committed to them or how he loves them. I'm talking about in action, not just in words, because love is an action. Okay. He doesn't say anything about what he has to offer. It's all about what they bring to him. They're conscious. Well, that's for his benefit. They got hot cookies. That's for his benefit. You see, this is the manner of thinking from the pimp archetype, the pimp, the player. See, that's what we were talking about earlier.
The Umar couldn't do that. They was both everything I needed. I couldn't choose one over the other.
Notice he says what he needs. Remember we were talking about that? Everything's about what he needs, and he's still always on the starter block, stuck on the starter block, and he can't even get into the race of life. He's almost 50 years old. He's so behind in these regards when it comes to establishing loving relationships with Black women. You see?
They could both cook. They was both fine. They were
See, cook, because like I said, he's like a child. He needs a woman to cook. Now, does my wife cook? Yeah, not as much as she used to, but she used to cook all the time. And do I know how to cook? Not really. I get in the kitchen, I'll be lost. I'll be looking around. I try, I really do. I'll make me a ramen. I'll make me some toast. But a big old meal, that's just my brain don't work like that. This is all ingredients and everything. That's just too much. She don't cook as much she used to. But the point is that's because we have a family and we've been together for over 20 years. I've been very frugal out of necessity. So we don't go out to eat all that often. We just don't do that as a family. We don't do that all that often. And this has been a routine. She's a great cook. She even did a cookbook. She's awesome. You know, that's different than to just be dating someone and you're thinking, okay, can she cook? And can she cook for me? Really? See, what do you have to offer, Umar? And see, here we are now. He's talking about these experiences from like 20 years ago. Well, look where he's at today. He hasn't improved at all. He's still stuck on this whole, I'm trying to get these cookies and crush these cookies, and I need a woman to cook for me. He always asking for food, begging for food. That's a little boy.
Was both conscious. They was both loyal.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. He sounds like when we were 18 to 21 years old. You're absolutely right about this. And I can't even say when I was 21. I can't. For me, not 21. I would say for me like 15, 16, 17, maybe getting into 18. I would say 18, but 21 not for me, because by that time I wasn't. Again, it's as young males growing up, not quite men, and for those of us who didn't have a father in our lives, it could be a challenge, and we get caught up on all kind of foolishness. You know, I was watching the Stephen A. Smith going off on what's his name today, which was well deserved. I had criticism of Stephen A. Smith, but that other guy, you know, Stephen A. Smith, he's gone at people for years. His career is based on demeaning Black male athletes, going all the way back to Kwame Brown, probably even before that, but Kwame Brown is the one that we remember the most. But the other guy, Jason Whitlock, his need to stay relevant it's uncanny. But the point I want to get to is something that Stephen A. Smith said. He talked about how, listen, have I used the N-word back in the day? He said, yeah. He said, yeah, I just used it back in the day. You know, have I used it? Yeah. Same thing with the B word. See, that's like when I was 15, 16, 17. Did I use the B word? Absolutely. Mainly talking about other males, though. But I use it against women, too. Do I do that these days? No. See? So what I'm getting at is we all have a past, you know, and it's part of maturing and growing. But in Umar's case, he still sounds like when he was 18 to 21 years old. And we're talking about videos more recently. In fact, the video that we're going to get into today after this one, Black Wolf, what you're saying here is spot on. Because I already know how Umar talks when he talks about male-female relationships. I already know. Okay. Thank you, Black Wolf. I appreciate it. We all have a history, and none of us are beyond reproach. And there's criticisms that we all are that's deserving, and I've received a lot of it, and I've turned it into motivation to get my life turned around a certain way. Still got a long way to go. Umar needs that criticism too, but I don't know. As a sociopath, I don't think it matters. To him, I don't think it matters. Anyway, let's go. I'm gonna let this play.
They both could hold me down. They had the best Cinnabons, honey buns, and soft cookies I ever had in my life. I could not choose between these two women. Now, if they would have said, listen, we're going to go ahead and let you wife us both. I'll be married right now with 100 kids. If they would have said, we are going to go ahead.
See this? So he's blaming them, but he wanted both of them. He's greedy, but he's going to have 100 kids. You can't even take care of at least the two that you have. Talking about 100. I'm going to tell y'all something too. If you guys go really dig deep into cults, and it's a cult personality, and it'd be a leader of the cult, and it's male, usually it's male. A lot of what happens is exactly what Umar is talking about right here. They be having 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 kids. Just freak off type of madness going on. And here go Umar talking. He can't even take care of himself. What you talking about? You would have 100 kids. Oh, wait a minute, but you have these two women and they'll be your wives and they're going to take care of you. Because that's really what this comes down to. Umar doesn't want two wives. He don't want a wife, period. He just wants to be able to crush some cookies and run it through you black women and sexually exploit you. That's really what he wants. But he has to cover for this by saying, well, I'm still waiting on getting two wives. Meanwhile, he's still running through y'all black women with the bumpity bump on his lip and crushing y'all cookies and the Cinnabons and hot fudge and pina colada and warm salt, all this kind of crazy talk. He don't want a wife. If a man wants a wife, he gets himself right, and then he commits to a woman. It's not that difficult. Does it take work? Yeah, but it's not that difficult. It's been going on for millennia. That's what men do. If you really want a wife, then it doesn't mean it's going to be perfect. No, but if you really want a wife, you can make that happen. See, Umar doesn't want a wife. What he wants, I'm gonna tell you what he wants. He wants groupies. That's what he wants. And if it's married groupies, that's fine too. But see, what happens is, at least if he has the married groupies, he knows that he'll have two people that he can deal with consistently every single day that's going to take care of him like a little boy that he is. He's looking for groupie mamas. See, they're his mama, but they're his groupies. That's what he wants. Let's go.
And do this co-wife thing with you, but you can't have no other woman. I would be married now, brothers and sisters. I would be married right now, brothers and sisters. I would be married right now, brothers and sisters. I would be married right now.
Yep.
I would be married right now, but they only believed in monogamy. No disrespect. They didn't do nothing wrong. Monogamy. But if they would have believed in polygyny, I would have been married for almost 20 years already.
That's so ridiculous.
Okay. T and W. That was the co-wifey, right? That was it. That was it. But I lost them and they lost me because they wanted monogamy. I'm telling y'all the truth. I'm telling y'all the truth.
He's such a
Black
loser.
women don't understand how hard it is when y'all make a brother choose one when he got two.
What in the world are you saying? So now he's blaming y'all. Y'all black women, y'all the problem, because when you want two, y'all just want to be in a monogamous relationship. That's y'all's fault. This guy, he a trip.
That's hard. That's hard. If y'all give every brother two queens, all y'all will be married.
Listen, I don't want two queens. And most 99.9% of black women don't want to be sharing no man with another woman. Umar, what are you talking about? Now, if that's what you want, that's what you want. But most people don't. It's crazy. Then you got babies, all these different babies popping up. And you know, with me, listen, if I had two wives, they would both be pregnant every month. They would. They'd be pregnant every single month. Then you got all these kids, and then it's just too much. You know how I am. But I'm saying that to say this. there's nothing wrong with appreciating women and loving women and making love to women. Don't listen. I'm not. Trust me. I got 5 kids. Okay, me and my wife, we made love 5 times. That's it. Okay, I got 5 of them. But there's a difference between committing to one woman and being in a loving relationship with that woman and building a life together and making love, having children together, and God willing, you're going to be together for the rest of your life. Compared to someone who's not committed to Black women, he just wants to have Black women to get the Cinnabons and to crush the cookies, have children that he don't take care of, and then blame Black women like it's y'all's fault. 51.
But when you make us choose one,
I'm a freak of the week. That's one thing. At least I don't got baby mama. I got me and my wife. That's it. I got 5 on it with one woman. At least give me credit for that. I can't, even if I got a vasectomy, it won't matter because it don't work on me. I look at my wife. She walked by me. There she goes. She's pregnant. I got that sperm. I just there it goes. I'm just playing. Okay, yeah, I got 5 on it, family. Yeah, back to back pregnant. Okay, I couldn't even imagine. I could not have. We're all adults here, but even it's just too much. When I make love, I like to focus. It's just me and you. I ain't got enough hands, enough things, or none of that stuff to be dealing with 2, 3, 4. I can't do it. It's too much. I'm the kind of person I'll be focused. I ain't lying, people. I ain't all this. I can't have all this going on, all this other stuff going on. I can't reach it. I can't because I ain't got enough hands for all that. Get your feet out. I don't believe in that either. Anyway, let's get back to it. Now, you guys see, I'm being funny, but I'm being facetious, I should say. But I want you guys to know that, especially for you men, I'm not saying that somehow there's anything wrong with having the desiring women. That's not even the point. The point is the level of commitment that you have and then the foundation that you set, you see, and you have to commit to a woman to set the appropriate foundation. But Umar, he hasn't done that. He wasn't doing it 20 years. And here we are, he's almost 50. He's still not doing it. And then he flips it around and tries to blame Black women like you guys are the problem. That's the point I want to get to. All right, here we go.
that's tough, family. That's tough. That's very tough. So, Paulina Johnson. I see you, Paulina Johnson.
Here you go.
Paulina says she too light for me. Paulina said I wouldn't want her because she too light. Paulina, you better come to the Detroit Kwanzaa Festival, Miss Bougie. Paulina, you better come to.
See, he's calling her bougie because she's light skinned. Here we go with the color.
To the Detroit Kwanzaa Festival, Miss Bougie. Bring the children. Bring the children so they can get some of this Pan-African consciousness.
What's up, Vince? How's it going?
My state gonna be cold.
He don't like going down.
My state gonna be cold. Scotland School in the building.
Red Bone Tuesday. I wonder what the
okay, Jason. No disrespect, Jason, but you appear to be a Neanderthal. Jason, this is an all-black feed, Jason. You can't be on here. No disrespect to Jason.
Here you go.
No disrespect to Jason. Jason, you can't be on here. This is an all-African conversation. This is an all-African conversation, Jason. You can't be on here, Jason. See, I'm tired of white people thinking they have the privilege to invade black space.
Yeah, see, this is true. Umar calls himself an alpha male, and it's sad that he doesn't know that being that type of man starts first with taking care of your family. Umar, your mama's still taking care of you when she needs help. Yeah, this is true. Now, without saying too much, the mother needs help too, and that's what one of the conundrums of all this. You guys really think about it. He claims to be the primary caretaker, and I believe that he is on paper, which is crazy. See, and I don't think he's supposed to be staying there, but he does when he can in the closet. I have the receipt on that. I can pull it up and play it, but I think that's too personal. But the thing is that the idea that he's traveling all over the world and he's all over the place and he's supposed to be the primary caretaker, that in and of itself goes to show you that he doesn't care. Listen, he don't care about his mama. It's a dependency. He needs her to have a place to stay. That's sad right there. That's so telling too. That is so telling. What kind of man? But like I said earlier, he's a sociopath. In my opinion, he's a sociopath. Like Barry, remember we were talking about this? He's a sociopath. He don't care about his own family members. That's why you don't see his family members vouching for him. His dad used to come out and talk mess about him all the time, but the fruit don't fall too far from the tree, though, in my opinion. Here we go.
Never see black people invade white space, except the Negropeans. They always invading snow bunny spaces. The Negropeans are always invading snow bunny space, but outside of the Negropeans, you never see black people invading white space. But white people always invading our space. Jason, I'm going to do an all white people's live, Jason. Dr. Umar is going to do an all white people's live when any white person can go live with me and ask me any question you want. Puppies and bunnies.
Here we go.
Puppies and bunnies. I'm going to do an all.
Now, black people, we joke like that, but doggone well that if a white person started calling Umar or black people like names like that, it'd be Black Lives Matter's time, and they're racist. If they start calling black people monkeys and this type of thing, but you can flip it around somehow. It's okay. Now, again, culturally speaking, you guys know how we are. Okay, we will clown each other. We'll make jokes. It's just part of our culture. Okay, but the point that I'm making is that Umar, he can say that about white people, but if white people said that about him, he would go nuts.
White people's Instagram. I'm going to put it on my Instagram, my Facebook, and my Twitter. And any white person who wants to have a brief 60-second conversation.
He says 60. What's up, Tyree? What's up, Black Anonymous? Okay, we're at 660 people. Let me just scroll through here. I want to see if he gets live on the topic of relationships.
If you are mixed race African, I just got invited to come to Nicaragua. Women be inboxing me. They be cursing me out. They be sending me pictures of their nude behind. Let me say this to the Snow Bunny Instagram, mixed race Africans, and then I got to do the Snow Bunny live so white women can get it off their chest. I want white women to get I need the white women to get what they got to say to me off their chest, because a lot of white women be inboxing me. They be cursing me out. They be sending me pictures of their nude behind. Let me say this to the Snow Bunny gang. Snow Bunny gang, do not send me pictures of your nude body. No disrespect.
Let me tell y'all something. I highly doubt that there are a whole bunch of white people sending Umar nudes. I highly doubt that. It's probably black people trolling him. Hit the one. Come on, y'all. Please stop. Hit the one. Now, is it possible that there's been a few? Maybe. But listen, y'all know how we are. I'm talking about black people. You know how we are. I guarantee that the overwhelmingly, if he's receiving these types of pictures, it's black people sending them to him trolling him. Come on. You gotta be kidding. You gotta be kidding me. What's up, Ray? Swagolito's in the building. Tyree. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all, Dinky. But Umar, you know how he is. He got to make it anyway. The greatest orator. What's up, Ed? That is all. What is this? I don't even know what that is. Okay, let me skip through.
But if I want to see some raw meat, I will go to the supermarket frozen goods section. If I want to look at some raw ass uncooked chicken, some raw uncooked beef, some raw uncooked turkey, some raw uncooked goat, if I want to look at some raw uncooked buffalo, I will.
What in the world is this guy? This guy is he's what did he say goat?
Frozen goods section. If I want to look at some raw ass uncooked chicken, some raw uncooked beef, some raw uncooked turkey, some raw uncooked goat. If
he said goat, my goodness, what else?
If I want to look at some raw uncooked buffalo.
He said buffalo. You better not say hippopotami. You better not say hippo next. Don't do it. Thanks for the what is this? The Cash App from S. And thank you so much. You've been so supportive. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I really mean that. Also, thanks for sending the Cash Apps and the PayPal and the super chat. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. So SN, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, my daughter, she's gonna come down. So let me take this screen off. I'm gonna end up getting a little divider right here. Just so that when they come down, they can handle their business, and I won't have to be worrying about it. I try these days because I've had to deal with all kinds. I have no idea. I had to deal with all kinds of stuff with people going after my family, my kids, and my loved ones, and extended family members. So these days, I try to keep everybody offline as much as possible. Yeah, he gonna say raw cash. Okay, don't start. Don't you? What in the world? Raw uncooked moose. raw iguana. What in the world? Listen, wholesale cook. It got to be uncooked because it got to be raw. I like the cash. It is. Did he say buffalo? I forgot, Lawrence. I'll be forgetting. Did he say? He did say buffalo, didn't he? Oh my God, that's crazy. Yeah, what's up, Dion? Raw, uncooked cash. Boy, you guys are great. This guy is a dinosaur too. Oh my God. Boy, Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. Okay. Uncooked chicken feet. No, he did say buffalo. That's crazy. All right, let's get back to it. Umar, you a trip. Did I get that super chat? Yeah, thanks, Dion, for super chat too. We always got to come back to the raw cash. I know, Adriana, that raw cash is hilarious. Okay, we done got blowed off already. We already 56 minutes. Went by so quick. Is my daughter going back?
I will go to the frozen produce section of the supermarket. I do not need you sending me pictures of your body parts. Please don't do that. You're messing up my appetite. You almost made me throw up.
Come on, stop playing. Man, you know doggone well. Come on. Umar, you so drama. You probably be saving them pictures. You probably got a folder called Bunny Lust. Umar got a special folder on his Bunny app that's called that's called Bunny Lust, and he saves every single one, and he copies them too. He duplicates them. He copies them and pastes it, so you have two. They have a backup. He got a cloud account. He uploaded to the cloud account. He saved on his cloud account for backup. Umar, you ain't fooling nobody. Yeah, he got a whole secret folder on his phone. He got it, and to get in that folder, it's encrypted too. It's encrypted, but it's also there's a passcode. The passcode is raw cash. Okay, all right, let's go. Here we go.
You're messing up my appetite. You almost made me throw up. You messing up my appetite. You don't do that. I don't do pink meat. No disrespect. I like my meat seasoned and pan seared.
What? Did this guy say pan seared? I don't even know what that is. What does that mean? But you know what? Him talking like this, he's talking about flesh, meaning women flesh, if y'all don't mind me saying it, female flesh, and how it's white, so it's like I guess an uncooked meat. You see this craziness? But you let a white man say something like that about black women. You see,
like seasoned pan seared meat. I like it sauteed, so it comes out with that beautiful brown color, that beautiful chocolate color, that beautiful beige color, that beautiful almond color, that beautiful African vanilla color. I like my meat pan seared. I like it sauteed. I like my women grilled. I like my honey.
What in the world? You see how he talking? It's total objectification. You guys are like meat to him, food. Look at the analogy that he's using. Same thing with the cookies. I told people a long time ago, hit the one that he mixes everything up together. It's the money, it's the sex is the cookies, and it's the food. That's why he always references, he's talking about the hot cookies, the Cinnabons. He's talking about the meat. It's the ultimate objectification. Not that you guys have any human value or human worth. You guys are reduced down to buffalo meat. And even more specifically, it's all within the scope of sexual exploitation and lust. Y'all follow me on this? This guy, that's what I'm saying. He's depraved. He really is. And that's why him giving relationship advice, which is the next video, y'all think this is a doozy. This is just us getting warmed up for the next thing. That's right. And he's greedy. But see, just like he's greedy with food, well, he's greedy for what he calls the cookie too. I mean, how can you devalue a woman any more than that? You reduce her down to a meat that's seared in the pan? Well, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Buns grilled. I like my Cinnabons grilled. I like my cookies nice and baked brown.
See, I think when he says Cinnabons, he's talking about the backside, but when he says cookies, he's specifically talking about the JJ. Okay, that's what I think he's saying, because he's making this thing. I don't even know, because even in fact he's talking like this. This is why I do these videos. You got all these. I can't even say all these people. You got a lot of people following this guy, and just on this point alone, the sexual depravity, that's enough where people should say, no, wait a minute. But see, our standards are so low for black male behavior as black people collectively, not all of us, but collectively. It's set so low that we'll accept someone like Umar talking crazy like this. And somehow this is an example, and it's worthy of being, he's worthy of being supported. He's worthy of being praised, I guess. And you're going to send money to him too? That's wild to me.
Please don't send me no more pictures of raw meat. I understand there's black men who go crazy over that. I understand there's black men who go crazy over that uncooked flesh. There's black men out here who will break their neck to lay up with that pink flesh, that uncooked raw meat, but I am not one of them. I need my meat grilled, sauteed, souffled, pan-seared. I need my grill. I need my food grilled real nice, family. Real nice.
See that? Didn't I just tell you all this? Hit the one. I know this guy. I've researched, I've studied this guy extensively. You notice he said, I want my food. That's why he says raw cash. He mixes everything up. Food with the cookies. Meaning the vajayjay, the sexual exploitation of black women. He was talking about that, right? Or was he? You see, then he says food, but see, it's all the same thing. It's same thing when he says raw cash, money, sex, and food. That's Umar, but he mixes them all together. He's gluttonous. That's what it is. Someone said earlier he's greedy. He wants money. He wants to crush the cookie. Want them draws with the JJ, and he's always hungry. He wants the food, but he mixes them all together. Well, listen carefully.
Meat, but I am not one of them. I need my meat grilled, sauteed, souffled, pan-seared. I need my grill. I need my food grilled real nice, family. Real nice.
Wow. There it is.
Hit the Cash App, $.
And then what does he go to? He goes to money. Did I just tell y'all? See what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I figured this out years ago. I remember we did a live. I had a dry erase board, and we were breaking this. We were figuring it out live, and it holds true to this day. Some of y'all may have been around back then. It was a long time ago. Well, not a long time ago, but it was a couple of years ago.
FDMG School. Hit the PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. This your big brother King Kong consciousness. Peace and Pan-Africanism.
See, you need that money. Let me get to these other super chats. Then we're gonna get to this video right here. This is really, my goodness. Already know. He starts off playing, and look at him. Look at him. He starts off playing like love songs. I can't remember what the love song. I don't want to play it though, but I'm gonna skip through that part. But let's do these other super chats real quick. And shout out to Dion too. Congratulations on all your success. And 2024, that's your year. Do your thing. Dion says, I wonder what his daughters think when he talks like this. I bet they can't even watch him online because of how he talks. They probably aren't allowed to. I know that one of them is older, so she probably is aware, I'm sure. I don't want to speak too much on this, but what I will say is Umar hasn't been consistent in their lives. I know that for a fact. He's a deadbeat. And I can only imagine out of Dion, because we watch so many different videos of Umar. If someone behaves like that online, like Umar behaves, where he's going crazy. We did a video yesterday where he's literally tweaking. If they behave like that online and is willing to record it, how do y'all think they're behaving offline? So can you imagine what his children's mother have had to deal with dealing with him? I can't even imagine. I feel bad for them. I have for a long time. It can't be easy at all. See, now let me say this because I want to be fair. There are some men who have situations where they have children with their woman, and the woman is the one that's acting up, and it's hard, but they still are an active participant in their children's life, their child's life. But that they're stepping up to the plate and they're being the man against all odds. That happens too. But it also happens where women, they got a child with the man, and just even having to deal with him simply because that you guys have to co-parent, it's extremely difficult because of how he is. See, it goes both ways. I just want to make a point here. Can you imagine? We're talking about Umar here, Dion. Can you imagine what they have had to go through dealing with this guy? That's got to be tough. So this being said, I am sure that at this point, based upon how old the oldest daughter is, I'm sure that she is aware of the character of her father, who he is as a person. I'm sure she's probably expanded. I'm sure that she's talked to her mom by this time. And then the one who's younger, they have to have some idea. See, some of us, we grew up in situations where our fathers either weren't around or they were in the home, but they were destructive force, or both. Like at a certain point, they were out, and we knew what was going on. We can reflect these days and say, okay, yeah, that wasn't right. That wasn't right. That wasn't right. And we can do that these days. So I'm sure that they have as well. It has to be difficult, though. It has to be difficult. I feel bad for him, and the grandmama too of one of the babies, because Umar doxed her personal information, and that was a whole mess. That just goes to show you the type of person that he is. Thanks, Dion. Iceman Vap, back-to-back pregnant. Yeah, I said we were talking about that earlier. Umar likes BHB, big-handed bunnies. Hey, gorgeous. Dion says raw uncooked cash. We got that one there. Thanks, Louis. Thanks, Iceman Vamp, and thanks, Dion. Zenithia. I hope I'm saying that right. It could be Zenithia. That's a nice name. It's like Zen or like Zenith. That's nice. Pronounced, then it's, see how I don't read? It's pronounced Zenithia. I'm such a weirdo. You see how it's right there, and I'm trying to figure it out. You don't have to excuse me, dear. I ain't got no sense. She said the super sticker. Thank you so much, Zenithia. I'm such a loser. Thank you so much for the super sticker. And then Texas Diva also sent a super sticker. Thank you so much, Texas Diva. And I hope he ain't gonna say nothing about he want the sauteed cow. He didn't say that, did he? I hope he didn't say that. I know. I'm such a loser. What's up, X Freeman? Okay, that's like you fail. My kids be saying fail. Okay, so now let's get to the video at hand for today. It's long, but that's why I started early today. We're gonna get to it tonight. I'm gonna say this right now. Viewer discretion advised, and get your popcorn ready, get you all something to drink. We're gonna get into this now. As E&J, my people say, let's get into it. They was in the show the other day. I was so happy. Those are my people. I love them. They go back when I was a brokest bum you can think of. They've been with me so long. Thank y'all so much. This is my people. They inspire me too. They got a pretty house and all look all good, furnished. I'll try to get to. I ain't gonna happen over there. I'm trying to get there. Okay, let's go. What is he playing to, by the way? Do you see how he set this up? I'm only playing a little bit because I'm not gonna play no more because I don't want to get them contacting me, them people's contacting me. This video too, by the way, it came out initially on Facebook December 30th, 2020. Okay. Anybody know what that was? That's right. That's What's Love Got to Do With It. What's love got to do with it? I used to love that song. Tina Turner was, yeah, Tina Turner. Oh, I used to love me some Tina Turner. I never had a crush on Tina Turner. I had a crush on a little crush on Sade, and I had a big crush on Shaka Khan. But I never really had a crush on Tina Turner. She was great though. Now, let me take that back. When the movie came out, I had a little crush on Tina Turner, but not the real Tina Turner. I had a little crush on that lady. I can't remember her name right now, but y'all, Angela Bassett. That's why I had a little crush. But that crush go back to when she did that other film. But was it Waiting to Exhale? Because I used to imagine I was that young man. I'm gonna go down to Barbados. I'm gonna go down to Jamaica. Okay, let's go. This guy just sits there. Let's get to it. Here we go.
And up for tonight's Kwanzaa Day 3, Ujima Collective Work and
What's up, Brian?
Seminar being delivered from the
Zarina
Prince of
and Alexa's in the building. Of course, host Southern Cook. Shout out to
What's Love Got to Do with It? What's love got to do with it? That's what we're going to talk about.
Was it? Oh, that's what it was.
Healing
How
the
Stella got it?
crisis.
I don't know. Did I say something else? I don't know. You know me. I have no idea. Was it Stella? How Stella got a groove back? I'll be mixing all them movies up. There was a whole bunch of them back then. We go get to the Crush archive. Okay. Here we go. Let's go.
In black male-female relationships.
What's
Healing
up, Seth?
the crisis in black
Oh my
male-female
God.
relationships. Let me give a shout out to our
Here you go.
Caribbean African family, our Canadian African family.
Oh, shout out
our
Globally Geared
European African
to you
family, our
from the
Central
US.
and South American African family, of course, right here in the
seems kinda
United
low. I hope
States.
it's
We
not
want
too
to give
low.
a good evening to
The
our
volume.
American African family.
Yeah, she a
our
fine grandma.
Australian
She's over.
African family, our South Pacific African family, our brothers and sisters who are over in Asia, and of course, our continental African family. Speaking of our
That hat is tight.
continental African family, I am wearing for the very first time ever on a live stream, I am wearing on my head the traditional ethnic crown of the Igbo nation, the Igbo man. This crown that I'm wearing was given to me in Nigeria.
I think I've seen some of this video, like clips of it, but I haven't seen the whole thing. I remember, I think. Lewis Suck says, if you're listening to a man with the painted KFC bucket on his head, something is wrong with you. Listen, I've seen Umar wear, we get blowed off so bad tonight already, but I've seen Umar wear some crazy stuff. I remember one time he had an alligator necklace on. Y'all remember that? That poor baby gator. I wrote a song for it. Sweet little baby gator, na 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 na, a great little baby gator, where are you? And na 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 na. Na 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 na. Sweet little baby gator. That sounds like Eric Badu right there. Sweet little baby gator. Sweet little baby gator. Where are you? I made that part up just now. Sweet little baby gator, na 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 na. I've seen him wear some crazy stuff. I've seen him wear a gator is a little baby gator head. Y'all remember this? I hit the one. I felt so bad. Hashtag baby gator head. I said that was wrong. Don't do that to that baby. Now, if it's a grown baby, if it's a grown gator, okay, I get it. But don't do that to no little baby gator. I mean, the thing was about this, that just the head was about this big. It was a necklace he had on. I said, man, Louis, like, get your boy. That was so messed up because I like animals. You know I am. Don't do that baby gator like that. Took that baby gator's future away. It was going to college and everything. It was going to go down to what's that? The college down there in Florida with the Gator, the team, the Gators, Florida State or whatever it is. Anyway. It had plans. All right. Thanks, Lewis Luck, KFC. I always loved them buckets back in the day. I don't even know if they had them buckets anymore. Probably about $80 now to get a bucket. JD says, lies. Dude got on that golden child. I ain't gonna lie though, JD, that Golden Child, I did. I had a crush on that Asian lady. I ain't gonna lie, don't hold me. I'm sorry. I admit it. I ain't gonna lie. I used to watch it just to watch her. I ain't gonna lie about it. Don't tell Umar. Y'all know what I'm talking about? It's an Eddie Murphy movie called Golden Child. And yeah, he had a hat like that. I totally forgot about that. Let me go see. I remember I had a crush on her, and I had a crush on that lady, that South American lady on what movie? On Predator. Oh, boy, especially Predator. I'm talking about the original Predator with Arnold Schwarzenegger in it. Golden Child movie. Yeah, that was with Eddie Murphy. Yeah, Eddie Murphy. Let's see. Her name was, don't tell Umar, because I don't want to hear no mess. There's actually two of them. I ain't gonna lie. It was two of them, family. It was two of them. But it's the one in the picture right here. It's probably not gonna show her name. Yeah, she was cute. You know, I'll get right now. She was cute. You know, she ain't gonna crush these cookies though. She ain't crushing these cookies. I don't care. Ain't happening. She called me everything. Here we go. Because you know how Umar, that sound like Umar. Yeah, she called me. Then it kissed on the cheek and said, "Hey, cutie." I think her name is Charlotte Lewis. But there's another young lady on here too. Well, they old now. Yeah, her name. Wait, is this her? There's two of them. I can't remember which one I had a crush on. I think it was a Charlotte Lewis. Anyway, I'm getting blowed off, JD. I apologize. Let's get back to it. You guys know when I start talking about crushes, I get blowed off every single time. How's it going, Anita? What a nice picture, too. Really nice. My daughters, they have hair like that. It's beautiful. I wish I had hair like that. I tell them that all the time because I would wear it out. I wouldn't cut it down or nothing. I'll be looking like, well, I'll braid it, too. I'll probably grow some dreads because I know my wife, she'll love that. Anita says, one thing Lenon is going to do is sing us a song we didn't. Why you gotta say it like that? We didn't ask for that song. No, I didn't mean to. It just came to mind. We have songs that I forgot about from a long time ago. So one thing Lenon is going to do is sing us a song we didn't ask for. You're right about that. I love that. I love this. Let's see. I love this sing on. Love sing on. Is that what you're saying? Heart sing on? You know, I don't know the emoji stuff. My wife, one time, she said something. I can't remember exactly what she said. We're going to get to it. Okay. I'm just warming up the mic. One time she said, you need to take emoji classes or something like that. I said, what? Because I'll be texting her stuff and she says she don't understand nothing. When I send emojis, it don't make no sense. It's like a whole language. I don't know. All right. Thanks, Anita, for the super chat. Thanks, JD. Thanks, Lewis Luck. Thanks, Texas Diva. Zanithia. I was going to mess it up again. Dion, etc. Everybody else. Okay. Now we're going to get to it. And I'm going to stop getting blowed out. Miss Ada, you hear Lenon crushes? He tweaking. Yeah, I am. I need to go what I need to do is go get some of this applesauce to calm me down. Yeah, that's the problem. It beam up to beam in. Okay, here we go. Thanks, Lil Sec. Let's go.
This crown that I'm wearing was given to me in Nigeria, in Port Harcourt, during my very first visit to the mother continent, 2005, as the young Garveyite Minister of Education for the UNIACL. I never forget, me and my brother Emma took the 14 hour Greyhound bus from Lagos to Port Harcourt. And when I met with the Garvey brothers and sisters in Port Harcourt, Nigeria, they put this on me. They dressed me up in the traditional wear of the Igbo man, the Igbo king. So I'm wearing this in solidarity with my Nigerian African family. This is the first time I've worn the crown in 15 years. Shout out to my Igbo Nigerians. Shout out to my Yoruba Nigerians. Shout out to my Hausa Nigerians. You understand?
There you go.
One Nigeria. I want us to get to the point where we can have one Nigeria. I want us to get to the point where we can have one Nigeria. I have ancestry out of Nigeria. I have ancestry out of Benin.
I have an ancestor out of Nigeria too. I hope we ain't related. Oh my goodness, I just hope. Can you imagine if we found out that we was descendants? Like we was third cousins? Oh man. Well, that would be the most ironic thing.
Togo, Cameroon, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and the Congo, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, Ghana too.
I
and
have
Congo,
ancestry. Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, and the Congo, brothers and sisters. So me wearing this is exactly what I'm supposed to be wearing. I practice the Ifa of the Yoruba. But I'm wearing the crown of the Enugu people, brothers and sisters.
Okay,
the Igbo
Enugu
people of southeastern Nigeria. I can't wait to come back to Nigeria. I'm scheduled to be in Nigeria in March. PLO Lumumba has invited the Prince of Pan-Africanism. PLO Lumumba has invited the Prince of Pan-Africanism to Nigeria. I believe the conference will be this March, brothers and sisters. This March, I will be there, a very important economic conference for the reclamation of the control of the economic strength of the mother continent. And that conference will be held in Nigeria. I will be presenting, I believe, to the youth, okay, to get them refocused on that Pan-African track, brother.
Yeah, not to get sidetracked, but the lady from Predator, her name is Elpidia Carrillo, and she was born in Santa Elena, Michoacan, Mexico. Yeah, I had a crush on her. She was in Predator. I thought she was so fine. She's 62 now. The other lady, she old too, but that don't make me no difference. You know. Anyway.
How do I look, ladies? Do I look cute with my Igbo?
Here we go.
How do I look, ladies? Talk to me. Do I look like an Igbo man?
He's so insecure. He does this every time. He needs y'all women to give him support and
Do I
encouragement.
look like the straight Nigerian that I am? Talk to me.
Now you're a straight Nigerian. You're also a descendant of Frederick Douglass too, right? Or kinsman. He be changing it up. You ain't even related. You see this guy?
Me, brothers and sisters. And I don't claim one ethnicity over the other. I claim the whole country, brothers and sisters. See, that's what I like about being an American African. The benefit of the American African is that we are mixed with the blood of the entire continent. The American African is mixed with
No, you're not. No, we're not. What are you talking about? This guy
the
needs to
blood
stop.
of the entire continent. The American African is mixed with the blood of the entire continent. That gives us a special place within the United States of Africa. That gives us a special place within the African Union, because we can come and be the reconciliators. We can come and we can be the ones who navigate the ethnic tensions and the ethnic conflicts, because we don't belong to one nation, we belong to many nations. In fact, as Dr. Wade Noble said, elder psychologist, Dr. Wade Noble said, we are the Pan-African people. The American African is not only the ideological Pan-Africanist, we are the biological Pan-Africanist, because we
Anybody know what church the elder is in that church? Some of y'all may know. By the way, I'm 13% Nigerian, 17% Senegal, Cameroon, Congo, West Bantu people 10%, Ivory Coast and Ghana 6%, Mali 5%. I'm also a descendant. Let me stop. I want to pull up this video. It's still shots. I wish I had the video where Umar was acting. He was doing this one-man show where he was Frederick Douglass. I wish I would pay, if someone ever found the full video, I would give them $100 easy. I don't know if there is an actual video of it, but he used to do these one-man shows, and he would have a wig on and he act like, anybody know about this? He would act like Frederick Douglass. I have a video where they show screenshots of the actual video, so it looks like it's a picture. And I wanted to pull that up because anytime he talks about I'm a descendant, that's an Asian. That's what it does kind of look like it, don't it? Umar, he wears so many different things. You know, anything. I've seen him have staffs. He's looking like a black Gandalf. I've seen him wear all. I kid you not. I remember one time Umar had a couple of times he came on there with the do-rag on. He came on with the do-rag. And then this guy, he's so into himself. He's looking at the screen, and I kid you not, it's very zesty. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say that, but it is. He's looking at the screen and he has a do-rag on and he reaches up, and real slow too. And he takes it off like the real slow, like I said, if you don't stop. It got no. Said, yeah, you know about that, don't you? Boy, I said, Umar, if you don't stop, because he wanted to show his waves. That's you know, y'all remember that. Thanks, whole Southern Cooks, for super chat. Black Wolf also says he goes live anywhere, corner of the house and all. Who remember Umar was going live in the storage unit? Yeah, I remember that. You talk about where the books were stacked up? I got that video. he cramped up like this, very poor lighting. Yeah, he was in a storage unit. And the reason why I know is because at one point the phone that he's using to record, it moves a little bit, or he moves a little bit, and it pans up a little bit. And the ceiling is like, I kid you not, if he stood up, the ceiling would be where he was sitting. The ceiling, you can't even see right there. The ceiling would have probably have been like maybe just a little bit higher than where my hand is. You can't really see it that good. But let's say like right here, if he stood up, it'd be a little bit higher. Okay, he was in a storage unit. And that's what Tariq was talking about too when they were going at it, and Tariq roasted Umar. He talked about how that was like his office. It was like it's amazing. It's crazy, Black Wolf. He still don't have an office. Can you believe it? He collect millions of dollars. He still don't have an office. He was inside of a storage unit. I'm not surprised though. I'm not surprised at all. Thanks. I hope I got to all the super chats. There's been a whole bunch coming through already. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. Thanks to the mods too for handling business. Let's get back to it.
Within this body is multiple ethnicities of the mother continent. Within this body is the blood of the Yoruba, the blood of the Igbo, the blood of the Mandingo, the blood of the Hausa. Within this body is the Asante nation and all the great nations of Ghana and all the great nations of the Congo, brothers and sisters, all the great nations of Togo and Benin and Cote d'Ivoire. We are the Pan-African people, brothers and sisters. Ashe. 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 Let me remind everybody that the Prince of Pan-Africanism will be starting off the new year. I'm going to have to start wearing this. I think I look kind of cute. My North Philly eyebrows, North Philly beard, Ogun lion. But let me remind everybody that the Prince of Pan-Africanism will be starting out the new year.
He's crazy.
In Frederick Douglass City, Rochester, New York. I will be starting out the new year in Frederick Douglass City, Rochester, New York, brothers and sisters, at the Allah Kitchen, owned by a brother from the gods and earths. He invited me through. That's what we got to do. We have to agree to disagree ideologically, philosophically, and politically, and we have to work together socially for the uplift of our race. We can disagree philosophically, we can disagree ideologically, we can disagree politically, but socially and constructively, we must be able to unite the Pan-Africanists, the socialists, the Hebrew, the Moor, the nation of Islam, the gods and earths. Everyone must have a seat at the table. As the Bible says, in my Father's nation, there are many rooms, many rooms within that house. Do you understand?
Please, Umar, don't do that. Don't quote the Bible. I can't stand it. Y'all know I'm not religious, but I've really been, over the last couple of years, I've had to get myself right. You know, this has been so necessary. I wish I could share more with y'all, but I tend to keep the personal stuff out of the online because people have used that against me in the past. I don't like when he does this because he has no respect. The other thing is he hasn't built any bridges with anybody. You know, he's actually burned a lot of bridges with a lot of different organizations and a lot of different people who have different faiths, different, you know, all that stuff. He's burned so many bridges. We're going to bring up the Bible.
Understand me. Many rooms. There's only one religion, and that is the worship of the almighty supreme power of the universe. There's only one religion, and that is the worship of the almighty supreme power of the universe. Your religion is simply your chosen pathway to get there. Your religion is simply your chosen pathway to get there, brothers and sisters. As you know, there's 1,000,001 ways to get anywhere. When I go up to Rochester, New York, I can go this way. I can go that way. I can go a back way. There's 1,000,000 ways to get to your destination, brothers and sisters. Let us not argue over the pathway, but let us all agree that we're heading in the same direction. Let us not argue over the pathway, but let us agree that we are all heading in the right direction, brothers and sisters. So yes, indeed, I'm wearing the crown of the Igbo nation given to me, Port Harcourt, Nigeria, July 2005. 15 years ago, I will never forget it, brothers and sisters. 15 years ago, I will never forget it, brothers and sisters. I even met with the son of Nnamdi Azikiwe. I met with the son of the Nnamdi Azikiwe, the great liberator, one of the
40% Ghanaian, 45% French, and 15% Eritrean. That's an interesting combination. That's the thing, though, about Black folk. We all mixed up, you know. And ain't nobody's like, if you guys did a DNA test, everybody's results gonna be different. It's gonna be different. I have very little European. I think it's like 8%, something like that. I know probably don't look it though, but our stuff is all over the place. And there ain't nothing wrong with that, you know. That's why we such a beautiful people. We just beautiful. We just a beautiful people. That's right. Seth says all pro-blacks are lackluster historians and lecturers with no aircraft carrier. Oh my God, I thought you were saying artifacts. This is true though. All pro-blacks are lackluster historians and lecturers with no aircraft carriers or submarines or space stations. Cool story. So this is so true right here. And you know, I'm sci-fi, so you say space station, I get excited. Deep Space Nine is my favorite. Well, Next Generation in space. I alternate between the two. Yeah, I met Avery Brooks in San Diego when I was in my early 20s, and he was out there. A real quick story. He's the actor that plays Captain Sisko in Deep Space Nine, but he's also he's a singer too. He can play the piano as well. And he was doing an opera. It was written by a black guy. The opera was written by a black guy. And there was a rehearsal, and George Lewis, who was a trombone player who was a professor at UCSD, he was a friend of mine. He's older, but I'd known him since I was in high school. He told me to come out to go here because he knew I was into sci-fi. So they did the rehearsal. It was a dress rehearsal. And then afterwards, like, listen, we're going to go have a dinner with Avery. You want to come? Or not dinner, but brunch. And I said, yeah. And I actually sat next to him and talked and stuff. He talked to me and he was asking me questions. I didn't bring anything up about Star Trek. He said, oh, you play the flute? I said, yeah. And afterwards, he actually got up because he had to drive back to LA. He got up and he paid for everyone's meal that was sitting at the table. It was probably about 8 of us. It was like a round table. We all sat there. He paid for everyone. And then he came back and he started shaking people's hands. And then I got up to shake his hand. He gave me a hug. That was such a powerful thing because I love that guy because of the role he played with his son, Jake, in Deep Space Nine, because that was really the first time within the sci-fi space where I saw a black man who was affectionate with his son. And that was it was very powerful. It's the foundation of how I am with my sons. I still give them hugs and you know, all that kind of stuff. I'm just like that with my boys. But anyway, you bring up space station, you say I'm on mine, I start going into sci-fi. But this is true though, Seth. It's true. It's a lot of talk. You know, they have all these stories about what they're going to do, and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, but they don't got nothing of consequence. A lot of them can't get a woman, can't keep a woman. I mean, we can start there, you know. Thanks, Seth, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Brian also says this boy got a tourniquet on his head. It's tight, ain't it? It is. It's tight. I mean, that bad boy. But Brian, I don't see Umar wear some tight hats. That's one thing we can say about Umar. Everything else be sagging, but he be wearing some tight hats. That big old head. No, stop. I don't need to talk, Brian. My head is about bigger than Earth. When the aliens come to the planet, they're gonna come to my head. They be like, they're okay. They're gonna be like, yeah, that's the. Let me stop. All right, thanks, Brian, for the super chat. Also, we'll just say Shasha Love 83 says, you just know Big Funky ain't walked past or looked at water before doing this. Stanky leg. I don't know why Stanky leg is so funny. I don't know why. Okay, it just is. It has been for many months, decades actually. All right, thank you for the super chat. Y'all be nice. Let's be nice to Umar for the rest of the show, shall we? Look at water before doing this stanky leg, man. It's a pantry rant. And you know what? It is possible, now that I think about it, that the little side closet that Umar stays in at his mama house, the closet, that could be the pantry because it could be. That's what it could be. I figured it's a closet, but a pantry is kind of a closet anyway. But that's where he'd be live streaming. Mind you, let me say this though too, Sasha, and thanks for that, Sasha Love. Let me say this, and I don't know because I would have to go back and re-research, but I don't think in this picture, I don't think he's inside of his mama's closet. I think he's up at FDMG. And the reason why is because he had a guy that he owes money to that spilled the beans on this. When Umar was doing these live streams, he went and got his mama's curtains out of his mama's house and brought it to FDMG. And that's why if you look right here, you'll see that you see the curtains on the side. Those are his mama's curtains. Okay, men, we don't have lace looking curtains in red. We just don't do that. That's his mama's curtains. He brought it in there, and because them those blinds are all tore up from the flow up, and then he put a flag in the middle, and then on top of that he put a picture. Who does that? Who puts a flag in a picture, and then behind all of that is your mama's closet? That silk stuff, sequin or whatever it's called, the red. No, that's not normal. So from what I understand, he was actually up there at FDMG, and the guys they had helped him to move all his stuff over there to do a series of videos. And I think that's when he was doing around the time he was doing a Lord Jamar interview too. My memory serves me, but I would have to go back and see for sure. So don't hold me to that, Sasha. Thanks for super chat again, and Brian, thanks as well, and Seth. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get back to it. We got to make some progress now. I keep running my mouth. Let's go.
Liberators of Nigeria who studied at Lincoln University with Kwame Nkrumah. I never forget, he gave me a plaque with his father's face on it, which hangs on the wall today, brothers and sisters. So let us get into this.
Here we go.
Rochester, New York, Saturday, January the 2nd. Buffalo, New York, Sunday, January the 3rd.
Yeah. Reachers. I had a Reacher and Friends growing up. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking in the chat room.
Saturday the 2nd, Buffalo. Sunday the 3rd, Brooklyn, New York. Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad Earth Day commemoration will be on Tuesday, January the 12th in Brooklyn. Tuesday.
I like that. 102% black with a 2% margin of error.
January the 12th in Brooklyn. And then we will be in Charleston, South
You
Carolina.
42% European? Yeah, I have very little European.
In Goose Creek.
And Umar would call it white, but I have very little European.
At the Diamond Cuts Barber Lounge in Goose Creek, right outside of Charleston, Friday night, January the 15th. And then Macon, Georgia, at the Homeland Cultural Center, Macon, Georgia, on Saturday.
Yeah, that happens too. That happens. You can get different results. The DNA test will give you, it's an estimate. So between 12 and 16%. And then there's a margin for error. I can't remember what it was. The thing I think it was like 2% or 4% or 2.6%, something like that. So that happens too. I'm 20%. I thought you would be more. No, I'm not. I'm not. It's really, really low. Now, my wife, on the other hand, she has a lot of European ancestry. It's from on her dad's side. By the way, he used to play Frederick Douglass, like doing plays and stuff. The irony of all this is incredible. But her mama and aunt, they were Rastas, and they lived all over the place. They lived down in Belize for a while. They lived in Atlanta for a while. They even lived in San Diego for a while. The irony, I grew up in San Diego. They also lived down in Jamaica and St. Croix. So they know that patois and all that stuff, and the smoking of the weed and all that stuff. But anyway, let's keep going.
Brothers and sisters,
and rest in peace too to her mom. She passed. So rest in peace. I should say that out of respect. Here we go.
Donate to the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. $ FDMG School. Hit the Cash App. $ FDMG School. Hit your PayPal.
Hey, Hassa, how you doing? I ain't seen you. I'll be worried about you. You and Tyree. Whenever I don't see you, I'll be worried. That's just me. I'm like and I'm just like that because I'm older. So with the young people, I'll be worried. I hope they ain't out there in the streets. All right, good to see you, and Happy New Year. Here we go.
PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Mail in your check or money order.
There you go.
Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. If you didn't catch all that,
what's up,
text me for the information. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858.
Your daddy is from Accra. My mother's reaching Africa, both mostly in the South. That's interesting.
You can use $ Dr. Umar Johnson. Do not send school donations to my Cash App. I repeat, do not send school donations to my Cash App. I repeat, do not send school donations to my Cash App. School donations go to $ FDMG School. Personal donations can go to $ Dr. Umar Johnson. You must spell the whole name. UmarJohnson. If you put in $ Dr. Umar, you're sending it to my haters. I do not own $ Dr. Umar. I own $ Dr. Umar Johnson. Let's talk about what's love got to do with it. Let's talk about what love got to do with it. First of all, brothers and sisters, right from the beginning,
Here
I
you
want to
go.
make it clear that according to my psychological and political assessment of the state of the black family, there's three major reasons why black love is not working. There are three major reasons why black love is not working, and these are in no particular order. Number one, most of us are getting into relationships not to help our partners, but to be helped by our partner. I want to say that one more time. I want to say that one more time. Most of us are
I don't think it's most, but he does have a point. I'm always fair with Umar. I think for Umar, this is the case. Okay.
getting into relationships not because we want to help somebody reach their full potential, but we want to use them. We want to use them to
I already can tell everything's gonna be from a negative vantage point because he don't know nothing about no loving relationship with no woman.
help us reach our full potential.
Yeah, exactly.
A one-sided, exploitative, selfish relationship will never work.
I would too. I ain't gonna lie.
Exploitative, selfish
here we go.
relationship will never work, brothers and sisters. When you get into a relationship with your king, when you get into a relationship with your queen, you're supposed to be getting into that relationship to help and to be helped. To help and to be helped. But let us be honest, because we have been victimized by the American social order, and we are now trying to fit a European relationship dynamic into a traditional African relationship platform, it is not working. You do not get into a relationship because you want to use somebody to help you get where you want to go. You should not be getting into a relationship so you can use somebody to help you get where.
Okay, notice how he's framing this as using someone. He's a user and abuser, but he's not saying working together for a collective goal. See, because that's really what it comes down to at its core. When y'all get together with somebody, you should have a goal in mind, and there should be major goals and lesser goals, but all these different goals, and then you work together towards them. That's really what it is. And it could be on many different levels. It could be financial goals. It could be just in general relationships goals, treat each other better. It could be goals in terms of raising children, having children. But Umar, he can't think like that at all because he's a baby mama creator. He's non-committal. It's amazing that he be talking in the first place. Miss, what's up, Miss? I ain't seen you in so long. What is your email address? I have something you need to see now. Yeah, it's my name at Yahoo. Yeah, go and say, how hope you doing? I ain't seen you in a minute. You been all right, man? I ain't seen you in a minute, man. I hope everything's going well. I don't even remember if I saw you for the new year. Happy New Year, bro. Goodness, I've seen Hassa today. I don't see Mr. Controversy. Who else gonna pop up? Yeah, that's my email. And thanks for the super chat. I hope everything's going well with you, bro. This is one OG from back in the day. All right, let's keep going. Here we go.
You want to go and you don't want to reciprocate. How many of you have seen people or have been in relationships yourself where people wanted from you, but they did not want to reciprocate? That is not a relationship. That is a servitude situation. That is what you call romantic slavery. Romantic slavery is when one person is benefiting from the relationship and the other person is getting nothing out of it. That is called romantic slavery. I did not get out of 400 years of European slavery so I can enter into another 50 or 60 years of romance. Facebook. Ladies, give me some hearts.
Here you go. Look who's talking too. This guy.
Just give me some hearts if you can still hear me. Give me some hearts on Facebook if you can still hear me. Can you still hear me on Facebook? I'm going to keep going because nobody has said that they couldn't hear me. So I believe y'all can hear me. So number one, too many of us are getting into relationships to use the other person. We want a romantic slavery arrangement. We want a romantic slavery. So that's number one. African people are just as selfish as our European oppressors. We are just as selfish as our European oppressors. And in many cases, brothers and sisters, we are more selfish than our European oppressors.
I don't think so, Redmond, but I was thinking about that earlier because it looks like he got Ireland on or something, but I don't think so.
That's right, because when white America catches a cold, black America catches the flu. When white America catches the cold, black America catches the flu. When white America catches the cold, black America catches the flu. So we are outperforming the European within his own culture. We are outperforming the European within his own culture. You don't ever get into a relationship to get something, but you don't want to give something. And most of us are looking for somebody to rescue us from our personal misery and trauma. I'm going to say it again. Most of us are getting into relationships because we want somebody to save us from ourselves. And I'm here to tell you right now,
I don't believe that at all. This guy, I don't know what kind of, I don't know. I don't know where he's coming from. And it's so, I'm sorry, I'm eating. I'm going to be eating because I haven't eaten anything today. No, that's not true. I had me some toast with some hummus, but that was earlier today, way earlier. So I apologize. I'm going to be eating. I'll mute myself so y'all don't hear me. But I was going to say something. What was I going to say? Oh, everything is so general with this guy and negative. But that's not, the generalization is, it's not even reflective of reality for most Black people, for anybody for that matter. But he frames it this way because he's speaking from his own, it's bias. He's speaking from his own personal experience, and he's really talking about himself.
The prince of Pan-Africanism, that nobody can save you from yourself. The only person who can save you is yourself. The priest can't do it. The Babalawo can't do it. The Mama Larisha can't do it. The pastor can't do it. The imam can't do it. The only person who can save you from you is you. So stop getting into relationships trying to make somebody else responsible for your happiness. Nobody can make you happy but you. Nobody can make you happy but you. No.
All right, bro, I got your email. Thank you for sending it. But guess what? I already got that video. I was going to put it in it. Well, I'm not officially working on a documentary, part 2. I'm just compiling everything and getting all the receipts in order and putting together a possible timeline. It's a opportunity cost. The amount of time I would need to put into it, it'll be staggering. And I don't know if I'm going to be willing to do that this time. Back then, I don't think I was in school when I did the first one. So I had some time. But these days, So anyway, I do have that, and I already knew in my mind how I was going to use it. You know the music in Documentary Part 1 is that it's an improvised piano thing. You guys know what I'm talking about. I named it the Sad Prince because that reminds me of Umar. And as the music plays, there would have been. I'm not committed to it yet, but there will be possibly these videos that come up with, and I won't have any audio. It'll just be the video to come up. And one of the videos was going to be of what you sent me. I don't even want to say anything else other than that, because that in and of itself, it's sad, and it will fit perfectly for that music. So thank you for sending it. I have it though. I already have it archived. And again, hope everything going well with you too, bro. Here we go.
Body can make you happy but you. Not Denzel Washington. He can't make you happy. The most handsome rapper, the most handsome singer, he can't make you happy. Black man, I don't care how curvy she is. I don't care how thick she is in the thighs. I don't care how round the rump shaker is, brother. I'm telling you that woman cannot save you from yourself. There will be a honeymoon period at the beginning of the relationship. There will be a honeymoon period at the beginning of the relationship. There will be a honeymoon period at the beginning of the relationship, but after about 2 or 3 months, you go right back to your pain. After 2,
man, that ain't what happened with me. My sack still be getting activated, fam. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm worse now than I was when I was 25. I ain't gonna lie. My hands too, boy. My wife, she done learned how to do karate because I be reaching. She was, how women be. And come on, I just wanna cuddle. She's like, oh, you ain't. She did that to me the other day too, because I left the pillow downstairs because earlier I had it downstairs. I was laying on the couch watching something. I can't remember what I was watching. I think I was playing Starfield. So I get up here ready to go to bed. She already in the bed, and she's laying on her pillow. And when you get my age, you don't want to have to walk down them stairs. We got a gang of stairs, and it's a gang of them. The ceilings are high, so it's even more stairs. And I was ready to go to bed, get to bed. And she was like, "Where's your pillow?" I said, "What you mean?" She said, "Your pillow? Where's your pillow?" I said, "Oh, downstairs. But don't worry about it. I'll share the pillow with you." She was like, "No, you're not." We went on for about 3-4 minutes going back and forth. She would not let me lay on her pillow. Women don't do that to us. Anyway, I finally got up and went downstairs, got a pillow, came back upstairs. All right. Umar has biggin in his beard. What an eyebrow. I don't even know what biggin is. No, seriously though, I don't think he has on, I don't think that's it. I just think it's the camera angle and the lighting in there. It does look like he's painted up. What is biggin? Let me go see that real quick. Hold on. Oh, it's natural shades, enhanced hair color. Oh, it's for men. And it looks like, what's his name is, it looks like Khalid, or what his name is, DJ Khalid. He's on the, is that him? I think, yeah, that's him. I don't even know what he does. Yeah, he endorses it. Oh no, this is a different one. This is called Rewind It. But you talking about something else. I'm tripping. It's called Biggin or Vision or something like that. But his thing popped up here too. It's different. Okay. Thanks, House, for the super chat. No, I think it's the lighting. I don't want us to be clowning him on that because I don't think it's. He just looked like he's painted up to done this video. Mr. Controversy says, "Love you, big bro. Still by your side. I sent it to your FB DM. Okay, talking about Facebook, but I don't know if you got it. Yeah, I don't really go on Facebook that often. I think I posted a picture on there the other day, but I don't really go on there. Any HNY to you as Happy New Year to you as well, and God bless you. And the AM 44 good and 4 good. You know, Umar got to say it 3 times. Yeah, right on, bro. Yeah. Happy New Year to you too. It's good to see you, man. I ain't seen you in a minute, so I hope everything's going well. Yeah, it makes me feel good when I see old folk I ain't seen in a minute because I'll be worrying about people. I do. When they pop up, especially House and the younger ones, I'll be like, "Where's House at?" We're Tyree. I know Tyree out there in the streets. Anyway, thanks again, bro, for the super chat. I appreciate it. And thanks, House, for the super chat as well. Let's continue. Here we go.
2 or 3 months, you go right back to your pain. And
yeah, and if you're enjoying the show, we got about 780 people here. If y'all can hit the like button, I'd appreciate it. Okay, we got a lot to get through because this video is 2 hours long. I keep running my mouth, but we're going to get through it tonight. Okay, if you'll hit the like button, I appreciate it. Let's go.
as soon as the honeymoon period of the relationship ends, you're automatically looking to get out of the relationship and find else who can keep on distracting you. All your relationships will fail. All your relationships will fail if you don't accept the essential fact that you have to work on yourself. It is not your partner's job to fix you.
Okay, now there's some truth to that, but he's so negative about things. But the other thing is that the men, if you get a good woman, she will help you to work on yourself. Amen. So Umar doesn't know that because he's not in a committed relationship. I'm talking about a long-standing, loving relationship and a committed relationship. She will help you, and it's not like she tells you anything per se. I mean, you can have a conversation. You know, if you know, is there something that I can do different or whatever? And if she's honest, she'll tell you can work on that. But in general, for me, what has happened is I've always introspection and reflection. Okay, could I have handled that differently? Okay, I gotta do better next time. Can I have handled that differently? Okay, I gotta do better next time. And that's what I do. I've been doing that for decades now, and I've gotten better and better and better. I still got a long way to go. I'm not by any means perfect, but that's how it works. And I know for a fact that if my wife didn't come into my life when I was 25, and I didn't get into a committed relationship for here now over 20 years, I know that I wouldn't have had the opportunities, and it wouldn't have the opportunities to question, you know, my behavior, to question my mentality, to question, you know, whatever. So it's the questioning and the introspection that got me to say, wait a minute, I need to change this. I need to change this, change this. Well, that's part of the growth too. So yeah, in other words, and I've talked about this a long time ago, that there is individual work that we have to do as an individual. Okay. And it's personal. I should say there's personal work that you have to do as an individual. But then in the larger scheme of things, in the context of a relationship, there's work that you do while you're in a relationship, and that work cannot be done as an individual because there's a whole new relational dynamic that you're dealing with. There's new lessons, new experiences, and out of that, there's an opportunities for you as a man or for a woman to ask questions about what you need to change, how you can improve within the context of a relationship. You're not afforded that when you're outside of the relationship. So he is making a valid point in a sense. However, he doesn't understand that there's also many opportunities for growth, and I would propose many more opportunities for growth and development once you're in a relationship, okay, that you can't have while you're outside of a relationship. All right, let's go.
I have a doctorate in clinical psychology, but I am not interested in being a therapist for my wife. I have a doctorate.
See, something wrong with the wife. See, let it be tearing up. Yeah, I sure do. I'll be tearing up some names. I used to call you Tita. I'll just play. I said butterfly. I said booter. Butterfly, I don't know. Y'all know I can't read. I've been working on. I'm going to FDMG. All right, thanks, Doctor. Here we go.
In clinical psychology, but I am not interested in being a therapist for my wife, because you need to understand something, men and women. You need to understand something, men and women. You need to understand something, men and women. Emotionally unhappy, emotionally unfulfilled, emotionally injured people are spiritual vampires. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again. An emotionally wounded person, an emotionally dysfunctional person, an emotionally traumatized person is a spiritual vampire. How many of you have been in relationships, male or female? Because the men can be vampires, the women can be vampires. How many times you've been in a relationship where the man took from you emotionally, the woman took from you emotionally. They drained you, they sucked you dry. Soon when they walk into the room, you feel tired. Soon when they start talking, you feel drained. They are sucking your ashe. They are eating up your life force, and they're not putting nothing into you. So I'm telling you right now, if you get into a relationship with an emotionally wounded person, you will be drained, because emotionally damaged people are thirsty as hell, and they want to suck the life force of anybody they can find. And once they suck your ass dry, they will drop you off and find another sucker and suck them up too.
Damn. He's so negative, and he's talking about himself because that's what he do. He the cookie monster, he crush cookies and he move on to the next one. Now he up there in Panama trying to kiss this one lady. I said, man, on the cheek. She wasn't ready for that either. You didn't want to see that? I said, man, don't do that with the bumpity bump. You up here going to other countries with the bumpity bump spreading. Ain't no telling what you spreading. That goes to show you don't care about nobody, because if you have the problem, you don't want to put anybody else at risk. Miss Controversy says, can I be honest? I don't know how any person with any sense can listen to this guy and take him seriously, Umar. Now this fool wearing a fez. Oh, yeah, that's what I thought it was at first. I thought it was a fez. And I thought when he was talking about it's a traditional, and I thought he was going to say Moorish, but he says it's from an African country or something like that. But let me tell you something, though. Umar's been around. I shouldn't say it that way. I was going to say he's been around the way. Umar's been around the block. I shouldn't say that either. I'm sorry. Umar has made his rounds through the Black conscious community, and he's adopted philosophies and principles from many different organizations, including UNIA, Pan-Africanism, but also from the Moors. You guys know that? See, Umar, he's adopted all kinds of stuff, and he just throw. And as another example with Umar, if you go back to early Umar, he wasn't talking about Ifa. He wasn't talking about Shango. He wasn't talking about the Ori. He wasn't talking about any of that stuff. Now, he was talking a bit about ancestors and stuff, but the whole thing dealing with Ifa, that's a more recent thing, and he's adopted, and he don't even represent it properly. He just be all over the place talking about it's the X-Men and all this kind of crazy stuff. But the point I'm getting to is that he's taken bits and pieces from a lot of different organizations and their philosophy and so forth, including the Moors. You know who else did that? Polite did that too. There was a time, and Umar's done this too. There was a time when Polite was talking about the Medu Neter, and he was over there in Egypt or Kemet. And there was also a time where he was wearing a fez. There was a time where he was wearing, what do they call it? The Freemason attire. And then there was a militancy period where he had on I can't remember what they called that, but he had on the boots and all that kind of stuff. The berets. Umar's the same way. So even though he said that that's not what it is, in essence, it proves another point that Umar, he has adopted a lot of different philosophies, attire, hats, dashikis, all from many different organizations to fit whatever narrative he's pushing at any given time. And this is just another example of that. Thanks, Ms. Controversy, again for the super chat. All right, let's go.
And I want to say this. And I know it's tough love. Black man, black woman. I want to say
he
this.
is. Yeah, he is. And he's a vampire in relationships. He's also a vampire in terms of getting money for this fake school that doesn't exist. I mean, think about it. Just sucking the money out of people for 14 years now, and there's still no school. That's vampirism. Man, that's a good point. Umar is the vampire.
Responsibility
I
for
think
the
that's what you said,
people
Daryl.
you bring in your life, even if you didn't know what they were going to drop off. Dating can be dangerous. Dating is a risk. Mating and dating is dangerous, and it can be a risk. So right now, in order to empower you tonight, the Prince of Pan-Africanism, in order to empower you tonight, Uncle Ifa Tunde is telling you right now, if you're not ready to take responsibility for the people you bring in your life, whether you know what they're going to drop off or not, who you bring in your life is your responsibility. I don't care whether you knew what they were going to do or not. I don't care whether he was on the down low. I don't care if she was a hoe. I don't care if he came to use you. I don't care if she came to exploit you and make her baby daddy mad. I don't care what it is. You must take responsibility for the people you bring in your life. If you don't start taking responsibility for the people you bring in your life, you will never be in control of your life. You will never be in control of your life. You must take responsibility for the people who you bring in your life. Because the minute you take responsibility for the people you bring in your life, you will start making better decisions. You will start making better decisions. The problem with us, we don't want to take responsibility for the people we bring in our life because we want to blame other people for our relationships failing. We want to blame other people for our relationships failing. So you don't want to be in the driver's seat, because to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, that's what he said. See, I don't use terms like that. I used to use them terms when I was in high school too. N-word, that, bees, and all that stuff. I did too. I ain't gonna lie about it, but he's still using it these days. Well, he be giving some horrible advice. Look at him looking crazy. Yeah, he is. He talk about himself, got a little princess. He just be projecting. He's the ultimate projector.
Which means you're going to take responsibility. You have to be accountable to yourself. And in being accountable to yourself means you have to blame yourself when you screw up. You have to blame yourself when you bring the wrong person into your life. You have to blame yourself when things don't go right. And you don't want to blame yourself. You don't want to take accountability. You want.
Wow, the levels of projecting is incredible, because he's always the victim. He always blames everybody else. He doesn't want to be held accountable for anything.
Want to play the victim. You want to play the
Yeah,
victim.
yeah,
No.
Right, this is true. This is true. He's still mad at his baby mama. About mamas, he is. He's still mad. A lot of his anger and frustration. But see, one thing that a lot of people don't know about Umar is that he wasn't talking all of this blonde weave stuff so much back in the day. You go back to, because again, I've been doing all this ancillary research more recently, just in case if I decide to do part 2. It's a time issue, opportunity cost. But I want people to understand that when he really ratcheted up that narrative, it was in direct correlation to one of his baby mothers having blonde hair. She dyed her hair blonde, and that's just Umar's way of going crazy. Same thing with the Snow Bunny stuff. Well, that's in relationship to his daddy. I ain't gonna say much more about that. Y'all can figure that out. So what I'm saying is that a lot of the aggression that we hear when he talks about these types of topics, it's really based on his personal experience. He's biased, and he lets the anger out in his own way. A lot of stuff he's saying here, he's projecting. He's talking about himself. But he puts it on black people to make black people look bad, as opposed to holding himself accountable and recognizing, he's the deadbeat. Okay, he's the absentee father. He's the one running through these women, not committing, so forth and so on. So he want to make other black people look bad, but no, it's really Umar. He's the problem. That's why he does all this projecting. It's very personal. A lot of this is personal. Ms. Conference says, I'm gone on this, Lenore. I'm gone on this, Lenore. But man, how do you sit there for so long eating applesauce and coconut yogurt and all this type of stuff and not having? Is that what you gonna tell me? You gonna ask me? I ain't gonna ask. What in the world? And Mr. Controversy being Mr. Controversy. I don't be eating that much, but I didn't eat today because I ain't ate nothing. I just got my applesauce. I was trying to hide it. I really was. Y'all see how I was trying to sneak it? It didn't work. All right. Thanks, Mr. Controversy. I appreciate the super chat. Boy, y'all wild. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go.
Now, black man, I'm telling you right now, black woman, as long as you play the victim in every relationship you go into, you will never learn from it. Victims don't learn from what they've been through because they believe that they were done wrong without any participation. Victims don't learn from bad situations because they believe that the other person was totally at fault and that they harbor no blame themselves. That's why you have to take empowerment. That's why you have to take responsibility, brothers and sisters. Take responsibility for the people you bring in your life, irregardless of what they do to you. It is your responsibility. You brought them in. Take responsibility so you will be more careful in the future with the choices that you make. Stop being so damn selfish. Another reason why our relationships don't work. So we talked about selfishness. We talked about trauma. We get into relationships because we're looking for somebody to deliver us from our pain. I think the ancestors of Nigeria are speaking through me. I think this crown got the ancestors. I'm catching the African Holy Ghost, the West African Holy Ghost, the Igbo Holy Ghost, the Hausa Holy Ghost, the Mandingo Holy Ghost, the Yoruba Holy Ghost, the Ghanaian Holy Ghost, the Benin Holy Ghost, the Togo Holy Ghost, the Cameroonian Holy Ghost, the Congolese Holy Ghost. But let me stay focused. I'm such a Pan-African.
What in the world? This guy, what in the world? What? That's what I thought he was going to say, Novella. I thought he was going to say the zebra cake Holy Ghost and the raw cash Holy Ghost. I said, this guy is tripping. Yeah. His weave was itching. That's why he had to pat it down. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know. He ain't got no sense whatsoever. No respect for nothing. Holy Ghost alphabet. Zebra cakes and what kind of fries? Don't start. Raw meat. Okay. All right. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, he be having the CashApp Holy Ghost at all time. Okay. Carrot cake. All right, let me get up out of here because we're gonna get blown off. Boy, he funny though.
You brought them in. Take responsibility so you will be more careful in the future with the choices that you make. Stop being so damn selfish. Another reason why our relationships don't work. So we talked about selfishness. We talked about trauma.
Why all the cholos when I was growing up, the cholos, their name was Casper in the barrio. Why? I never understood that. It's Casper, all of them. It's Casper anyway.
We get into relationships because we're looking for somebody to deliver us from our pain. I think the ancestors of Nigeria are speaking through me. I think this crown got the ancestors. I'm catching the African Holy Ghost, the West African Holy Ghost, the Igbo Holy Ghost, the Hausa Holy Ghost, the Mandingo Holy Ghost, the Yoruba Holy Ghost, the Ghanaian Holy Ghost, the Benin Holy Ghost, the Togo Holy Ghost, the Cameroonian Holy Ghost, the Congolese Holy Ghost. But let me stay focused. I'm such a Pan-Africanist.
He wild.
I'm such a Pan-Africanist. I'm such a Pan-Africanist. So number one, we're selfish. Number two, we're looking for somebody to rescue us from our pain. And number three, we're scared to get hurt. We're scared to get hurt. We're scared to get hurt. That's right. If you are afraid of being hurt, if you are not ready to be vulnerable to your partner, you should not be dating. Well, I'm going to say it again. The only way to love, the only way to love deeply.
Stocking cap. That is a stocking cap. That's not no stocking cap. I do have when he had a do-rag on, though. That's so funny. It's so funny. Thank you, Ty Boogie. Whoever stocking caps. Seth also says all junkies swear they have the most profound wisdom and knowledge while telling other junkies to quit doing it. Hey, dude, they be acting like they know everything. They do this. And you got to get off of that, my brother, because you got to get your life together. Oh, hey, how's it going, baby? All right, let me take this off. Thanks, Seth, for the super chat. Okay, we got to get going here because we getting blowed off again. Here we go. Y'all hilarious. Thanks y'all too, Cook Roche. Y'all undefeated. Thanks to the mom for handling the business too. If y'all can hit the like button if you haven't already, I appreciate that. We got about 800 people in the building. All right, let's go.
Is to put yourself in a position where you could potentially be hurt deeply. That is the balance of romance. If I don't allow the woman to love me, if you don't allow the man to love you, if you don't become vulnerable so you can receive the feminine energy from your partner or the masculine energy from your partner, if you don't become vulnerable enough to receive that other half of yourself that God designed you to need, if you don't become vulnerable enough to let them love you, you will starve them of what they need from you. Do you understand me? If you don't open yourself up to receive their love, you automatically cut them off from receiving your love. So nobody gets what they want. And the biggest reason why that happens in our community is because we're scared to get hurt. And if you're scared to be hurt, if you are that terrorized, if you are that paranoid.
What is this? What is this guy talking about? I'm sorry, Cookie Crush Chat. I don't understand what he's saying. It don't even make no sense. Is anyone following what he's saying? If you understand what he's saying, hit the 1. I have no clue about what he's saying. It don't make no sense. As soon as he start pointing his fingers like that, you know he about to say something crazy. Watch.
So nobody gets what they want. And the biggest reason why that happens in our community is because we're scared to get hurt. And if you're scared to be hurt, if you are that terrorized, if you are that paranoid.
What is he talking about? Paranoid? He's paranoid.
If you are that.
And listen, he paranoid and said, you know why, huh? See, that's why when he be up to them trap bandos, the car drive by and he just, I kid you not. Let me say this real quickly. We're gonna really get busy. There were times when Umar would be up in them trap bandos before the lights were on, and he was scared up in there, walking around in the dark. I kid you not. This is like 2019. I kid you not, this guy was scared in there. And then once lights got turned on, at least in one of the buildings, he would be walking through there and you would see that he was uncomfortable because he would be looking back and looking down the halls, and he's supposed to be the only person in there. So again, this guy, all this talk, I mean, this is just him talking. He's really just talking about himself. Here's another example. One of the biggest narcissistic injuries that Umar has experienced that I've seen is when the conscious stripper came out and told the business. Y'all remember this? Hit the 1. And Umar, instead of holding himself accountable, he felt as if he had been so betrayed. And he just didn't feel like he was betrayed by her. He felt like he was betrayed by all black women. And that made him very paranoid because he lived and foul and you know that song, "Cause I creep, yeah, keep it on to death." That thing, it came on. I was in a store the other day and it came on. I said, "Why are they playing this song in here?" I said, "What in the world?" Well, not I was gonna say SWV, not FD. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Lisa Left Eye in there. So he got, after that, he became even more paranoid. He already has these trust issues with black women. It's deep seated. It goes back. It goes way back, probably to childhood. Okay. You can hear it in when he was doing those videos, the for ladies only. You can hear it when he was doing those. But after the conscious stripper situation happened, that's when he really went off the rails, and the levels of paranoia that he has, that he projects, especially when it comes to black women. I've heard him say things like, y'all ain't gonna come and me too, me, this type of thing. So he's the paranoid person. And there's reason for that too. I mean, I think he already has an underlying psychological condition, but I also think all the turning of the heat down don't help either, if y'all catch my drift. See? Yeah, TLC, my bad. Yeah. She hated that song. Why she hate that song? Well, I guess I can see why she hate that song. My favorite song was the Waterfalls. I used to love that song. I had a crush on what's the one that had the deeper voice? I had a crush on her. Let me see. What's her name? She ain't even coming up. TLC group. Was it Chili? I think her name was Chili. Is that the right one? Oh no, T-Balls. T-Balls. That's the one. I had a crush on T-Balls. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I had a crush on T-Balls back in the day. T-Ball. Yeah, it was T-Balls. The other one was cute though too. The other one, Left Eye was like, she's like a little kid, but the other one, but she was cute too. But T-Balls, that was the one. Okay, anyway, let's move forward. I tell you, I love me the T-Balls. Anyway, let's go.
That terrorized. If you are that paranoid about being hurt, you should not be dating. Stop bringing your problems into other people's lives.
Look,
they have
look
enough
what my wife brought me. She just got home. Look what she brought me. Isn't that nice? It's she said it's called tart. They look good too. I'm about to go get a fork. I'm gonna make me some more tea, and I'm about to take my pants off. Just because that's how we men do. When we have a tart, we got to take our pants off. We got to just be, comfortable. I was gonna go take it a step further, but I ain't gonna do that tonight. I went too far last night. Y'all remember what I'm saying? Listen, man, you ever get something real like a good meal, you got to take their pants off and sit down. Just, you know what I'm saying? Come on, let's be real about it. Let's go.
Their own. Stop bringing your problems into
Dragon Tea. What in the world are you talking about? What are you talking about, Tata? Dragon Tea. Boy, y'all a mess. What are you talking about? I ain't never watched the Dragon Ball Z episode. My kids, they be watching that though. I ain't never watched not one. Tata said Dragon T-Ball Z. You tripping. Boy, y'all crazy. That is a style. I got that one earlier. It do look like a stocking cap. Stocking cap. Okay, let's go. I'm goofing off. We got to get some progress
to other people's lives. They have enough of their own. And guess what, brothers and sisters? And guess what? I'm an Ifa devotee, but African spirituality ain't going to save you from yourself. Okay. I don't care if you're a Christian. You being a Christian does not eliminate your relationship trauma. You being a Muslim does not eliminate your emotional baggage. Religion is a distraction. Religion is a costume. Religion is not a solution for unmet emotional and psychological issues. Speaking of that, brothers and sisters,
here he go.
When you do date, I strongly advise.
Watch, he gonna say that crazy.
When you do date, I strongly advise that you live with your potential mate for at least 3 months. Did you hear what I said, brothers? Did you hear what I said, ladies? You must live with your potential mate before you marry them. You must live with your potential mate before you marry them. You must. Because until you live under the same roof, until you wake up together, until you go to bed together, until
he gonna say something freak off, watch.
Until you wash up together, use the bathroom together, until you pay the bills together, until you...
We covered at least part of this video. I didn't have the whole thing. I got the whole thing now. This guy, what did you say? Use the bathroom together. Is that what he said? Now, when I hear someone say I need to use the bathroom, that means something specific. So what? let me go back. Maybe I misunderstood what this guy's trying to say. Hold on.
To marry. There's nothing worse than marrying somebody who you never lived with. I don't care, because until you live under this and psychological issues, that you live with your potential mate for at least 3 months. Did you hear what I said, brothers?
We heard you.
Did
3
you hear
months.
what I said, ladies? You must
3 months.
live with your potential mate before you marry them. You must live with your potential mate before you marry them. You must. Because until you live under the same roof, until you wake up together, until you go to bed together, until you wash up together, use the bathroom together, until you pay the bills together, until you experience them on a 24-hour basis, sunrise to sunset, you do not know who you are about to marry. There's nothing worse than...
I see the point that he's trying, because in all fairness, I see the point that he's trying to make. But however, that's why you don't rush in. He acting like you just meet someone and you're gonna get married the next week. That's not how this works, Umar. That's, again, he doesn't have any practical experience in this. You're supposed to go through a phase of getting to know each other, and you spend time. Normally, you spend time like, you know, communicating on the phone or smartphone. You may text each other, email. And then at a certain point, you do stuff, you start going out in public and doing things. It's a safe buffer zone. You don't just go straight over to the house and just be kicking and chilling. I mean, I guess you could, but that's not the ideal situation because you don't know each other well enough. All right. The idea is, they called it courting, but Umar doesn't understand that. See, he's jumping all the way to marriage. That's not how these things normally work. Normally, there's a buffer zone. There's a period where you're getting to know the person, and then when you get to know the person well enough, then you start introducing them to your family. Then they introduce them to you to their family, and the family may get to start talking with each other too. You know, and then later on down the line, it could be a year, 2, 3 years later. You know, okay, we want to get married, maybe. You want to get engaged, that type of thing. But Umar, he jumped straight to he probably jumps to the marriage because he wants to. I'll guarantee you, he's going to start talking explicit sex talk. I guarantee you probably want to get to that part. But he's setting this up. He's framing this right now. But it goes to show you that he doesn't know. I see the point that he's trying to make. I'm always fair with Umar. But he fails in this sense that he doesn't have any practical experience of going through that type of a process. So he doesn't have a reference point for it. So his biases is based on his own lack of experience in male-female relationships, in establishing positive relationships earlier on in the process that you go through in order to do that. You just don't meet someone and then a month later, or 3 months later, you say, "Oh, you want to get married?" That's not how it happens for most people. Come on, 99.9% of the people. But he don't know. He don't know no better.
Marrying somebody who you never lived with. I don't care what your pastor said. I don't care what your imam said. I don't care what the priest said. I do not care. You do not live in the age of Moses. You do not live in the age of Muhammad. You do not live in the age of Noah. You do not live in the age of Abraham. You do not live in the age of Jesus. We live in 21st century. Do you understand me? 21st century America.
Excuse me.
People are crazy. Psychological illness, mental disease.
Okay, projecting.
Emotional handicaps.
Projecting.
You can't afford to be throwing your future away because you getting married acting like you living 2,000 years ago. This ain't Syria. This ain't Israel. This ain't Bethlehem. This ain't Saudi Arabia of 2,000 years ago, 1,500 years ago. This is the US of A, and Negroes got issues. Negroes got issues. Negroes got issues. You better live under the same roof. Now, ladies, Dr. Umar has a limit. Ladies, Dr. Umar has a limit. Brothers, Dr. Umar has a limit because it can go both ways. It can go both ways. It can go both ways. My limit is simply this. 3 months minimal. 2 years maximum, especially for our women. Especially for our women.
What?
3 months minimal, 2 years maximum. If you've been living under the same roof with a man for 2 consecutive years and he's still telling you he don't know if you're the one and he still got to make up his mind and he's still not sure yet, he's lying to you. He's lying to you.
But Umar, we just played a video of you telling the story of how you had these 2 women and you want the polygyny type of situation. Why don't you just commit to one of them then? You'll just knock it all out, right? But what are you talking about? This don't make no sense.
Black woman, I'm telling you to your face, if you've been living with a man for 2 years consecutively, I'm not talking about y'all broke up and got back and broke up and got back. If y'all been living under the same roof for 2 consecutive years, that man knows if he's going to wife you or not. The only question left for you, Mrs. Thirsty. The only question left for you, Mrs. Thirsty. The only
I told
question
you.
left for you,
There you go.
Mrs. Thirsty, is whether you're going to hang around for 4 years, in 6 years, in 8 years, in 10 years, in 20 years, in 30 years. And before you know it, you done passed your childbearing age, you done passed your youth, you done passed your ripe years because you were so thirsty to let go of a situation that you knew was no good for you, and you hung around until that Negro drained you of your best years. Same thing goes for the black man. Brother, you've been dating with a sister.
This guy, his level of anger and vitriol towards you black women is insane. It's way up there. And he gets so aggressive. You see how aggressive he gets? It's like he's yelling at you, but this is personal. This is just Umar. He's a failure in male-female relationships. He's almost 50 and he's still a failure. And the irony is he's not trying to establish a relationship. There's nothing wrong with trying and then you fail. That happens. Okay, that happened to me until I was 25. You know, some people, but you know, earlier on before that, they find it one, or some people, it could be in the 30 years old, 35, 40, 45, 50, 60, whatever. See, that happens, but that means that you're trying. Umar's not even trying. He's just trying to crush them cookies. I don't even understand why he even talking about any of this stuff. He's the wrong person to be talking about any of this.
You love that sister. You've been to the same roof with that sister for 2 years and she's still acting like she need more time. Pack your thirsty ass clothes up and move on with you. Because I'm telling you, if you hang around, it's not going to get better. Because let me explain something to y'all. Relationship problems that occur before the marriage don't clear up after the marriage. Relationship problems that occurred.
Okay, that's not true. But how would you know? You wouldn't know that.
Before the marriage don't clear up after the marriage.
Now, there are some issues that may not be resolved, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the relationship of the marriage isn't going to work. But what I am saying that there are plenty of issues that are resolved while you're married. In fact, there are issues that you don't even you're not even aware that exist until you're living with someone, you're married, and then you start to deal with this person, and then the truth starts to come out. You know, things happen and they may talk to you about something that you said or that you didn't. Then at a certain point you realize, wait a minute, okay, that's an issue I need to address. But if you weren't in a relationship, or if you weren't married, it would never cross your mind. Anyway, Umar, he don't know what he's talking about. He really doesn't.
Relationship problems that occurred before y'all moved in together, before y'all had a baby, before y'all got engaged, before y'all got married. Those relationship problems do not go away. They will get worse. I'm seeing women get married because they think that marriage is a solution for infidelity. You are out of your mind. You are out of your mind. If he was a polygamist when y'all dated, he's going to be a polygamist when y'all get engaged. He's going to be a polygamist when y'all get married. Brother, if that sister was tiptoeing on you before y'all moved in together, she was tiptoeing on you when she got pregnant, she was tiptoeing on you when y'all got engaged, she's going to be tiptoeing on you after y'all get married. Because what do I know something about psychology? Let me tell you something I know about psychology. Let me tell you something I know about psychology. And that is real simple. One of the first rules of behavioral psychology is the best predictor of what you will do tomorrow is what you did today.
Okay, yeah. You're talking about the best predictor of future performance is past performance. Okay. All right, Mr. Big Papa.
The best predictor of what you will do tomorrow is what you did today, because human behavior does not tend to change. Human behavior is relatively consistent because most people do not have the willpower to change who they are. If you didn't like them before y'all got married, why in the heaven do you think you're going to like him or her after y'all get married? I'm just speaking the facts. I'm just speaking the facts. I'm just speaking the facts. And I'm going to tell you right now, being thirsty is the worst thing you can be. Being thirsty is the worst thing you can be. Male or female, being thirsty is the worst thing that you can be, because what that tells the other person is you do not value yourself. And once the other person knows that you do not value yourself, they know they can do whatever they want, when they want, and you will tolerate it. They know they can do whatever they want, when they want, and you will tolerate it. Let me explain something. When you go into a relationship, there is a 50-50% 50% balance of power. When you go into a romantic situation, the man has 50% of the power, the woman has 50% of the power. The man has 50% of the power, the woman has 50% of the power. The man has 50% of the power, the woman has 50% of the power. 50.
He basically saying 150 each. You got to say it 3 times. He's the 50, 50, 50. That's okay. All right.
50 is a good relationship. She influences his behavior. He influences her behavior. They make the decisions together. They do things together. It is a 50-50 balance of power. But every time she does something that you asked her not to do and you let it slide, you lost a little bit of power. Every time you tell him that he needs to be home for the children.
Umar, you're talking like as if it's a parent-child relationship. You know what I'm saying? You ask them to do something and they don't do it, that you lose a little power. You know, he had no idea. He has no idea.
Children, and he comes home 3 and 4 hours late anyway, and you let it slide, you lose a little bit of power. Let's face it. Human nature can be rather selfish. Human nature can be rather selfish. And many people get into a relationship to find out how far they can go. Many people get into a relationship to find out just how far they can go. And if you let people walk over you, if you let people keep on dictating to you what they're going to do, not listening to you, you're losing your power. You're losing your power. You're losing your power. You're losing your power. And guess what? Once you lost all your power, this has become romantic slavery. Once you lose your power, you are now a romantic slave because the relationship is one side. He tells.
See, everything is condensed down to power and control. But isn't that Umar? Yeah, it is. Yeah. He's out there. He ain't got no. Yeah, it's all about power and control. That's all this is. Is he doing an IG with the filter? What kind? No, I don't know. We were talking about that earlier. People said it looked like he got makeup on. I don't know. He originally live streamed this on Facebook. I don't know if he actually did it on Instagram. They are, but it sounds like a little child. You know, that's mine. That's my toy. You know, everything is framed within this idea of power and control. But again, I've talked about this with Umar. His whole approach to Black women is about power and control and sexual and financial exploitation. So that's definitely an issue of power and control. That's why he talks about y'all weaves and how you shouldn't have weave and what you should be buying. That's a power dynamics dealing with trying to control. Well, that's exactly what he's talking about right here. He's just projecting. Thanks again. Thanks also, Christopher. I appreciate it for the super chat.
Tells you what to do. You have no say so. The relationship is one-sided. She tells you what to do. You have no say so. Is this a relationship or romantic slavery? Is this a relationship or romantic slavery? Because if one side makes all the decisions, if one side totally controls the other side, that is not a relationship. That is a dysfunctional codependency, a.k.a. romantic slavery. I'm giving you the facts. I'm giving you the facts. And we're going to talk about a lot of this and so much more. We're going to talk about a lot of this and so much more at the first annual Conscious Singles Convention. We're hosting a conscious convention for single African conscious brothers and sisters. The Conscious Singles Convention being brought to you by the Prince of Pan-Africanism. You cannot come if you engaged. You cannot come if you living with another person. You cannot come if you are married. Conscious.
You cannot come if you don't bring me some Apple Jacks. Just like a big old kid.
Singles. You must be truly single and you must be conscious. No Africans, no Africoons. No Africans, no Africoons at the Conscious Singles Convention. No Africans, no Africoons at the Conscious Single Convention.
He's looking at people's response. They probably clowned him.
50% balance of power in the relationship. Never give up your power in a relationship. Black woman, let me tell you a mistake a lot of brothers and sisters make in relationships. When they really like the other person, When they
Here
really
we
like
go.
the other person, they start slowly giving up their power. When they really like the other person, they start slowly giving up their power little by little because they feel like if I give in to her, she will want me more. If I give in to him, he will want me wrong. You're wrong. You are absolutely wrong. It does not work that way. When you give up your power, you become less and less attractive. I'm going to say it again. The more you give up your power, the less attractive you become to the person.
This guy is so dumb. I'm sorry. He ain't got no sense. They don't make no. Naeem says it's a conscious Pringles convention. That sounds more accurate. Conscious Pringles. The host other cook says, imagine if Umar did everything right let's see. Imagine if Umar did everything right, where would he have been 14 years later? Where do you think he would have been in 2024? Lenon the Cook Christ. That's a good question. If you did everything right, see, he would have had the money to open up a school, because that's mainly what we focus on, but specifically dealing with the school. We can frame this within the scope of relationships too, if he had done everything right. But that's so far out there in sci-fi land. I can't even conceptualize that, because he's so far gone from being in a position to be in a committed relationship and being worthy of being in one, let alone making it functional and long lasting and loving. But when it comes to the school, yeah, if he had done things the right way from the beginning, he would have had more than enough money. Where would he be 14 years later? He would have had a functional school. He would have been a millionaire. See, what would have happened is that in 2009, 2010, he starts raising money. By the time he gets into 2014, he should have had enough to buy a property. By the time he gets to 2017, the school should be open, because it's 2 years, right? If he did everything the right way, that means he takes advice from people like Lord Jamar's father-in-law. That means that the people who are going to come to do the HVAC for free, that he accepts their help. This means that he gets all the permits for all the work that needs to be done. This means that he has a board of directors. This means that he has a lawyer on deck. He has an accountant. He has a website. So he has a base of operation in Delaware or wherever he settled in, not living in his mama closet. And he's giving updates every single day. He's up there every single. You know how powerful it would have been if Umar from day one, he's given daily updates. He's talking about how much money has come in, what's going on with that money. Every single day he's giving updates, and he could have set it up to where it's itemized, like on a website, day by day, where people can come in and check in. And then every week he can do a full briefing. It would have been powerful, and then it's not just him. He has his lawyer there. He has the board of directors standing behind him. List goes on and on and on. So the point is that I figured that by the time we get into 2014, 15, in and around there, the school should have been open. Okay. And then what he should have done, let's say in 2015, is it becomes a proof of concept. He doesn't have to expand and franchise it out, which is one of the fraud scam schemes that he was coming up with too, by the way. I don't know if y'all ever heard him talk about that. He wants to franchise these out. He wants to have one in every single state and one in every single country. That's what he said. But if he did this right, all these things and plenty of other things too, he has insurance in place for everything. He has all the money, and he would have had the money. That the money wouldn't have been an issue, because people were throwing him so much money earlier on. He gets operating, and he hires faculty and staff. He has everything there. He got the 401k plan. He has the health insurance, dental, etc. He does everything the right way. What you do by the time you get into 2016 is you set up an ancillary website, or it could be from the FDMG website. And that is wherein you start to upload content that is educational, and you ask people to send in and their expertise, whether their expertise is or whatever their profession is. So if someone is, let's say, a lawyer, they do a series of videos to talk about how to become a lawyer. What's it like to become a lawyer? How much money you can expect to make? How many hours can you expect to? What path? And the different types of lawyers, all different types of lawyers, right? There's some that specifically handle paperwork stuff. There's people who are lawyers who are in court, right, etc. He has people who are, let's say, HVAC specialist technicians, as he calls them, but specialists, and they do videos to talk about that trade. Other tradesmen come in and tradeswomen, they come in and they do videos. And then he just starts to upload all of this content, and then he turns that website into a subscription-based website per month, or you can pay per year. And there's different plans that gain you access to all this. And you got people who do music, instrumental music. They give lessons online. And he takes a cut too with all of this. You have people who are music producers. You have music engineers. He has all that, and the dancers, African dance, people doing ballet, whatever. You just start to just upload as much content onto this website in different fields, different people, professionals, all Black people, and then it becomes a hub, not just for here in the United States of America, but again, it would be all over the world where people would tune in, assuming that they can understand English, and they would pay a monthly subscription. This guy would be a millionaire, easy, if he'd done things right. And see, the proof of concept of the actual school shows that he has skin in the game, that he has accomplished something, and that he's serious about, quote unquote, educating. And it's not just educating Black boys at the school, but now he's trying to educate all Black people. And it's not just him running his mouth inside his mama closet, but he has true professionals who are putting out content, and it's consistent, and it's backlog. People who come in and watch videos from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, more content being uploaded every single week. How to become a teacher, how to become a principal, how to become a counselor, how to become a psychiatrist. The list goes on and on. And then just, general education stuff, algebra, like Khan Academy. That if he had done things right from the beginning, all of that could have been within his grasp, and he would be a millionaire. And I'm not talking about being a millionaire by asking people and begging people for money for a school that doesn't exist and doing that for 13 years. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being a millionaire as a businessman who runs a profitable website that scales over time, but who's the proof of concept is actually the brick and mortar building. It could have been done if old Son of Cooks, he did everything right from the jump. But that's not what he did. It was a money grab, and he's criminal minded, and he has no concern for anybody else. Who's going to do something like that if you don't care about anybody else? You just want the money. He wants the money, and he wants the draws. It's that simple. And see, here we are 14 years into this, and look where he's at. Can't say that it was worth it. He could have stayed on the right path, or he could have started on the right path, did everything right, and he would have been a millionaire right now. Easy. And yeah, listen, I'm telling you guys because I know how the internet works, and the amount of money that I make on just on YouTube alone. Okay, and it's not even scaled. I'm not on here all that much. Okay, we do long live streams, but can you imagine having a website that's a hub for people all around the world with pertinent information in terms of career path, general education studies, and it's a hub for people all over the world? This guy, he would have been a multi-millionaire easy. Let's go.
Giving up.
Oh, also, thanks, host Southern Cooks for super chat. I appreciate it.
Up your power does not make you more desirable. It makes you less desirable. Giving up your power doesn't make you more desirable. It makes you less desirable. Male and female, stand your ground. Keep your power. A person who doesn't have any self-respect is not attractive. I don't care how beautiful you are. I don't care how handsome you are. If you don't value yourself and your needs and your wants, the other person will sooner or later begin to lose attraction for you. Low self-esteem people are not attractive. I don't care how physically good you look. If you have low self-esteem, you will not be in a relationship for long if the other person has high self-esteem. Let me say this again. Let me say this again.
So ridiculous.
Let me say this again. I'm not going over that. You should have been here on time. Let me say this
Here
again.
we go.
Let me say this
again.
again.
Mean. Come on, ADHD.
You get into a relationship.
Okay.
You have 50% power. The man got 50. The woman.
Yeah, Umar would do better starting a culture center for the arts. Well, listen, the thing is that for a school, the amount of organization skills that a person has to have, Umar is not equipped for that, not even close. Like if you said there's 100%, you just put it at 100. He's probably like at 4 or 5% organization skill. It's less than that. 2% organization skill needed to actually to open up and run a functional school. Cultural Arts Center, maybe, but he still lacks. He would have to have a team on board, and that's where the board of directors and having faculty or professionals around you would have helped if he had done, like old Southern Cook said, if he had done things right from the beginning. But he's a megalomaniac. He doesn't want to give any power. That's why everything he's talking about here is power dynamics. Because he is a megalomaniac. He wants all of the power, whether it is with this fake school or within the context of a male-female relationship, really crushing cookies. But see, Umar didn't even have to go this route with doing the brick and mortar. He could have just done an online academy, and that's it. And he would have been, by now, he would have been a millionaire. He made millions of dollars 2-3 times over by now. Easy. Again, he would have to scale it over a number of years, but if you go back to 2009 and with the momentum that he had and the pool that he had back then, he would have been a multi-millionaire, and it would have been legitimate. He would have been a multi-millionaire by now. But no, not with Umar. See, yeah, cultural center of the arts, for the arts, yeah, that would be an easier goal, I would think. But I don't think he would be able to do that himself unless, and the only way he would be able to do something like that is if he was humble enough to have a team around him of professionals who knew how to do something like that. He don't know how to do nothing. Loosey goosey. He don't know how to do nothing. Except ask for money, you know. Okay, thanks, Loosey Goosey, for the also thanks to Whole Southern Cooks as well. I got a video I want to pull up just to show you all how, because Whole Southern Cooks talked about how if this had been done right. See, it's difficult to conceptualize that when we've seen how everything has been done wrong. You know what I'm saying? And let me play something for you all real quick. And this is just another example of what I'm talking about here. And let me skip through. I'm not going to play the audio. Excuse me, I just spitting on a little bit. See that? You know what I'm saying? It's Whole Southern Cooks. See, if Umar was serious from the jump, he would have purchased a lawnmower, and excuse me, a lawn mower. And truth be told, he would have purchased one because he had the money. He would have purchased one that you sit in and drive. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can get away with one that you get one that propels itself. That's got I had lazy. I got one that propel itself, so I got to push nothing. You just pull the handle to go forward. But he should have got one and see what he should have. This is what I mean. If he had done things right, and this is something as simple as lawn care, taking care of the lawn, making sure the lawn is cut. Buy one. You know, spend. You probably get a decent one for $3,000, maybe $4,000. But again, after he purchased these trap vandals, he should have had at least $600,000 left over anyway. So why not buy one, the ones you sit in, and paint it red, black, and green? Put the FDMG logo. This is how I think. Put the FDMG logo on it, and then get your butt up there and live stream while you taking care of the lawn. See, and as men, we would do that anyway. I'm into that kind of stuff. You know, let's get this lawn together. Take some time. You know, put the gas in the thing and turn it. Sometimes you got to put oil. Sometimes you know, weed whacker, that kind of stuff. I used to do that when I was a kid. I was probably what, probably 8 or 9 years old, mowing the lawn. Me and my brother's supposed to do it, but he never did. I used to have to do it. He'd just be sitting there watching. Anyway, if I host on the cooks, the idea of doing stuff right, that's what Umar should have done. And then live streaming, and people see that, they get excited and they send more money. But see, Umar did everything the wrong way, including what we just showed right here. This is not right. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank y'all for tuning on in. I was going to play a little more, but let's keep going. I apologize. Here we go.
50. Power, respect, integrity. The minute you start giving into things that you said you did not want to see, the minute you start tolerating things that you said were non-negotiable, the other person begins to see you as weak, not strong.
Yeah, you can use a weed whacker on the lawn, but it's just on the edges. That's what I used to use my weed whacker for. I would do the edges. It's more for like I just call it specialty areas. You know, that's what I would use the weed whacker for. I had that. I had a blower. That one, I'd have to fix that and order parts and repair it. I had something else. I can't remember what it was. I had pruning shears, the things, those things too. And I had a whole bunch of stuff, rakes, shovels, everything. All right.
That is not compassion. They're going to see it as weakness. The problem is some of you are so thirsty for a relationship. Some of us are so thirsty for a relationship that we will tolerate whatever the other person does because we're too afraid to be by ourselves.
This guy really think he know about. Boy, this is wild. I haven't watched it yet. I just downloaded it I think it was last week. Man, you know how long it would take to get to do this? You gotta be kidding me. Golly. This is what Umar had going on up there. It's sad and it's a shame. They just go on and on and on. That's not how you do that. You don't do it that way. It's a time issue. It take you about 15 months to get through the
things. And let me say this. If you have a problem being by yourself, if you don't like to build with yourself, if you don't like you, if you don't like living with yourself, if you don't like you, why would she like you? Why would he like you? If you don't have a good relationship with yourself, if you don't have a good relationship with yourself, how are you going to have a good relationship with another person? If you are miserable alone, you're going to be miserable with a partner. Fix your situation before you go dropping off your emotional baggage on somebody else's front steps. I'm just giving you facts. See, the reason you have to live with the other person is because most of us, when we date, we don't tell the other person who we really are. We don't show the other person who we really are. We put on an imaginary, metaphorical Halloween costume when we go on the date. We put on an imaginary, metaphorical Halloween costume when we go on the date. This is what we do. We put on this costume, right? And you're dating the Halloween character, okay? You're dating the public representative of the private demon. I said you're dating the public representative of the private demon. You're going on a date with the public representative of a private demon. And the whole time you're dating, it's all a Hollywood show. She's not acting like who she really is. He's not acting like he really is. And y'all don't find out who y'all really are until y'all live together.
No, that's not necessarily true, Umar. This is bad advice. If the person is a lunatic, and you're dealing with the person, but they act as if they're a balanced individual, why would you go and move in with them? And why would it be smart to go and live with them for, I don't know what he said, 6 months to 2 years, whatever he said, and they're a lunatic? That just puts you in more harm's way. What kind of foolishness is this? Everything is framed in dysfunctional anyway with this guy. All right. But that's why you take the time, and I got the heater on. I hope y'all don't mind. It's cold. It's not that it's cold in here, but I don't want it to be cold upstairs or downstairs for that matter. But the point is that it's horrible advice coming from Umar, because what you should do is just be patient. Just have patience. You know, spend as much time. You ain't even got to jump into a relationship. Just hang out, spend time. You ain't got to be doing nothing. Just spending time getting to know each other as friends, develop a friendship, and then see where it goes from there. But Umar, I'm gonna tell you why he frames this like this too. First of all, it's his own dysfunction. He's dysfunctional, so he framed everything in negativity, negative terms, male from especially amongst Black people. But the other thing is that all of this is just leading up, because I know how he thinks. All this is leading up to getting to the freaky deaky stuff. Because in his mind, you want to get to the point where you're living together, and I can hear him saying something crazy like, you need to live together so that you know what your sexual needs are too. Okay, don't hold me to it, but that's what he's really revving up to. I guarantee it. Watch.
Because see, it's hard to keep up an act 24 hours a day. At some point, the ego is going to stop acting, because the ego is going to get tired. And the ego don't want to act in the first place, because the ego thinks that you're the shit. And the ego feels like they should be able to be whoever the hell they want to be. And while we putting on an act to get him or her, because sooner or later, we're going to drop our guard and let the real person out anyway. So when you live under the same roof, guess what? You start seeing things you never saw. Y'all been dating for 2 years, but now y'all living under the same roof.
No, there's truth to that. There's truth to this. Okay, so I give him credit for what he's saying, but the idea is don't jump. You don't have to be living with someone to get to know them well enough. Take your time and get to know them, period.
You starting to see things you never saw. Ladies, you didn't know he don't take out the trash. His mother takes out the trash. He expects you to take out the trash.
Look who's talking. Look who's talking. Man, this guy, Umar, you a trip. You might be the trippiest trip of all trips in the history of all tripping. I ain't gonna do it. I was gonna pull it up, but let's just keep going. I was gonna pull it up. Well, he projects so much because he's talking about himself. Remember, he flipped that phone? He was living with mom at that time.
Black man, you never knew that she don't wash her hands before she cooks. She digging her nose, digging her butt, and will go right in there and make your tuna sandwich.
What?
That's right. See, before you moved in with him, you didn't know he had 3 cell phones. You didn't know he had 3 cell phones. You thought he had 1 cell phone. But now y'all live together, he got 3 cell phones. You didn't know his baby mom called him all hours of the night. You didn't know his baby mom be sending him sexy texts. Black man, you didn't know her ex-husband be calling her all hours of the night. You didn't know that the ex-husband was the emotional support. That's not good.
That's not
good. A man or woman should be cordial with the ex-husband. They should be cordial with the ex-wife. They should be cordial with the baby mom. They should be cordial with the baby daddy. But they shouldn't be so close to them that if things
you're right about
go
that,
wrong,
Vince. I was gonna pull it up, but I don't want
person,
you to keep going.
The first shoulder they go crying to. Black man, you didn't know that your woman didn't take a bath every day. She only takes a bath once a week. You didn't know that before you lived with her. You thought she was a clean sister. Not at all. She's a spiritual sister. She only likes to touch the water 1 day a week. Funky as hell. You didn't know.
Did he just say that? Umar, you the one that don't be bathing. Stop playing, man. He always projecting. Now he's saying that the women want to be spiritual so they don't wash for a week. That's spiritual? What is he talking about? I'm so confused. So now you black women, you black men need to be careful because these black women don't be bathing for a week. That's so ridiculous. And Umar, out of all people, don't make me pull up the video. You flipped the phone. He was living in filth like a hoarder. But he got the nerve to get up here and disrespect you black women to even throw some kind of scenario out like that. And it don't make no sense because let's be real, we're all adults here. Let's be real. When it's that time of the month, you mean to tell me that these black women ain't gonna take no bath for a week? Is that what you're saying, Umar? Well, that's crazy. Umar, you ain't got no shame. You a disappointment. Really, you a clown talking crazy and reckless like this, and you need Jesus. That's the real truth. You need some Jesus. For any man to even come up with this type of scenario, he looked like he just rolled out of bed, ain't take no bath in 3 or 4 days, but he gonna put it on you black women. He said for what did he say? For a week or whatever he said. He ain't got no respect. These are the little scenarios he be running through his mind.
That the ex-husband was the emotional support. That's not good. That's not good. A man or woman should be cordial with the ex-husband. They should be cordial with the ex-wife. They should be cordial with the baby mom. They should be cordial with the baby daddy. But they shouldn't be so close to them that if things go wrong, the ex is the first person, the first shoulder they go crying to. Black man, you didn't know that your woman didn't take a bath every day. She only takes a bath once a week. You didn't know that before you lived with her. You thought she was a clean sister. Not at all. She's a spiritual sister. She only likes to touch the water 1 day a week. Funky as hell. You didn't know he fart all night. You didn't know he had a farting problem, a snoring problem. You didn't know these things. You have to live under the same roof.
Listen, anyway, let's just keep going. This guy.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And if
think of every scene from Martin when Bruh Man from the 5th floor came down and replaced him with Umar. You're welcome. He come through the window. He probably fall through the window because you know Umar. He get out the car, he be falling out the car. He fall through the window. That character was that was one of the funniest characters with Bruh Man from the 5th. Was it 5th floor? I think it was the 5th. Was the 4th floor? One of the two. He was so funny. Yeah, Martin. I was just getting me a sandwich. You go in there, go eat the food. That was so funny. That was my show back in the day. I love Martin. Martin and before that was the Cosby Show. I can't watch it now, but I used to watch the Cosby Show a lot. Martin was my show. I used to watch that show with the Queen Latifah, Living Single. I used to watch Living Single. I had a crush on that one lady. The lady, she was a lawyer. She was fine than a mother, boy. She was so fine. Pam was fine too for Martin. Pam was fine. That sister was fine. And then Tootie from was a Different Strokes, whatever it was. She was in Living Single too. I had a crush on her when she was younger, when I was a kid, and she had them skates. But yeah, that lady on Living Single, boy, she was something. Anyway, what were we talking about, Naeem? I done got blowed off. You see how I be doing? I think it was super chat. Who you talking about now? You talking about what's her name? Pam. And Pam to this day, Pam looked good. She aged very well. Her and that one lady, she got cheated on. Her husband was a coach for the Boston Celtics. Y'all know what I'm talking. Nia Long. Yeah, she aged very well. She put some weight on her too. Boy. Yeah. Pam was, boy, I tell you, Pam was fine. Maxine, you talking about Maxine from what you call it? From didn't she pass? I think she passed away. Rest in peace. Yeah, she was fine too from the Cosby Show. Did he? I don't think he did. No, I don't think he did. I'm gonna go look that up. Okay, let's get back. You heard Maxine had a farting problem? No, that's okay. Express your love, women. I've been trying to tell these women, if you want to really express your, just let them loose. It's okay. We We're not going to judge you for it. We want to be part of that. We want you to express yourself because it shows you trust us. You know, just go let one loose. It's okay. Do it in the blanket if you want to. Okay.
She has children and he has children. Y'all have to have a conversation about blending the family. We have a lot of blended families, and blended families are good. Nothing wrong with that. They all our children anyway. You found another relationship, you got a blended family, that's good. But before y'all bring those children together, before y'all bring those children together, before y'all bring those children together, y'all need to have a conversation. How are we going to feed these children? How are we going to discipline these?
You're going to feed him in both. No, he's still alive. His name is Reginald Ballard, Brother Man from the Fifth Flow. He's 58 years old. It doesn't show that he's passed. I'm looking on Wikipedia right now. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Children. How are we going to communicate to these children? How are we going to handle disrespect for the new step parent? And I don't like to use the word, but I will. Y'all have to talk about how are we going to raise these children politically? Are they going to be conscious kids, or are they going to be baby coons? Are these going to be Africans or Africoons? What type of child are the two of you going to be raising together? Because if the father is the coon and the mother is conscious, y'all going to have child rearing issues. If the father is conscious and the mother is a coon, y'all going to have child rearing issues.
Rearing. This guy crazy.
She wants to raise him with white Jesus. You want to raise him with an Arab Muhammad. Y'all got to work this out. He wants to raise them traditional African. They want to be a Hebrew. They want to be Moors. Y'all better come to some sort of agreement. Y'all going to have to come to some sort of agreement because you can't have the kids all over the place. And I want to say this to the men and women out there who are considering blending a family. I want to say this to the men and women out there who are considering blending a family. I want to say this to the men and women out there who are considering blending the family. Listen to me well, and I don't care if I make you angry. Listen to me well, and I don't care if I make you angry. Listen to me well, and I do not care if I make you angry. If you are not comfortable with your partner verbally redirecting your child, if you are not comfortable with your new partner offering your child some firm but respectful redirection, then that person has no business around your children. If you're not comfortable with them speaking to your child, they should not be around your child. I'm going to say it again, Miss Thirsty. I'm going to say it again, Mr. Thirsty. I'm going to say it again, Miss Thirsty. I'm going to say it again, Mr. Thirsty. If you are not comfortable with your partner offering a respectable but compassionate.
Real quick. Yeah, it's all projecting. Remember, he just, even at the time of this video, he did not have unsupervised visitations with his own child. So what is he talking about?
Verbal reprimand to your child when they break the rules or disrespect them, then they should not be in your child's life because you are not ready for that. Co-parenting means just that. We do it together. There is no such thing that you're going to handle your kids and I'm going to handle my kids. That is not a relationship. That is not a blended family. You're playing games. You're playing games. You discipline your son, and I'm going to discipline my daughter. That is not a family. That is not a family. That is a social contract. That is not a family. That is not a family. And I also recommend that there be a meeting with the biological parents. There should be a sit down with the stepmom and the real mom. There should be a sit down with the stepdad and the real dad so everybody could be on the same accord. Black man, you have to do this because there's a lot of insecure brothers out there. Black man, you have to do this because there's a lot of insecure.
Well, how dirty is it on the other side of that room? Well, the thing is that he was in the trap bando in this one. So it was probably filth in there anyway. I'm sure there was. He ain't fooling nobody. angry corner boy. He go to the corner inside the school to the setup right here.
Brothers out there, you have to let him know, brother, I respect you. You a man. I understand my child is going to be living under your house. But I just want to make sure you and I understand a couple of things, such as I do not believe men should put their hands on girls. Men do not punish girls. I do not like it because there's too much domestic abuse in the black community. There's too.
Yeah, to be clear, I think that's a good point that he's making there. However, we just don't hit our kids. Never have. We don't do it. And don't let nobody put their hands on my kids. I don't care who it is. I'll be in jail. I would be, because I know how I am. I'm real calm and peaceful and stuff, but that right there, someone put their hands on my kids, I already know. So I hear what he's saying. It makes sense. However, I just want to take a step forward that it's also possible to raise kids without hitting them or spanking them or anything like that. But again, to each his own, as long as it's, well, again, to each his own, as long as it's not, you're not abusing the child. All right, let's go.
Much domestic violence in the black community. And because of that, I think our little girls should never be taught or shown that it's okay for a man to put his hands on the girl. The woman, the mother, the stepmother, or the real mother punishes the daughter if physical punishment becomes necessary. The man should never put his hands on a woman, child or adult. A man should never put his hands on a woman, child or adult. A man should never put his hands on a woman, child or adult. Have a conversation. Have a conversation. First of all, let us keep it all the way funky one time. I'm going to keep it all the way North Philly funky one time. Another reason you need that meeting. Another reason you need that meeting, not just to introduce yourself and make sure you guys have a firm understanding of what's going to take place involving your children and under that man's roof. But let us keep it all the way funky one time. Every man needs to see his woman around her baby daddy. Every man needs to see his woman around her ex-husband. Every woman needs to see her man around the baby mama. Every woman needs to see her man around the ex-wife. You want to know why?
Why?
You want to know why?
Why?
Because emotions don't lie. You want to know why? Because emotions don't lie. And if you get around that man and your woman is floating, you can feel the thirst she still got for that man, you might want to rethink what you're about to do. You might want to rethink what you're about to do. Because you know what a lot of us like to do? When we can't get over somebody, we get into a relationship to distract us from that person. When we can't get over somebody, we get into a new relationship to distract us from that person. But guess what? It does not work. It does not work. If
Everything is negative, so negative with this guy. We got 800 people in the building. If y'all hit the like button, I appreciate it. Thanks everyone at Cook for Chat Undefeated. And thanks to the mods too for being here handling business. Let's keep going.
you were in love with that man before, you're going to be in love with that man now. Maybe not as strongly, but the candle will still be lit. And the minute you get a chance to be around that woman or around that man, your emotions are going to shine through like clear glass. You cannot hide how you feel about another human being. You cannot hide how you feel about another human being. So I recommend that nobody ever gets married until you had a chance to see your prospective mate around their ex-mate. You better believe it. You better believe it. You better believe it. That's real.
Okay, what if the ex-mate was an abuser? You got to go see, that don't make no sense. What if the ex-mate cheated and I mean, listen, since Umar be all negative, what if the ex-mate gave, never mind, I don't even want to say that, but doggone, this guy crazy.
Facts. Her baby daddy been locked up for 5 years. Her baby daddy been locked up for 10 years. He about to come home. If she was in love with that man when he got locked up, I can guarantee you she gonna be in love with him now. His baby mom was away in Kuwait, Afghanistan. She had to do a 5-year tour. She coming back. Y'all been dating for 5 years. You better do a reality check. You better do a reality check. Let's just be honest. People are not.
Did she say that the woman was over in Kuwait? This guy be coming up all kind of scenarios, don't he? His imagination incredible.
That honest to tell you, I think I still love my ex-husband. I think I still love my ex-wife.
if she had taken a spaceship to Mars and she was setting up a space station on Jupiter, and they was in love when she left, but she ain't been back in 25 years, you better make sure you go see how this guy, he just be throwing out all kind of crazy stuff.
We're not going to be honest and tell you that most people are not that honorable. You have to figure these things out yourself. And that's why when I meet people, I don't go around asking a bunch of questions. I don't need to ask nothing. All I do is observe. Close your mouth, open your eyes. Everything you need to see will be shown. Close your mouth, open your eyes, and everything you need to see will be shown. See, one of the issues that we have in our relationships is that we don't study the goodness of fit.
4-year tours,
our value
yeah.
system and the value system of our prospective mates. We don't study. We do not study the goodness of fit between the values. You know what we look for? You know what we look for? We always looking for what we have in common.
Yeah, Umar don't know what he's talking about. His daddy was a drill sergeant, allegedly. He don't even know that. I don't know. Anyway.
We got a lot in common. 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 We both like to swim. We both like to ride bikes. We both like to work out. We both like horror movies. We both Christian. We both Muslim. We both conscious. We both this. What you have in common has nothing to do with what you value. You can have everything in common on the surface and have nothing in common when it comes to the internal values, the things that matter. What are you talking about, Professor Ifa Tunde? What are you talking about, Professor Ifa Tunde? What are you talking about, Professor Ifa Tunde?
He's a professor now. He ain't making no sense. Naeem says Umar giving relation advice is like Snoop Dogg giving advice on bodybuilding. The numbers aren't there, sir. Snoop is pretty thin. He's tall too. He's really tall. He's really tall and thin. I don't know what I was watching. I think it was something on Suge Knight, but they showed a picture of Snoop Dogg. He really tall, and he is real thin. I mean, he's always been that way from the beginning. When he came on the scene, he was just a thin dude. 1, 2, 3 into the 4. Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre is at your door. I used to love that part. That come on, I used to get so hyped. Yeah, that's like him giving advice on bodybuilding. It just don't make no sense. Okay, it's not computing. Thanks, Naeem. I'm about to go look and see how tall he was. What's up, Dr. J. Kelly's in the building. What's up, man? Hope you're doing all right. If your spouse is doing a 5-year tour, they don't want to be around you. I am retired Army. You do a year and you can extend with another unit for a year if they want to. Yeah, Umar don't know what he's talking about. He's just making up whatever he wants to. Again, that's like Snoop Dogg giving advice on bodybuilding. It don't matter. Umar don't know what he's talking about. Thanks, Naeem, for the super chat. Also, thanks to the Light Seeker. I appreciate it. Here we go.
Tell you what I'm talking about. Do y'all value spending time with the children? Do y'all value relationship with God, spiritual practice? Do y'all value saving money? Do y'all value the extended family? Because I don't care how much I got in common. If that man like to hang out with his friends all weekend and you value the mother and father being with the children on the weekend, y'all gonna have a problem. Y'all gonna have a problem. If that woman centers her life around the church and that man don't believe in God at all, I don't care what y'all got in common, y'all gonna have some issues. You better look for the values. If that woman is materialistic and looking good and have the most expensive things, or that man is materialistic and he values looking good and having the most expensive things, and you value being frugal and saving money, y'all gonna have a conflict. I don't care what.
Yeah, I see, but it's not something that can't be resolved and overcome if you're in a loving relationship. Again, my wife and I, we've been together for 20 plus years. I don't even know how many years it is, 23, something like that. And I'm frugal. I'm extremely frugal. Someone that commented, let me just say that he only has like 11 units of clothing, 11, I don't know how they phrase it, units of clothing. It's a little more than that. But I'm very frugal, but that's because I have a large family and their needs come first. That's how I am. I got 2 pairs of pants. This one that I wear out. The ones I have on now, and I got my jeans, my Wrangler jeans, the blue one. Y'all see me when I wear it here? You know, I have very, very little. Everybody else got a reasonable amount of clothes. That's how I am. But I can see his point. But even that, in a relationship, there's give and take. I think I'm too frugal. Okay. And that could be a problem because I could be thinking in terms of trying to save money, wherein maybe certain things are neglected, even if it's things just so that the children can have a little bit more fun, or that my wife can have a little bit more fun, that type of thing, you know? So what I'm saying is that in a relationship and in a marriage, you work through those things. And even if, let's say, if my wife was really frugal and I just like to spend a whole bunch of money, what happens is that at a certain point, as you work together, things balance out. And you figure out what's a reasonable amount of money that we should be spending? What's in the budget? What's not in the budget? How far can we go with this? How much should we be saving, etc.? And that's what you do over time in a relationship. You're building towards a goal. I said it earlier in the beginning, a financial goal. But Umar, everything he frames, it's always it's so negative, and it's always, you know, conflict. He hasn't said one positive thing within the context of a male-female relationship. Everything is negative.
What you have in common? That's superficial. What do you like to read? What do you like to watch? What do you like to do? Oh my God, we have the same activities. We both like to play volleyball. We both like to line dance. That is superficial. Get
line dance? What you talking about? I wouldn't mind myself, though. I ain't gonna lie. I would line dance if you know me. I like the hopscotch and line dance. I'd be like, start doing electric slides, yeah. Start hopscotching. I'm just playing. He said line dancing. Look at him looking crazy. This guy.
To the values. Get to the values, brothers and sisters. Get to the values.
I'm trying to get me something to eat. Don't start digging your nose now.
And black man, I'm talking to my brothers one time.
Here you go.
Black man, with all due respect, if you are a polygynist, be honest about it and let her consciously decide if she wants to be a part of that. Do not manipulate my sisters into a plural marriage if that's not what they want to do. It's not fair. Don't do it. Let her make a conscious decision whether or not she wants to be somebody's co-wife. Don't play around with that. Too many brothers are lying to sisters, telling them that they are monogamous when your ass ain't been monogamous since the 9th grade in high school. Stop lying and cut it out. And if I'm going to say that to the black man, I got to say the same thing to the black woman, because a lot of black women don't believe in monogamy either. A lot of sisters are also polyandrous. They believe in having more than one man. If you're going to
he said a lot. You boy, listen, you such a liar. This guy is such a liar. There's not even a lot of black men who believe in having 2 wives. What are you talking about, conscious pimp? But then he got the nerve to say that a lot of these women, like they're gonna trick you, men. They trick mean like they're gonna fool you. That's what you say, trick. Other people think of something else. Like there's these black women out here trying to fool you, men. They want two husbands, and they don't want to tell you about it. You got to be out your mind. Umar, this guy, he's such a liar. Umar was like anyway. Let's keep going. This guy, the stuff he makes up in his mind it's just so bizarre and crazy.
What they want to do. It's not fair. Don't do it. Let her make a conscious decision whether or not she wants to be somebody's co-wife. Don't play around with that. Too many brothers are lying to sisters, telling them that they are monogamous when your ass ain't been monogamous since the 9th grade in high school. Stop lying and cut it out. And if I'm going to say that to the black man, I got to say the same thing to the black woman. Because a lot of black women don't believe in monogamy either. A lot of sisters are also polyandrous. They believe in having more than one man. If you're going to date more than one man, be honest and let the other person have an opportunity to decide if they want to be a part of that. And I'm going to let your sisters know right now. I can't do the polyandrous woman. No way in hell. You're going to be climbing up in my bed with a loosey ass goosey. I'm just sorry, sisters. I'm sorry. You're not getting in my bed with a loosey goosey. Oh, no, 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 no. Nobody gets those cookies but me. Nobody gets that honeycomb but the prince. No, 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 no. I am not sharing my cookies. No, I'm not. You're not getting in my bed with a loosey goosey. No walls. No thanks.
Don't say no. No, no, not the walls. Umar, don't do that. Not the sugar walls. Don't do that. Umar, come on, you taking stuff too far, man. You ain't got to say all that. But I told y'all he was going to rev up to this. Didn't I say that? Hit the one. All this other talk just so that he can start talking sex talk. I told y'all. This guy said no walls. What kind of man? This guy, he crazy. Something wrong with him. Someone outside shoveling in the snow, so don't worry about it. It's loud. I even shoveled the thing to my neighbor. I just did it because I was waiting for the car to warm up because I was going to put the kids in there. I said, let me get out here, shovel the snow, and then warm the car up so when the kids get in the car, it'd be warm enough. And I was sitting there, and I was going to sit in the car. I said, I'm like that. I can't just sit there. I got out, and I started shoveling the snow for our neighbor driveway. I'm such a weirdo. Anyway, what did he say something about a honeycomb? This guy, what is he talking about? Look at him, looking like an altered beast. Lucy Sugar Walls. This is y'all's principal. What's up, Window? What kind of man? What kind of principal? Boy, this is crazy, Umar. You wild, boy. He said something about anyway, let's keep going.
Cut it out. And if I'm going to say that to the black man, I got to say the same thing to the black woman, because a lot of black women don't believe in monogamy either. A lot of sisters are also polyandrous. They believe in having more than one man.
What is a polyandroid woman? I don't even know, but he said that a woman who got another man, right, that because they're engaged in sexual intercourse, that her loosey-goosey, which is a euphemism for vagina, it becomes loose. He talks like this all the time. It loses elasticity. He's also put this in the form of, within the scope of older women, that we're all adults here, vaginal walls lose the elasticity. Therefore, he's unable to get the same type of sensations that he wants to get while engaged in sexual intercourse. That's what he's referring to here. So every time he says loosey-goosey, understand that that's what he's talking about. He calls it a loosey-goosey. The goose is of a JJ and it's loose. But see, I've said this before, some of us men, we don't have that issue, if y'all catch my drift. It's not a woman's issue, okay? Some of us men don't have that type of an issue, Umar.
If you're going to date more than one man, be honest and let the other person have an opportunity to decide if they want to be a part of that. And I'm going to let your sisters know right now, I can't do the polyandrous woman.
Now a little dance, Lenon. I'll be singing for y'all. I'll do a line dance for y'all. I'll do what I got to do. I was going to play the piano, but we ain't going to do that. We ain't going to get to that right now. Thanks, Anita, for the super chat. Thanks, Naeem. Thanks, Sasha Love 83. All right, here we go.
No way in hell. You're going to be climbing up in my bed with a loosey ass goosey. I'm just sorry, sisters. I'm sorry. You're not getting in my bed with a loosey goosey. Oh, no, 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 no. Nobody gets those cookies but me. Nobody gets that honeycomb but the prince. No, 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 no. I am not sharing my cookies. No, I'm not. You're not getting in my bed with a loosey goosey. No walls. No thanks. No walls, no thanks. No cookies left, no thanks. You coming back, you done gave him all the cookies, you climbing in my bed with some crumbs. I don't think so. You done gave that man all your cookies and you climbing in my bed with some crumbs. I don't think so. I don't want no cookie crumbs. I want my full-blown, soft batch, moist, smelling good cookies. Don't get in my bed with no damn leftover cookie crumbs.
Oh, take the wheel. It don't even got to be Jesus. Don't anybody. Cara, can you take Alexa? Can you take the wheel? Anybody. Pierre, Bridget. I know Bridget. Please, if you can just take anybody. It ain't got to be Jesus. Anybody. Okay, can anybody take the wheel? I don't care who it is. Frederick Douglass, if you can take. Let me stop. You know it's bad when you start calling on Frederick Douglass. You're in a bad situation when you start trying to get Frederick Douglass to take the wheel. That's sad. My goodness, great. I told y'all, that's why I said viewer discretion, because I told y'all I was going to get to this point. And I haven't seen this part of this video. I saw some clips from the earlier parts of it, but I never saw the full one. I'm sure it gets even crazier. We're doing okay on time. I want it to be done by 8. Because technically I should be in bed by 8, but that ain't gonna happen. I gotta get up extra early tomorrow. But that's okay. We're gonna get through this video for sure tonight, and y'all just hang in there. You know, we're gonna get to it. Texas Diva says it's official. I no longer like food. Yeah, he ruins a lot of things. I mean, it wouldn't be this way if he didn't conflate food, sex, and money together. All of that's intertwined. That's what I was saying earlier. So he's talking about honeycomb hideout and the cookies. He said something like soft, moist. What is soft, moist batch cookies? You know, he's Betty Crocker double cheese cake, devil food cake. At a certain point, you ain't want to eat. Umar, the way you talking, you don't want to eat. This guy, he's nuts. And for him to be talking like this, people follow this guy, and the idea that he's going to open up a school for children and he's going to be the principal. I mean, we are out there as a people. We're out there to accept that. We really are. That's why I think these videos are important. You know, there's people who they complain about me doing these, but no, people need to see this and hear this. I know we clown and we joke, but there are some serious lessons because it really teaches us a lot about collectively where we're at. I'm not talking about as individuals. But can you imagine Malcolm X getting on if they had the internet back then and Malcolm X gets on the internet and talks like this? Can you imagine Martin Luther King getting up here talking like this? You see what I'm saying? It just speaks to where we're at, and not all of us, but collectively, we're way out there, and Umar's way out there. Thanks for the super chat, Texas Diva. Yeah, I got everybody else too. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go.
We have a Lucy. You climbing in my bed with some crumbs. I don't think so. You done gave that man all your cookies and you climbing in my bed with some crumbs. I don't think so. I don't want no cookie crumbs. I want my full-blown, soft batch, moist, smelling good cookies. Don't get in my bed with no...
He said soft batch. What in the world? Soft batch, moist. This guy.
Damn leftover cookie crumbs. We have a loosey-goosey crisis in the black community. And the reason we have a loosey-goosey crisis in the black community is because black women, sisters, I'm focusing on sisters. I don't deal with any other women. I'm dealing with us. Okay? As you get older, ladies, you need to know this. Let me give you a biological fact. As you get older, you become softer, more impressionable. When you were 25, you could do whatever you wanted to do with whoever you wanted to do it with, and those walls would still be strong.
Oh my God, this guy is, Damn, Umar, something wrong with you, man.
Now you in your 40s, you in your 50s, you're not as strong as you were when you was in college. So you can't hop from bed to bed thinking he's not going to know. He's going to know. You over 40, he's going to know. You're not 25 no more.
What?
Okay?
What are you saying?
Stop thinking you can throw that loose goose on anybody. Listen. Let's get back on topic. And brothers, you can't talk about the loosey-goosey because you got a soft Twinkie problem in the hood.
God. You ain't got to do that, Umar. Man, you ain't got to do that. You ain't got to do none of it. You just ruined it. Listen, I'm not even playing. I got the kids some Twinkies last week, and they don't even like them. I thought they might like them, and the box is still sitting in here. I even saw them throw. It was one they took out the box and had it sitting out for like a week, and then I saw it in the trash. It wasn't even open. It was, Umar, here you go. I got them a whole thing of 16 of them. My kids ate everything. We can't, that's what it is. It is what it is. My wife and I, we still, do the vegan thing, but the kids, they go to school, they eat whatever it's fine. Y'all gonna do what you're gonna do. Now that you talking this Twinkie talk, I gotta throw these out now. I ain't playing. I'm throwing them out right now. Doggone freak. Just ruining everything. You better not say nothing about no applesauce. You say something about applesauce, Umar, we're going to have a problem this month. Them kids, well, ruining my applesauce. It ain't happening. Can't even have food in the house no more with Umar. Brothers and sisters, if you take the tofu and rub it in between your thighs, here we go. Here we go. Every single time. If you got potatoes, the little ones, you can take them and put some warm hot butter on it and rub it all on the chest. I said, no, don't do that. I can't even have no potatoes with this guy. We ain't even gonna get into them hot chili fries. We ain't even gonna get to that right now. He just ruined all food. He ruined Texas Diva. He ruined everything. Okay. Thanks for super chat. HVAC man said Lenon walked off because it's ridiculous. He got to do that, and I just got the Twinkies like it was over a week. They just been sitting there. Them kids. And when I was a kid, we would have ate everything. Anything we would just eat it. These kids, they don't even eat Captain Crunch. I got them a big old bag, not even in the box, but them bags. It's probably still in there. It is. I think it is still in there. I was going to throw that out too, but unless Umar say something, if he say something, don't you better not say something about Captain Crunch crunching them cookies. You say Captain Crunch crunch the cookies, I'm throwing that out too, Umar. I ain't playing with you today. Umar's a freak off master. That's what he is. He pop a freak off. All it's gonna be, all it's gonna be left in the fridge is some liver. Where all the food go? I threw it out. Why? I was in Umar. He was talking freak talk. I had to throw it out. I couldn't even have it. He said Umar just be ruining food, everything. All right, thanks, HVAC man. Let's get back to it, boy. Umar, you tripping? We got 454 likes. Let's try to get to 500. Okay, we're at 771 views. Okay, that's going up and down in between like 750 and 800, which is great for a Thursday. Thank y'all so much. Let's get back to it.
You know how many emails I get from black women? Dr. Umar, I love my man. He is the father of my children. He is a good provider. But Dr. Umar, he cannot perform. His Twinkie can't stay hard. Dr. Umar, what am I going to do? I said, well, I can refer you to some sex therapists. You want some sex therapy? Maybe y'all could work on. Dr. Umar, we tried. I don't know what it is. Brothers, as women get older, their sex drive gets higher. When she hit 35, that 35 to 50-year-old woman, she wants her Shango stick. Let me show you what a Shango stick is.
Oh no, don't do that. Is that what I got the screenshot of the what you call it for the thumbnail? Is that what you gonna do? Don't do that. Look at the guy in the picture back there looking all nervous and he's looking like, Umar, don't do this, please. Please don't do this. I don't even know who that is. You see that? This guy, he's going to go get some graphic props. He said, you know what? Let me go get this Shango stick. I said, oh no, don't do that. No man should be going to go. No, don't do that. And now that in my imagine, see now he done got me corrupted because I'm thinking he gonna pull out something else. You better not. You better not. Don't you do it. You better not do it. Freak off master. He's a freak off master. Is that Booker T. Washington? Yeah, Booker T. Washington looking like, please, Umar, please do not. That ain't Booker T. Is that Booker T. Washington? It says something. I don't think that's Booker T. No, Booker T. He got a lot of muscles and he got the little baby dreads. Booker T. WWF. Anyway, let's go.
This
Damn, this guy. Here we go. I'm supposed to be in the bed in like 20 minutes. I gotta get up extra early tomorrow. Boy, I tell you. I guess gotta take a quick walk. We're gonna get right to it. I ain't gonna say nothing. This guy, I don't even understand how he can even think like this. And pulling out this like this, you supposed to be a man? I don't know. I just don't know. There's something ain't right to me. We don't do that. We don't do that. Look at this right here. We don't do this. That's not what we do. He went and got it. He said, let me go get this.
I'll tell you what a Shango stick is.
He walked off again, Umar. I told y'all viewer discretion is advised. Let's see where this goes, though. You know Umar's imagination. He wild. Thanks, HVAC man 23. Let's see where this goes.
This is the Shango stone. This is the stone that is created when lightning strikes the earth. Shango is the Orisha within the Yoruba pantheon that represents male virility and power and energy, okay? Ogun as well. But this is the Shango stick, okay? Your woman needs her Shango stick.
No, man. This ain't right. You tapping on it and stuff, holding it.
She don't want this, okay? This is spiritual. She wants the one God gave you. And if your Shango stick don't work, she's going to have a problem. Men, our reproductive system functions on the healthy flow of blood. You have to stay in shape, black men. If you don't stay in shape, the blood isn't going to get where it needs to be in time to please your queen.
Umar, are you projecting here? What are you?
If you don't stay in shape, the blood is not going to get to where it needs to get so your Shango stick can form so you can satisfy your woman. She don't want a Twinkie. She don't want no Twizzler. She don't want no soft ass candy. She
Wow, whoa, stop, bro. You got to stop right there. You got to stop. And yeah, there's some men that have what they call that erectile dysfunction. But man, damn, man, you talking like this? I get around my wife. I try to keep it down. You know what I'm saying? It's hard too. It's hard to keep it down, boy. I tell you, I just try to. Man, you know how it is. Especially she get to bed. I'll be trying to. That can't nothing you can do though. It's autonomic. Don't women don't be mad at us now. Don't put that on us. That's y'all. That's y'all's fault. They ain't got nothing to do with us. Anyway, let's go.
needs a rock.
Oh my God! What did we get? What did we get into? What is the world? What is going on? Umar, don't talk like this. Don't do this. Golly, I told y'all it's wild. This guy.
Woman. She don't want a Twinkie. She don't want no Twizzler. She don't want no soft ass candy. She needs a rock.
Golly. Oh no. Now I see why Father David was talking about he want that rock on down above him. But we ain't gonna get to that right now. Let's keep going.
Because
why?
As much as our sisters want to be intimate, our sisters want to be held, our sisters want to be loved, they want affection, they want to be caressed, they want to be massaged, and all that's okay. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. But guess what? One thing for certain and two things for sure. Sometimes your wife going to come home frustrated and she had a bad day and the things just didn't go right and she ain't going to want to be caressed and she ain't going to want to be massaged and she ain't going to want a forehead kiss. She going to want her cookies crushed. Every once in a while, your queen is going to want her cookies crushed. And when your queen needs you to crush those cookies, you have to be able to meet the demand. Every sister, I don't care how spiritual she is, I don't care how feminine she is, every once in a while, she want cookies crushed.
Oh my God. Golly. Whoa. Oh my God. This guy is something wrong with him. Look at him. Look at this guy. What in the world? Oh my, I don't even know what to say. Well, this guy. I don't know. I don't know. Something wrong with him. Just look at his face. That's what someone just said. Yeah, look at his face, Eric. It's just this ain't got nothing to do with no loving relationship. This guy looked like he about to stab somebody. I said, dang, I mean, this guy needs to be on Mr. Baldwin's show or something. Explore with us. I don't know. CSI, something. Look at this guy. He holding Shango stick looking like he about to. Anyway, we're going to run this back. I'm just going to let it play, though. I ain't going to say that because this is one of the wildest things I ever heard this guy say.
And if your Shango stick don't work, she's going to have a problem.
Okay.
Men, our reproductive system functions on the healthy flow of blood.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was referring to earlier, though. He's talking about how you got to be in shape. But Umar, are we So are you, I ain't gonna say we, are you self-exposing here? How's it going, Sigma? Thanks for super chat. Watch what he
You
says.
have to stay in shape, black men. If you don't stay in shape, the blood isn't going to get where it needs to be in time to please your queen. If you don't stay in shape, the blood is not going to get to where it needs to get so your Shango stick can form so you can satisfy your woman.
Thanks, Sigma. What's super chat?
She don't want a Twinkie. She don't want no Twizzler. She don't want no soft ass candy. She needs a rock. Because see, as much as our sisters want to be intimate, our sisters want to be held. Our sisters want to be loved. They want affection. They want to be caressed. They want to be massaged. And all that's okay. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. But guess what?
What, Umar?
One thing for certain and two things for sure. Sometimes your wife going to come home frustrated and she had a bad day and things just didn't go right and she ain't going to want to be caressed and she ain't going to want to be massaged and she ain't going to want a forehead kiss. She going to want her cookies crushed.
Oh my God. It don't even make no sense. If your woman's having a hard day and she's struggling and she's coming home, why would she just, what? She just wants you to ravage her? What kind of freak off sexual deviant? What are you talking about? King Kong Cooch? I'm sorry. King Kong Cookie. They'll say that. Exactly, Mike Jones. That's why I put that in. I didn't watch this video, the whole thing. I saw a little bit of that earlier section. I've been looking for this video for years, and this guy, he out there, he nuts.
Every once in a while, your queen is going to want her cookies crushed. And when your queen needs you to crush those cookies, you have to be able to meet the demand. Every sister, I don't care how spiritual she is, I don't care how feminine she is, every once in a while, she want cookies crushed. With that being said,
this guy is loony. You see that? Crushed. He did that in another video too. He said that. Yeah, he up here foaming at the mouth. but you see how he do? He going crazy, looking like he a axe murderer. And then all of a sudden he goes, now, family, with that being said, what in the world? Did y'all see that? He just goes off. He just like nothing happened. One more time. I ain't gonna play it. Let me just play that part where he just changes up real quick.
Every once in a while, she want cookies crushed.
You are.
With that being said.
What? This guy, you gonna say all that with the soft candy and the Twizzlers and the Twinkies and all this stuff that you and the Shango stick? You gonna? With that being said, this guy he's something else. This guy is something else.
While your queen is going to want her cookies crushed. And when your queen needs you to crush those cookies.
How he did his hand. I'm going to do that to my wife. I said, baby, do you want your cookie crushed? Is that the secret? I didn't know that. If I know that long time ago, you know what I mean? We got the secret now. Umar giving us a relationship advice, family. We work it. I'm going to try it tonight, see what happens. Anyway, let's keep going. this show got crazy. Here we go.
Able to meet
I'm trying. All the men going to try that tonight.
I don't care how spiritual she is.
All right.
I don't care how feminine she is. Every once in a while, she want cookies crushed.
Oh my God, this guy's a loser.
With that being said,
he just go, that
black
was so.
men, we need to exercise. Black
Okay.
men, you need to stop drinking so much. You need to
Mm.
stop smoking so much. And I understand that everybody is in love with marijuana. I understand that, black man. But I also need you to understand that the active ingredient in marijuana, which is known as THC, the active ingredient of marijuana, has an effect on the body, the nervous system, where it
You taking
slows
notes, huh?
all of your bodily functions down.
Yeah, big sis, he
It
does.
slows your blood down. And if it's slowing your blood pressure down, if marijuana is reducing your blood pressure, and when it's time to be intimate with your woman, you have to raise the blood pressure. How are you going to raise the blood pressure so you can get your Shango stick if you smoking every damn day, which is reducing your blood pressure? Now, I've only ever had
I don't even know if that's an accurate representation of what happens physiologically. I mean, I don't know, but maybe he's leaving out some details. But anyway, here we go. Yeah, I know. Just real quick, run, ladies. Here comes Umar the Cookie Monster. Run. You know, I've been telling y'all, that's why another reason why I do these videos, just because I want to help to, you know, it's not like it's a big impact, but I figured that there may be 1 or 2 or 3 or even 10 women who see these videos, and that is enough for them not to try to get caught up in foolishness dealing with Umar. And it's something as simple as, you know, texting him and saying, hey, listen, I have a plan where I can help you with this or help you with that. And he'll turn it into he'll try to turn it into a freak off situation. And if I can help to keep one woman safe from that, it's well worth it, you know, or two, whatever, 3, whatever. Here we go.
one blunt in my life in Jamaica.
Okay, here we
With
go.
my Bobo Shanti Rasta brothers. Shout out to my Bobo Shanti Rasta brothers. I forgot to mention y'all last night on the Garvey program, but we have to give the Bobo Shanti Rasta and all the Rasta, the Nyabingi, the 12 tribe, we have to give all the Rasta a special thank you for keeping the life and legacies of the most honorable.
You see, I don't even know what all that, but my wife, she knows what all that is. She knows all the different types and all that. She can run down the list.
Marcus Messiah Garvey alive, because had it not been for the Bobo Shanti, had it not been for the entire Rasta family, a lot of people would not know about the most honorable Marcus Garvey. Okay? But here's what I wanted to say. I smoked 1 blunt on Bobo Hill. It didn't do nothing for me. I might try it again next time I'm in Jamaica. But here's the point that I want to make.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how good marijuana is. I've only had 1 blunt, but I don't care how good marijuana is. I don't know too many men who want to exchange that for some good cookies. Do you understand?
Oh, goodness. Here we go.
Okay? Because many of you brothers are going to have to make a choice between your woman and that marijuana. Between your woman and that marijuana. Okay? No more Twinkies, no more loosey-gooseys. That should be your New Year's resolution. Now, let's talk about this. Let's talk about something.
This guy.
Just as you have to develop a style for getting into relationships, just as you have to develop a style for getting into relationships, you also have to develop a style for getting out of relationships. I want y'all to hear this.
Okay.
I want you, this next concept I'm going to talk about is very important. This next concept I'm going to talk about is very important. You have to develop a style for getting into a relationship. Most of us do okay with meeting a new person and getting started. Most of us do okay with meeting a new person and getting started. Most of us do okay with meeting a new person and getting started. But what about after you've been in a relationship for a while and you find out that this ain't really the person for you? A lot of us have trouble disconnecting from the partner and moving on with our life. We don't have trouble getting into the relationship, but a lot of us have trouble getting out of the relationship. And this is a concept that I refer to as being a relationship hoarder. HOAR.
Oh no. Umar, don't say nothing about hoarding. Please don't say nothing about hoarding. I can't believe this guy. I mean, he just don't stop. Let's keep going. I was going to pull the video, but we need to keep going.
DER. You know how some people can be hoarders? They don't like to get rid of stuff. They hold on to it. They keep it. Some of us are like that in our relationships. We like to hoard relationships. You don't want to get rid of your ex-boyfriend. You still got the boyfriend before him hanging around. You still got the boyfriend before him hanging around. The men you dated for the last 10 years are still all involved in your life in some way. That's called being a relationship hoarder. There's something about you that you can't let old situations go. Same thing for black men. We have a lot of brothers who are relationship hoarders. Your first baby mama, your second baby mama, your first wife, your second wife, they're all still in your life in a way that is not healthy for you or for them. Why can't you let it go? Stop clinging to situations that no longer suit you. Stop clinging to situations that no longer suit you. And the reason why so many of us become relationship hoarders, the reason why we become relationship hoarders is because we need to hold on to as many as possible as an insurance policy so our thirsty asses never end up by ourselves. I said we have to hold on to as many people as we know. We have to hold on to them so our thirsty asses never end up by ourselves. It is called relationship hoarding.
Goodness.
Do not be a relationship hoarder. One of your New Year's resolutions, if you got too many romantic attachments in your life, you need to have a New Year's resolution that you're going to cut that down.
Don't do that, Chavis. He said, why does Umar look like Queen Latifah with the... Don't do that. Don't do that. What was that song she did back in the day? Something about respect. What was it? I can't remember right now. What's coming to mind is RESPECT, but that's Aretha Franklin. But she have a song talking about the respect, but she had on a kufi. That's back when she was fronting like she was Black conscious. You guys remember that? Yeah, Unity. UNITY. That sounds like Umar. Umar, he gonna break out talking about UNITY. It's a cheesecake. UNITY. I need a Twizzler. UNITY. Shango stick on deck. You know, he got a Shango stick on deck right over here on the corner. All right, thanks, Chavis, for a super chat. You wrong, no. Don't bring Queen Latifah into this now. Don't do that. UNITY. That was the jam back in the day. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go. Thanks for super chat. Did I get it? Let me make sure I thanked everybody too. Sigmund, thanks for super chat. Money, thanks for super chat. Yeah, a single person giving relationship advice. And here's the thing: if you're single and you have had some experience, there's still wisdom that you can impart onto somebody else. It's possible. I mean, I'm sure there's a limit, on what you would be knowledgeable about, and that's where you wouldn't go further than that. But here's the thing with Umar Money, that I can't even think of him ever, except in this video in the video that we played before, where he said that he was dating two women at the same time. So even that's not a committed relationship. I've never heard Umar say that he was in a committed relationship. I never heard him say that. Now he probably has been at some point, I would like to think, but I've never heard him say that. So in that sense, really, he doesn't have, and that's just part of it. He doesn't have any knowledge base to be speaking on relationships. But here's the other thing. With Umar, we all know, or at least those of us who've been following this long enough, that Umar, he's out here living a sexually promiscuous lifestyle. He'll go wherever he can to go crush cookies, as it were. He will go into other countries and he'll try to find women to get them draws. So in that sense, he's thoroughly unqualified to talk about relationships to any capacity, because those are not relationships. Those are just what people call jump offs. That's all it is. There's no commitment. You know, you run through him and then he leaves. That's it. He's a rolling stone. He got baby mamas. He out here running through these women. So he has absolutely no business talking about relationships, because he doesn't have any knowledge base. Now, if he wanted to do a series of videos talking about running through women, okay, he'd be the perfect person to speak on that. You know, if you want to do something where you talk about how not to be in relationships, he's a perfect. But when it comes to giving relationship advice, he ain't got no business, none. And see, it's not just that he's single; it's that he's single, but he's out here living a sexually promiscuous lifestyle, trying to talk about committed relationships. You don't know what he's talking about. He ain't nothing but. Let me stop. Thanks, buddy, for super chat. Okay, let's get going here.
Down to 1 or 2 people, the rest of them got to go. If that means you got to change your phone number, if that means you got to relocate, change your job, but you got to let some of them energies go, because some of those energies are no longer serving you. You have to know when to let people go. You will never be happy if you don't know when to walk out of a situation that is no longer serving you. How many of you have hung around too long with the wrong person, male or female? How many of you have hung around too long with the wrong female? And the other thing that you need to be careful of, is dealing with people who are almost divorced. Let's talk about this almost divorced category. Let's deal with this almost divorce. This is a very dangerous situation to be in. A lot of people get hurt with this almost divorce shit. Be careful with this almost divorce. It is not healthy. You cannot trust people. People out here are crazy. Some people don't know how to deal with betrayal. They don't know how to deal with loss. And you mess with somebody's wife before they got divorced, it could be problems. You mess with somebody's husband before they got divorced, she could be telling you we're separated, but they could still be dealing.
Yeah, now this is true, because I actually had this experience when I was 23. My girlfriend was 33 and she was still married. I mean, they weren't together, but they would be talking on the phone sometimes, and it was just really weird. And the way I found out was we went out to eat, and we would alternate paying for the meal. And that day, it was during the day, I think. It was early evening. It was on a Saturday, I think. We were eating, and when she went to pay for the meal, she took out her ID and credit card, put it on the thing, and I happened to look down, and her last name wasn't the last name she told me. I asked her about it, and come to find out, she was still married. Okay, again, they weren't together, but that's besides the point. You know, I was like, boy, that was crazy. So he has a point here. I agree with that, Umar.
He could be telling you, I don't deal with her no more, but they still legally married and she's still dropping off cookie coupons. See, a lot of married couples might be separated, but they still have a coochie contract. Let's talk about that. Separated for 5 years, but they still have a coochie contract. Separated for 10 years, but they still have a coochie contract. Separated for 20 years, but they still have a cookies and milk contract. You better be careful before you get your feelings hurt. You better be careful before you get your feelings hurt. Y'all separated, you on a pathway to divorce. Okay, we could keep in touch. But I'm not giving you any milk with your cookies. We are not going to have cookies and milk. We are not going to have cookies and milk until I see a divorce decree. That's right. There will be no milk with those cookies until I see a divorce decree. Y'all better be careful with the almost divorced people, because a lot of times that is trouble.
Trouble.
It can be trouble.
It is. It is crazy.
A woman asked me one time, she said, Dr. Umar, and I'm only going to keep you guys
oh my God. All right.
For another hour. We're going to finish at 12:30. We're going to finish at 12:30 a.m. Tomorrow is a full
vouchers.
Moon. Tomorrow is a full moon, y'all, in Cancer.
Yeah, he does.
Which is the sign of Yemoja, the great divine mother. So make sure you got to do some meditation. Tomorrow night, the full moon in Cancer. But I want to say
I can't even have cookies anymore. Doggone it.
I had a sister come to me one time. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful sister. She said, Dr. Umar, my man cheated on me. And he cheated on me with the woman down the street. She got like 10 kids. She's not attractive. She don't look as good as I do. I got everything going for me. I got a career. I'm attractive. And she was gorgeous. Drop dead gorgeous. She said, Dr. Umar, how did he cheat on me for that? I said, I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. Unattractive women know. They can't compete with you physically, ladies. Unattractive women know. They can't compete with you physically, ladies. Unattractive women know. They can't compete with you physically, ladies. So you know what they're going to do?
I already know where he's going with this. This guy, he got to talk. He's going to talk crazy. He always got to use any and every excuse to talk crazy.
They're going to compete with your wifey skills. They're going to compete with your wifey skills. The woman who stole your man, who didn't look as good as you did, was able to get him because she studied your shortcomings. She studied your deficiencies. She found out what you were not doing for that man.
Here we go.
That left him unfulfilled. And she stepped in there and replaced everything you should have been doing. See, this is one of the problems. It goes the other way too. Black men, same thing. You find out your queen cheated on you with a dude who, you know, got a regular $8 an hour job. You like, this dude, he don't even look. What is this?
That's how you know Umar ain't worked in a long time. We talking about $8 an hour. What are you talking about? He's so stuck in the past. He ain't had no job in so long. You $8 an hour.
You cheated on me with this. You fail to realize. You fail to realize. That man catered to her ego and he catered to her expectations. That woman catered to his ego and catered to his expectations. Please get it out your head that somebody who don't have what you have, don't look how you look, can't take your mate. Yes, they can. Because I don't care how good you look. If your man is unfulfilled, if your woman is unfulfilled, if your man don't feel like a king, if your woman ain't getting enough attention, I promise you, somebody who you would consider to be half of who you are, somebody who you consider to be half of what you are can take your man, can take your woman. I've seen it done by catering to their ego. I'm going to tell you how this goes. I'm going to give you an example for the man and the woman.
Oh, no. Here we go. Quick crush chat. Thank y'all again, everybody. Thanks for all the cash up and everything. This is going way longer than what I thought. I just should be getting into bed right now, but we got to get through this tonight. So we're going to keep going. We're going to keep pushing through. My wife wanted to come down and make something to eat, but she said she want to cook. I told her to do it, but she says, no, I'm going to make too much noise. I'm going to get a divider anyway. I just text her. I'm just going to get a divider so that when anyone has to come down, I can just put it up and they can do what they got to do. But she says, well, I'm going to make too much noise. I'm telling her, just come on down, do it, because y'all not going to mind. You guys wouldn't mind, right? Okay, so I'm about to text her again and tell her to come. I'm going to say the cook Chris said it's perfectly fine. You make noise, that's fine, okay? She want to cook. Okay, we're at 497 likes. We got 3 to go to get to 500. If y'all can do that, let's go for it. Okay, let's get these final likes in to get to that 500 mark. I'm about to text my wife right now. Let's keep going. Yeah, I told her to come on down.
Your man like his back
yeah,
rub,
y'all ain't
but
gonna
you
mind.
don't do it.
What did he say?
Your man like home cooked food. You say you don't cook. Your man want to go out sometimes, go on vacation with his woman, but you a big-time lawyer, big-time business owner. You ain't got time for that.
I'm about to text
Your man feels neglected. The lady down the street, unattractive, ain't got much going for her, but guess what? She can cook her ass off. She can cook her ass off. And one day she see you coming and she say, hey, girl, I made some extra food. I can't eat it all. Here's a plate for you. And here's a plate for David.
Umar.
Here's a plate for you.
For David, Father David. He has to say cooking food because he got everything food, cooch and money. I'm just texting right now. I said the Cookie Crush chat said come down and cook. They don't mind. I was trying to tell her. I'll just come off the screen and she do what she need to do. But I'm gonna get a little divider anyway. So
here's a plate for David, and you warm up that food for David, and David eat that damn food. She got that baked chicken and that baked salmon with the homemade sauce. She got them greens and them deviled eggs and that sweet potato pie and
there
those
you go.
buffalo shrimp she made herself and her special macaroni and cheese and her homemade raspberry iced tea. David be like, damn. He looking at you. He ain't gonna tell you, but he give you that look like, yo, you
y'all
might
come on
want
over.
to learn how to cook a little
That would be,
bit,
you know what?
'cause this
Listen,
food
that would be
I-
crazy though. I mean, it would be crazy. I mean, it's a big house, but it'd be crazy. He put on Umar videos on the big TV. You just put it on there. He just be, well, that would be hilarious. Let's keep going.
just ate hit me right in the stomach. See, women need to understand something, that the two strongest passions of a man is hunger and
I knew he was gonna go here.
sex. The stomach is right over the reproductives. The stomach is right over the reproductives. The stomach is right over the reproductives. And so she just slowly start giving you plates for your husband. And you don't even realize this. This man is getting infatuated with this woman through her food. Every man watching this broadcast, including me, can attest to a situation where a woman who you would not have naturally been attracted to cooked your ass a meal, and she put her foot in that food so well that the next time you saw her, you said, damn, she do look like Beyonce.
It's water. You single ladies. You single ladies. I started line dancing in the gym. Umar, boy, he wild, boy. That ain't never happened to me. And I don't eat other women's food anyway. I only eat my wife's food. I mean, that's just how I am. She says she don't like eating other people's food either. Baby. Could Crush said they don't care. Come on down. No, come on. Yeah, but come on, baby. Just come on down. What was you going to make? Okay. You want me to cut some potatoes? She like, just go on. She was like, I don't want to. She said she don't want to. That's all right. I told her I'll cut some potatoes if she want me to. At least I could do that. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna do that this weekend. I'm gonna order a divider. That way, it'll be easier on her. All right, let's get back to this fool. What are you talking about, Beyonce or something like that? I said, what in the world?
Where a woman who you would not have naturally been attracted to cooked your ass a meal, and she put her foot in that food so well that the next time you saw her, you said, damn, she do look like Beyonce. Ladies, if you have a man who likes home-cooked food, you ain't got to cook every day, but I'm telling you right now, if he come across another woman in that neighborhood who can not only cook, but loves to do it, I don't care what she look like, she might got one tooth right in the middle, one tooth right in the middle, I promise you, she will wear that man down, and before you know it,
here we go.
Before you know it.
What, Umar?
He coming home one day, and you still at the job, and she catch him coming up the street. And she say, hey, David, I made some extra pineapple upside down cake. David.
Ooh, not the upside down pie. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Would you like to come in and have a slice of this pineapple upside down cake? And David know he really don't need to go into
Umar starts scratching his boy. This guy, he started scratching
that house. But he hungry. And he already feeling the woman because she been feeding him for the past 3 months with your permission. And so guess what? David goes in the house with the woman with one tooth. And she cut that pineapple upside down cake, put a little ice cream on the side, and David eat that upside down cake. And before you know it, David got your neighbor upside down inside the upside down cake. So I'm telling you, sister.
Whoa. This is y'all's principle? He said what? Hashtag he said what? I don't even know what he said now. I heard him, but it don't register because something about an upside down pineapple cake and had her upside down on it. What does that mean? How do you have the cake? The cake can't be that big to put a woman on it. I don't. And she toothless too. She got one tooth. He said, why? I think we got a new one. He said, what? Umar, man, I can't believe this, man. This is out there. This video's up there. It's in top 10. It has to be top 10. I mean, we keep finding these videos, put them in the top 10. David says, his chin just did the Wanya Morris wiggle when he talked about that's because he's greedy. And see, Chambers, everything, he put everything together. The food, the sex, and the money. Everything's put together. And these stories that he's spinning, it's amazing that he's able to concoct that on, because he's making it up. He said, you walking down the street and she see you and your wife ain't home and she tell you she just made an apple pie turnover cake that she just took out the oven and she put some draws on top of the top of it. Wait a minute, Umar, wait a minute. She put draws on top of it? Yeah, she showed him the cake with the draws. It was red draws on top of it. And he just keep going. Talk about something about got the cake, put it up on top of the side or whatever he said. Again, these are all Umar's he's just Fantasyland stuff. And he's got the food problem. He got the cookie problem, meaning the question of the cookies. And he always trying to get money. Thanks, Chad, for a super chat. Ale says, she said, go and play with the cookie crusher. She said, no, she's like, go and play with it. Please be allowed. I tried to get her down there, but she didn't want to come down. But I'm going to get a divider. I'll get a divider that goes from that wall over. And that way, I'll probably do it from this wall next to the Cookie Crush chat and just bring it over to this couch that's right over here. And it'll just block that area off. Yeah, I'll do that over the weekend. Okay, we got them moves. Yeah, oh God, these linen socks. Here we go. Did you see my socks? Is that why you saying that? I got the Stormtrooper socks on today. Yeah, these are Stormtrooper socks. They're not that warm, but they'll do. They'll do. Okay. All right, thanks, Lenon socks. Why you got me in them broke down sandals? Come on now, at least give me some And-1s or something. I don't know. We need to put me in some of them Jordans. You remember them old Jordans? I used to love them Jordans. I never had a pair, but I always wanted some. Anyway, let's go.
This right now.
Oh, and thanks for the super chats, everybody. I appreciate it. Also, thanks everyone sent in as a cash app. Thank you.
She can cook for him once in a while. One hungry. And he already feeling the woman because she been feeding him for the past 3 months with your permission. And so guess what? David goes in the house with the woman with one tooth.
One, two.
And she cut that pineapple dot upside down cake, put a little ice cream on the side, and David eat that upside down cake. And before you know it, David got your neighbor upside down inside the upside down cake. So I'm telling you, sisters, right now, she can cook for him once in a while. Once in a while, your friend can cook for your man. Once in a while, the neighbor can cook for your man. But you cannot allow a regular food, a regular underground railroad from her house to your house. Because if you allow an underground railroad food chain from your house to her house, if you let that underground railroad food chain, one day she gonna have your man.
What? Underground
coming
railroad?
Right to her house, underground, looking for that food. See,
this guy really thinks he's saying something, so they're gonna dig he said underground? What? Look,
this leads me to another thing.
Here we go.
In my 20 years of working with children and their families, which often results in me being a de facto relationships counselor for the past 20 years.
Oh my, for the past 20 years, oh my God.
I've noticed that women, too often, sisters, I want you to hear me, brothers can do this too, especially men who were raised by their mothers, who have a little bit too much feminine energy in their personality. See, when you're raised by a woman without a man at all, when you're raised by a woman without no masculine energy, you can pick up too much of female personality pattern, my brother. I'm not talking same-sex attraction. I'm talking your masculine personality can be feminized to an extent. If you were raised exclusively by a woman, you can tend to be too emotional. So although this is more a problem with sisters, it can also be a problem with brothers, and that is expecting your partner to read your mind. No grown person, no adult, nobody above the age of 25, especially 30, should be expecting their partner.
Umar the Hungry Bear looking like the largest number 2, the largest number 2 pencil in this. I see what you saying. That hat, man, that's the eraser up there on top of his head. Big man, he tripping though. I mean, he really going crazy in this video. He going so wild and crazy. Thanks for the super chat, big man. Here we go.
To read their mind.
There's a pencil tune day.
To find out what's wrong. We are adults. Why does he have to read your mind? We are adults. Why does she have to read your mind? If you are in a relationship with somebody who needs you to read their mind to find out what's wrong, you need to get out that relationship. I refuse to date a woman who can't tell me what's on her mind. That is immature and it is ridiculous. I am a psychologist. I am not a psychic. I am a psychologist. I am not a psychic. I am a psychologist. I am not a psychic. I do not read minds. I can analyze what comes out of the mind, but I cannot tell you what is inside the mind. I can analyze what comes outside of the mind. I cannot tell you what is inside of the mind. If you are in a relationship with somebody who wants you to read their minds, get out of the relationship because you are going to be unhappy. That is childish as hell, which takes me to another point, and that is this. We all need to understand. Don't worry, ladies. Don't worry, ladies. A lot of this information will be in the upcoming For Sisters Only book, Relationships and Dating, which I hope to have ready this summer with the shockumentary, with both of them to be released at the Marcus Garvey Elementary School of the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey campus in Wilmington, Delaware. I repeat, my For Sisters Only Relationships and Dating book is planned to be released along with the first screening of the shockumentary, America's Psychoacademic War Against Black Boys. I want to release the documentary.
Okay, did he do any of that? Could crush chat. We're getting close to being done, but did he do any of this? He's always saying he's going to do this, he's going to do that, and nothing ever comes out of it. He collected money though for he collected pre-order money for that book, and he collected money for that documentary, and then still to this day, nothing. Julie says, so grandpa's never cheated on grandma because she was cooking a feast every night. Some people, granddaddies had a whole other family. Yeah, I know. Yeah, my biological grandfather, he did. I think Umar, it's just his addiction. He has a food issue anyway, so that's why he puts so much emphasis on the food dynamic. And because he associates food with sex, then that's why it goes here. It's just, but think about all of the women who know how to cook, and they got a man, and they cook for him, him and the family, whatever he cooked for him through every day, and the man go off and cheat. So how do you explain that then, Umar? I mean, it's an oversimplification. Umar doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just throwing up stories, and this is just what comes to his mind. It's a figment of his imagination. It's not like this is a real story. He spins it like someone told him something, and then all of a sudden he spins his whole narrative, and it's bizarre, and it's just ridiculous. It's not intelligence. It's just Umar spinning fantasies. And if you think about it, it's probably one of his fantasies that a woman is going to cook for him, and he can get free food. Like we talked about this in the beginning, because he doesn't know how to take care of himself. He wants a woman that to cook for him, and then of course he won't crush them cookies. So this whole scenario this is his fantasy. This plays out perfectly for him. This is what he wants. It's just projecting. See, Umar projects himself, but sometimes he projects his own fantasies, in his own imagination. And he tries to put it like this is what other people are experiencing, but this is just what he wants to experience. See, it's really bizarre. It's really bizarre. But this is a good point here, Jewel. Thank you for the super chat too. It's a very good point.
And I want to release the For Sisters Only book at FDMG when we have our grand opening celebration this summer. My beautiful African queens, I've kept you waiting 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years for the book. The book is coming. The documentary is coming. FDMG is coming. Now, here's the point that I wanted to make. Here's the point that I wanted to make. Here's the point that I wanted to make. All of us are born with 2 ages. All of us are born with 2 ages. What? All of us are born with 2 ages. We're born with a biological age. We are born with a biological age, right?
Okay, you already said that.
You naturally get older biologically. You naturally get older biologically. You naturally get older biologically. But you do not automatically get older emotionally. Some of us have never emotionally matured. Some of us have never psychologically matured from our childhood.
Okay, this is him projecting.
Childhood. And when you date somebody, you need to understand that the physical age is one thing. The emotional age is something else. Physically, you can be 40 years old. Emotionally, you can be 20 years old. Physically, you can be 50 years old. Emotionally, you can be 5 years old. Physically, you can be 35 years old. Okay. But emotionally, you can be 3 years old.
That's what he's doing at that age. He just keeps running his mouth.
You have to study people's emotional age. You have to study people's emotional age. Why are you trying to build a mature relationship with somebody who is your same biological age, but is only 3 years old emotionally? That man might be 3 years old emotionally.
Yeah, he's talking about himself.
That woman might be 12 years old emotionally. You have to study people's emotional age. And I'm going to tell you how to do that.
Yeah, I know. He really does. How's it going, information
I'm
man?
going
He
to
really
tell you how to do
like
that.
it's like a delusion. He feels like he's really saying something. But it is true. It sounds like he don't know what he's talking about, but he really believes that he is. He feel like he's really giving some great relationship advice.
I'm going to tell you how to do that.
Yeah, I know his last book had no references, no footnotes, no. You're talking about a ISBN number and was full of clip art. Yeah, you're right about that. The person who did put that book together, that was Sharon. Sharon put that book together. But yeah, he's supposed to be a scholar. He's supposed to be the most requested scholar. And how you gonna have a PsyD? And you have he says 6 degrees, but you write a book and there's no references, none, not even Anyway, it's a good point, big man. Umar, he anyway. I don't even understand how people take this guy seriously. A lady says being raised by a woman should guarantee a man will graduate from college, keep a job, and stay out of jail. Always blaming women for male behavior. Yeah. And in the Black community, traditionally, Black women have been the ones that hold things down. I'm talking about collectively. Okay. I'm talking about in general. That has been the case. But Umar doesn't give credit for that. Give Black women credit for that. And any problems that take place with a child, and in particular with a Black boy who's being raised by a woman, Umar blames the Black woman every single time. The thing I always go to is like, where's the father? I think of that with any situation. It doesn't matter what, quote unquote, race a person is. I always say, okay, where's the father at? If this is going on, where's the father at? Umar doesn't do that because he's an absentee father. See what I'm saying? See, I know the importance and value of me being present in my family life, but Umar doesn't have that value system. So he can't frame any discussion around that. What does he do? He goes straight to blaming Black women. I've heard him say some very horrible things about Black women and how y'all don't know how to raise children and you don't know what you're doing. And these Black boys, you don't know how to handle these Black boys. And that's why they're going to jail. And it's all y'all's fault. This is Umar Johnson rhetoric. This is one of the incredible things about this whole Umar Johnson saga. His main supporters are Black women, yet he disparages and disrespects Black women more than anybody. I'm talking about everyday Black women. Now, he tends to target successful Black men who are like celebrities. He does that. But when it comes in general, he will say some horrible things about Black women in general. And he has no shame whatsoever. But the truth of the matter is that in general, in the African-American community, the Black community, it's been the Black woman that's been holding things down, keeping things going. And many in the absence of the fathers of the children not being around for different reasons. But again, Umar doesn't look at that. He doesn't look at that at all. I shouldn't say he doesn't look at it at all. Very rarely does he look at that because he is an absentee father. You see, that's a good point, lady. Okay, let's get through this because we got to start winding this down. Here we go.
Biological age, emotional and psychological age. Biological age, emotional and psychological age. Biological age,
Yeah,
emotional and psychological age. You are truly a coon. I lit an incense and you lost your damn mind. See, he is emotionally 3 years old. You see this coon over here, this
No, Umar, how you're behaving right now. You see him, he about to throw a tantrum. Let's go.
I lit an incense and he lost his damn mind. That is a perfect example of a psychologically underdeveloped beta male. And Black women, will you please stop dating beta males unless you want one? Now, beta males are not bad guys. Beta males are hardworking. Beta males are loyal. Beta males don't cheat. Beta males are good men. And if you consciously choose a beta male, nothing wrong with that. If you consciously decide to be with the beta male. The problem, though, the problem is most black women want an alpha male. And I got news for you, sisters, and I just want to be honest with you. I'm being honest. Y'all want people to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. You're going to have a tough time finding a monogamous alpha male. I didn't say you couldn't find one. I didn't say you couldn't find one. I didn't say you couldn't find one, but I'm telling you, if you want a alpha male,
It's always your fault.
swagalicious, got everything going for himself.
You see how ridiculous this is? Umar, you ain't got nothing going for yourself, and you claim to be an alpha male. But what he's saying is that if women, black women, if you want an alpha male, which in his mind is like the ideal man, that ideal man is not going to want to be in a monogamous relationship. He's going to want to have multiple wives. That's what he's saying here. Most people don't want that on the planet. They don't want that.
Alpha male. All the women want to be with that man. What are the chances you're going to have him by yourself?
Exactly.
I'm just being honest.
He alpha male living
I'm
in mama
just being
closet.
honest.
Yeah, he says
If you want
swagalicious.
an
I don't even know
alpha
why you're
male,
talking like that.
you're going to have to spend some time picking you one who's going to be monogamous, because alpha males don't have to be monogamous because every woman wants to be with them. I'm just being honest. So if you want a loyal man, go get you a beta male. I know a whole bunch of beta males who are looking for wives.
So in other words, if you are a beta male, you will be loyal. But if you're an alpha male, you won't be. Umar, you claim to be a alpha male, so you're not going to be loyal? But what kind of woman would want a man like that?
They won't be the most attractive men. They won't be the most sexy men. But they will take care of you.
The most sexy? Why are you talking like that? That's weird.
And they will take care of your children. I'm just being honest. Stop saying all black men cheat. It's not true. All black men do not cheat. The problem is 98% of black women want an alpha male.
See, here we go. He's going to blame it on y'all.
Go to the beta male supermarket and get you a nice beta male. Okay?
This is so ridiculous.
His voice might be a little high pitched. He might be about 4'11" tall.
What?
He might be bald already. He might be missing some teeth, but guess what?
I'm bald. Damn. I ain't missing no teethuses yet, but ain't no telling. I'm getting old, but damn, I can't be bald. You're making me feel uncomfortable.
Take care of you and the children. Now let's get back to how do you find out? How do you find out the emotional age of your partner? Let's get back to that. How do you find the emotional age of the partner? I'm going to tell you how.
How, Umar?
Everybody walking the planet Earth. Everybody. 5 wives is too much, my brother. And let me say this. 5 wives will get you killed. I know some queen mothers who were part of a queenship with one man.
Queenship.
And it was 4 or 5 wives. And they told me, I was told this by the queen mothers. They told me.
He making this up.
What killed my husband was having too
I already know what he's going to say. Too much sex with all these different women.
many wives. I do not want 5 wives. I do not want that. I do not. Nope. I don't want 3. I don't want 4. I don't want 5. I want 2.
Okay, I was wrong. I admit when I was wrong. I thought he was going to take it there, but he didn't.
2 queens.
He wants 2, not 5, not 3.
2 queens is all I want. 1 for the Frederick Douglass School, 1 for the Marcus Garvey School. 2 queens. Nappy.
Here we go.
Natural.
Hot cookies.
One of them got to be curvy and voluptuous because you know I like them 5'5", extra thick in the thighs. The other one could be skinny. The other one could be full-figured. I don't care about the other one. One of them got to have.
I don't care about the other one. Can you hear this guy? I mean, come on, Cookie Crush Chat. We're almost done, but can you hear this guy? I don't care about the other one.
The Dr. Papa body type. But my point is, brothers, for those of y'all who want to have 4, 5, 6 women, that's too much stress. Is too much stress on your body?
Here we go.
According to Chinese medical philosophy.
I did not tell y'all. I thought I was wrong, but here he go. He gonna start talking about the chi or something like that. Watch. The life essence. Watch.
According to Chinese medical philosophy. According to Chinese medical philosophy, we are born as men with a certain amount of life force called chi, which
Hit the one. I need some credit. We're almost done. Hit the one. I told y'all. Y'all wish he was my age and can do that. I'll be getting down, family, especially when they put the James Brown on. Boy, I'll be getting busy. Bring all the women to the yard, family. I told you he was gonna do this. And as you see, I thought he was gonna. I said he was gonna do it, but he did not say it. I was wrong. But then here he gonna do it right here. See? Oh, yeah, I'm fair. I'm fair. I'm always fair. Thank y'all, Cook Chat, for giving me the acknowledgement. His applesauce. Someone said it's applesauce. Nah, we gonna finish up. Then I'm gonna have me some applesauce. Here we go.
Which is a word the Chinese stole from the Igbo people. The word chi was borrowed from the Igbo of Nigeria because chi, which is the essence of the creator, which is Chukwu, if I'm saying that
Goodness, this guy sounds like Oswald Bates.
correctly. The chi is the divine energy which the Yoruba call the Ashe, the life force that lives within us. And according to Chinese medicine, you have a certain amount of chi. And the older we get as men, we have to be more protective of our chi. Because draining yourself of your chi on a regular basis can bring about an early death.
Well, listen, boy, if that's the case, I would have been long gone in the grave, family. It has been years ago. I don't know about all this, Umar. But we keep going. Here we go.
Brothers, be careful with your energy. You have women out here who are spiritual vampires. Her vagina is a vampire. You have emotionally unhealthy sisters. Not all of our women, not most of our women, but some of our women are emotionally unhealthy to the point that her vagina is a vampire. It even has teeth. It even has teeth, and it will suck all of your ashe, all of your chi, all of your life force out of you. And by the time you get finished with that vampire vagina, no other woman will want you.
My God. What did he just say? Top 5. It's close. It's close. Man, we had to bump the other one out for the other one the other day. I can't remember what video that was. What did he just say? And then the way he explained it, his face started twisting up, and he talking about it got teeth. What is it? The teeth? What kind of man thinks like this? Something wrong with this guy. And he just sitting there looking like a big old goofy. Look at him.
The thighs, The other one could be skinny. The other one could be full-figured. I don't care about the other one.
I don't
One of
care
them got
about
to
the other
have the Dr. Papa body type. But my point is, brothers, for those of y'all who want to have 4, 5, 6 women, that's too much stress. It's too much stress on your body. According to Chinese medical philosophy,
Well, that hat's so
according to
tight.
Chinese
Look at
medical
that.
philosophy, according to Chinese medical philosophy, we are born as men with a certain amount of life force called qi, which is a word the Chinese stole from the Igbo people. The word qi was borrowed from the Igbo of Nigeria.
I think he might be making that up. I could be wrong. I can research it, but because he has that hat, he has to say that. You know, that's one thing I told you people before. The black people, yeah, and we first invented this, and we the first ones, and they took it from us. Not everything. Come on now.
Nigeria, because qi, which is the essence of the creator, which is Chukwu, if I'm saying that correctly. The qi is the divine energy, which the Yoruba call the ashe, the life force that lives within us. And according to Chinese medicine, you have a certain amount of qi. And the older we get as men, we have to be more protective of our qi. Because draining yourself of your qi on a regular basis can bring about an early death.
Oh, goodness.
Brothers, be careful with your energy. You have women out here who are spiritual vampires. Her vagina is a vampire. You have emotionally unhealthy sisters. Not all of our women, not most of our women, but some of our women are emotionally unhealthy to the point that her vagina is a vampire. It even has teeth. It even has teeth, and it will suck all of your ashe, all of your chi, all of your life force out of you. And by the time you get finished with that vampire vagina, no other woman will want you. Same thing goes for men. Black women, be careful. There are brothers out here who will drain you of the best years of your life, which is why one of the most important decisions you have to make when you are in an unfulfilling relationship that has lasted several years, one of the most important decisions that you have, he said, Humble Hungry said, will reduce you to a piece of crust.
This guy is...
You better watch the vampire, but black men have to watch out for the vampire vagina.
Oh my
and
God.
Black women have to watch out for the wounded phallus.
Don't do this.
There's nothing worse than a black woman letting an emotionally damaged, dysfunctional black man stick his wounded Shango stick in your heaven. Black women, you have to be careful about that. A lot of you sisters are dealing with wounded phalluses, emotionally dysfunctional men who you keep giving your cookies to, and he is injecting spiritual toxicity into your vagina. The wounded penis, the wounded vagina, you better be careful. You better be careful. Don't let your cookies get crushed by the wounded phallus. Now.
Oh, it's got to be over soon.
A wounded weenie will bring trouble in your life, black woman. Stay away from the woony winker. Okay. No, sister, I am not married. I very much look forward to getting married. I'm going to have my wedding inside of the Frederick Douglass High School, inside of the gym, Or we might have the wedding across the street inside of the Boys and Girls Club Park. Or we might have the wedding on Ifatunde Avenue. Me and my two queens will get married to the community. And I'm looking
Can you imagine this guy talking like this and having wives?
forward to the day that I get married. I am not going to be a bachelor forever because it is not a good example for our black boys. They have to see me. There's no way I can tell them to love the black woman. There's no way I can tell them to honor the black woman. There's no way I can tell them to nurture the black
Don't do that. If I had seen that before, I would have clicked on it. Come on now.
There's no way I can tell them to revere the black woman if they don't see Dr. Umar doing the same thing himself.
Boy, y'all crazy.
Practice what I preach.
What?
But I do not want the vampire vagina. And ladies, I have a vampire metal detector. So when you come to FDMG, I have a wand and it lets me know if you have a vampire vagina, and it starts beeping.
Oh my God. I don't think we can continue with this. How much more is on here? Goodness, I did not mean for this to be this long. It's probably about maybe 16 more minutes. This guy, now he's putting it at the school, and this is what he's talking about? He's so sick.
Come to FDMG. I have a wand, and it lets me know if you have a vampire vagina, and it starts beeping if you are a vampire. And I'm going to say, thank you, sister, but no thank you. You have a vampire between your legs. No thank you. I'm just kidding. But getting back to the point.
Boy,
let's get back to emotional age. Let's get back to emotional age.
but it is. He's sick, Naeem. He's sick. Something wrong with him. No man talks like this. No person talks like this. How do you listen, as a man, how do you conceptualize? We're all adults, okay? Viewer discretion is about it. How do you conceptualize of a vagina being a vampire and it has teeth? What kind of sick, twisted? That's disturbing. That's disturbing. He's a disturbed individual to be even. How do you come up with that? So, Naeem, something wrong with him. Thanks for super chat. And you know what? This is what it is. And thanks for super chat, Naeem. He's a perv. I've been telling people he's a perv. That's the. Come on, y'all, don't do that. Let's finish up. We got to get through this, because I don't ever want to come back to this ever again. All right, I don't ever want to come back to this one.
Let's get back to emotional age. Every one of us, everybody in the world.
Yeah.
Everybody in the world has a pain body. Say that with me. Pain body. Say that with me. She said it's going to go beep, beep, beep.
Oh, no.
I want to say this to the brothers. Let me say this to all my brothers. This is real rap. And then I'm going to talk about the pain body. I'm going to talk about the pain body. We only got 35 minutes left. So we might not finish the day. I might have to do part 2 again. Okay. But let me say this to all my brothers out there. Let me say this to all my brothers. When you come to the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, for those black men who will be allowed, those of you who practice African-American tribalism, if you belong to that African-American tribal group, if you belong to that African-American tribal group, you're not allowed on my campus. Only Pan-Africanists, only people who believe in one Africa. If you don't believe in one Africa, you're not allowed on my campus. But for the brothers who come to the school, I mean this, black men. I mean this, because I don't want no conflict with my brothers. I don't want no conflict. If you got a thirsty woman, listen to me, bro. I'm serious. I'm dead. I don't want no. If you know your woman thirsty, and if you know she thirsty for Papa, all you got to do is send me a text message or pull me to the side and say, Doc, that's my queen. Doc, that's my fiance. Doc, that's my lady. Doc, that's my baby mom. Let me know who is spoken for, because I want to respect you as a king, just like I will want you to respect me as a king. And I want to also make sure other men respect you. Let it be known. Now, don't be claiming a woman that ain't yours now.
This guy, he really wants to possess women. Ownership, like y'all just slaves and just be thrown around. Notice he ain't saying nothing. This is being framed like if the school is open and it's on campus, but he ain't saying nothing. He has not said anything about educating black boys. Everything is sex talk. But you black women are like some commodity, you know.
Don't be claiming. If she's not yours, you can't claim her.
Claim her?
If she's not yours, you can't claim her. But if she's yours, let it be known, and I will let the other brothers know. Excuse me, brother. That sister is spoken for. That's the brother's queen. So I see you googly eyeing, but on this campus, we respect the kings. All right? So you can talk to the sister respectfully, non-romantically, platonically, but she's spoken for. That's because the brothers, we have to be united. Black men have to be united, and we're not going to let no woman come between our unity. Black men, we are not going to let no women come between our unity.
They're very deadly, yeah.
Sisters, y'all have to do the same thing. Now, if your woman got a weave, you know I don't want it anyway. Your woman got blonde hair, you know I don't want it anyway. Your woman got a perm, you ain't got to tell me nothing. Only if she's natural do you have to let me know. If she ain't natural, you ain't got nothing to worry about from me, but we still need to let the other brothers know. Now let's talk about, and the sisters got to unite. Y'all can't let the men come between y'all, because what we're going to do through Team Pan-African, if you a single brother, single sister, you can register with Team Pan-African. You can register. No, I never had no issues with nobody woman. I never had no issues with nobody woman in the conscious community. Never. Okay? The single sisters can register. And when they seeing the brother, they can say, Dr. Umar, I'm seeing the brother. Then we're going to let the brother know that the elders know you seeing that sister. Because we're not going to let the brothers run through our sisters at Team Pan-African, FDMG. It's not happening. We're going to protect the sisters and we're going to protect the brothers. We're going to protect the sisters and we're going to protect the brothers. That's what we're going to do. Now, let's talk about the pain body. Let's talk about the pain body. How long I've been live?
Yeah, it's almost
time check. How long I've been live? I think I started.
I'm just going to let it play. 10. All right.
So I'm only going to make this 2 hours. I'm not going to do 4 hours. I said, Doc, the Marcus Garvey seminar last night was the bomb, Doc. But it was 4 hours, Doc. We ain't going to do 4 hours tonight, okay? Because y'all not going to drain me. You vampires out there, you're not going to suck all my intellectual energy, okay? So anyway, that's the whole point, Sister Dakita. We don't want another man's woman. You understand? That's the whole point if you were listening. Okay, baby? Please don't make me put you on the Book of Negroes tonight. I don't want to do that to you. I don't want to do. Please, I don't want to put nobody on the Book of Negroes. Oh, man. See, y'all going to make me write your name down. See? Do I got to add somebody to the Book of Negroes tonight? I hope I don't have to add nobody to the Book of Negroes tonight. I don't want to do that. So please do not activate your coon
What's up,
chip.
Kale?
Keep your coon chip deactivated. Do not plug it into the wall. Do not plug it into the wall. Keep the coon chip deactivated. Now, all of us have a pain body. Every human being has a pain body.
Hey, Seth, that's a good way of saying it. Very ingenious. It says, okay, I'm not going to say anything that would get me blocked or timed out. All cuss words that are not allowed on YouTube is what I'm calling Umar Jermaine. Okay, so we know what you're calling it. All right, we got it. We got you. Here we go.
The pain body is one of the layers of our being that contains all the pain
Ooh, I'm getting
and
tired.
all the hurt that we have ever experienced in our life. It's in your pain body. When you was molested, when you was abandoned by your parents, when you was beat by your boyfriend, when you was cheated on by your girlfriend, when you was laughed at by your classmates, when you was fired at your job, when you was pulled over by the police, all of your negative experiences go into your pain body. Now, some of us know how to manage our pain body. Some of us know how to manage our pain body, but a lot of us, we do not know how to manage our pain body. This is why I always recommend, this is why I always recommend, my iPad about to die on Instagram. Hold on, Facebook. Hold on, Facebook. My iPad is about to die on Instagram. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come right back to you, Instagram.
He in that bummy chair. Goodness.
Put the iPad down. This one back up. 1 second, Facebook. There we go. Instagram is back. So, your pain body is a living, breathing entity within your person. Your pain body is a living, breathing entity within yourself. When you get angry in your relationship, when things don't go well for you, your pain body will rise up. Just mine. Your pain body will try to rise up and take over your conscious mind. Your pain body is the psychological age at where you are. If your pain body,
All right, he just babbling. Let me skip through this. It's almost over, but I don't have no idea what he's talking about. I don't make no sense.
is operating from age are attached to your inner child, the pain body relationships. Let me say it again, and I hope y'all listening. I hope y'all listening. I hope y'all listening. Okay? When you don't get what you should have got from your parents, that you did not get as a child. Let me give you an example. Hear me. If you're on Facebook, tell me if you can hear me.
Yeah, he was having technical difficulties. I'm just gonna skip through.
You good, Ohms? So, the message.
No, I thought he was at. So that whole story, see, that whole story that was told about how Umar took his mama's curtains and put them in FDMG, that wasn't true. When was the Lord Jamar interview? I mean, it still could technically be true, but let me see something. Because y'all hear him say, what did he say? You know, y'all know who he's talking to? The Lord Jamar interview took place, I think, 2 months? I want to say 2 months before this video first appeared. I want to say that I'm not 100%. Let me just figure this out. We're going to be done. Let me figure this out real quick because I'm big on timeline and I don't want to put the wrong information out there, but it's still possible because this video that we're watching here is after the Lord Jamar interview. And the Lord Jamar interview is where a person had come out and said that they helped Umar move his mom's curtains to the FDMG. But let me see real quick. Okay. So let me pull up. Let me pull up, and we'll do a side-by-side comparison. That's what we'll do. Okay. So here is the video of Umar here. Well, there's no way to really tell. And then let me pull up this video right here. This is from the Lord Jamar interview. But I think this is like 2 months before he did this video appears. But see, there's no way that we can tell for sure whether or not, you know, this has to be both. But the curtains, the way the curtains are. Yeah. So you know what, I'm going to retract what I said before and state that I was in error. I'm going based upon what someone came out and said, and they said that they helped Umar to move the curtains and stuff from his mom's house to FDMG, but that's not factual. And the reason why I know that now is because in this video, which I haven't seen, Umar says and he's talking, that's what he calls his mama. So this is to say that in both of these videos, including the Lord Jamar interview, Umar was at his mama's house in the closet. He was, when he did the Lord Jamar interview, he was in his mama closet. Can you believe it? Talking crazy and talking, but we know the truth now. So again, I'm always fair, and when I'm in error, I say that I'm in error. I'm in error based on what a person had said that was close to Umar. That's not factual, because in the video we just saw Umar, he basically asked if his mama was okay.
D-Ray
Let me just play that one more time.
If you're on Facebook, tell me if you can hear me. Okay. My Facebook feed has been sabotaged.
Here we go, sabotage.
Octavia says she can hear me. Dika says she can hear me. Tanya says she's missing the message. D-Ray said it's freezing. Go to Instagram. Go to Instagram if you can't.
No, it wasn't. He says and
you good,
from what I yeah. See that, and in Arabic, from what I remember, means mama. So I'm looking at the video right now when it originally appeared on Facebook, and let me look here. This, I'm sorry. This is from December 28th, 2020. Wait, so this was after. Yeah, this is after Lord Jamar. December 28th, 2020. Let me just do this real quick. December 28th, 2020. That's the video we're watching now, which is, we will just call this vampire. I shouldn't say this, but this is just how I remember. I was going to say vampire cookie, but I ain't gonna do that. Let me just put vampire. And then the Lord Jamar interview. Lord Jamar. That was, didn't come up. Okay, Lord Jamar interview was from October 16th. So October 16th, 2020. All right. So in essence, the Lord Jamar interview happened before, but it looks like it's in the same place. It really does. Okay, so that's just because I'm big on timeline. The point that I want to make here is that in this video that we were watching, Umar is inside his mama closet, and when he did the Lord Jamar interview, he was still in his mama's closet. Can you imagine all that yelling and screaming? That's crazy. Yeah, Arabic for mother. Okay, so you hear him say okay. All right. Well, let's finish this up right here. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. Cook Crush Chat, you're undefeated. Thanks to the mods for handling the business. Thanks to everyone who sent in super chats and the cash apps and the PayPal. I hope I didn't miss anybody. There's only like a minute left. We'll watch this and we'll close out for tonight. I hope you all enjoyed the show. If you did, please hit the like button. Okay, we'll be back probably next Monday or Tuesday.
The message. D-Ray said it's freezing. Go to Instagram. Go to Instagram if you can't catch me on Facebook. You good, Ohms?
That's sad.
I want to say something, and we're not going to finish tonight. I have to do a part 2 at some time. We're not going to finish tonight. I will not get through all of my notes tonight. We will have to do a part 2, but I want to say this. Being in love is not the same as being in lust. And being in love is not the same as having an emotional contract. I want y'all to listen to me well right now. I want y'all to listen to me real good right now.
He ain't talking about nothing.
I want y'all to listen to me real good right now.
Oh, cool. Thank y'all so
Being
much.
in
I appreciate
love
that.
Is not the
550
same
likes.
as
Thank y'all so
being
much.
in lust. A lot of us are in lust and we think it's love. You have a physical. A lot of us also have.
Yeah. I did not realize that, Naeem. Shine the light on the world. Shine the light for the world to see. Who was that? I'll keep thinking Common, but not Common. What was the guy? I can't remember his name right now. I'm getting old.
What I call emotional contracts. As the other person does not betray them. If the other person, you love someone, brothers and sisters, if they
So it's glitching, but it's only like maybe 10 seconds left. So we'll end it right there. That was Most Def. I used to listen to Most Def a lot back in the day. Okay, thank you all so much for all of the likes, super chats. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. I know this was a difficult one to get through. I said it earlier. Viewer discretion is advised, and I actually have that in the title of the video. Sometimes the stuff gets so far out there, and it just goes to show you in terms of Umar, the type of person that he is, how he talks, what he says. It's so out there, and the idea that anyone would want to send their child and place their child into his care, that's crazy. If Umar crazy, but a parent who thinks that way, you got to really check yourself. And that's why I do these videos. I want people to get as much information as they can about Umar, be clear about what he's doing, be clear about why it is that he's doing what he's doing. It ain't got to do with helping black boys. It has to do money, food, and draws. And as we watch this video, it goes to show you, he just goes back to back and just funnels it. Everything just goes back, and it's all about his greed, his lust, all this type of stuff. Listen, we have to set a higher standard. The standard has been set so low for black male behavior, and we can't blame anybody else. Okay, that's us. We have to change that. We have to set a higher standard. And people like Umar, not only are they a problem, but they're dangerous. Can you imagine having your child, let's say your daughter or your son for that matter, around this guy, given how he's talking right here? It's a disgrace. That's what it is. So you Umar Johnson followers, make sure you have the information that you need to make the appropriate decision. If you like what he says, the positive stuff, that's great. You want to send him money for that? That's your money. Do what you want to do. But in terms of a school, you shouldn't be sending money to this guy for no school in the first place, based upon how he's talking on GP. Why? Because why would you want any child, let alone a black child, to be in his care in the first place, based upon how he's talking here? What does that say about us as a people? See, that's all I'm saying. You guys think critically about this. One last thing too before we close out. Digital Age Sage, I like that. That's cool. So Lenon, why does he repeat himself so much? What is the psychology of that? Well, he's explained that as he wants to reinforce what he's saying to people, but no, it's autonomic at this point. It's habitual. It's impulsive. I don't know what the term is, but to repeat words over and over again without control, it's a psychological condition at this point. And it's just gotten worse and worse. I actually have seen one time, he said he repeated stuff like 6 or 7 times. He just couldn't stop. He just was getting, it's a psychological issue. He needs help. He needs mental health services, but he thinks that he's the greatest thing since Jesus, and that Jesus was born on his birthday. He said that. And in that case, in that sense, it's going to be very difficult for him to get things turned around, whether that's psychologically and materially in his everyday life, whether it is in terms of relationships, whether it is in terms of this so-called school that he's trying to build, which he's not. He's trying to scam. But it's going to be very difficult to get things together unless he comes to the realization that he needs to get the proper type of help. And also, he needs to stop doing what he's doing with this school scam, because that's the big crux in all of this. He thinks that it benefits him, but it's a cross to bear and it weighs him down. You can't do that and engage in that type of behavior for 14 years and it not take some type of a toll on you. Umar is paying the price every single day, but he thinks he's the greatest thing since Jesus, so it doesn't register. And that's another sad part about this. I'll try to find out what that term is, but there's a term for people who repeat things over and over again, and they have no control at all. And that's where Umar Johnson is at this point. Okay. All right. Thank you all so much again for tuning on in. Cookie Crush Chat is definitely undefeated. Thank you all for riding with me through this one, because this was a tough one. This was not easy at all. Okay. I appreciate all y'all. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. And as we always do. I appreciate y'all. Thanks to the moms for handling the business as well. Thank y'all. Here we go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming, FDMG, it's coming, 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 it's coming. FDMG is coming, thought his personality be twerking, it's twerking.
All right. Thank you all so much again for tuning on in. Cookie Chat undefeated. If you guys are dealing with any winter weather stuff, just be careful out there. We're dealing with it out here. I got to get up early in the morning. There's a storm rolling through as we speak. So just be safe. Okay. Thank y'all again for tuning on in. Love y'all, Cookie Chat, and I'll see y'all very, very soon. Take care. Peace.